Yo. Welcome, gamers. It's 50 minutes till the start of the stream. Ready yourselves. Mentally prepare yourselves. Incredible. What do we have? Until then, AFKing. Simple. It's really that simple. Benjamin. Tier 1. Is Teapot exclamation mark fresh? Yeah, I guess I'm pretty fresh. It's getting there. Fresher than yesterday, that's for sure. Not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. Did we add the Guild Wars 5 command? Yeah, we did. We have exclamation mark GW2, exclamation mark GW3, exclamation mark GW4, and exclamation mark GW5. It's good. You can see all the details there. Pin the pre-order link? Okay, I'm doing it. It should just be pinned every day. Not even joking. I should pin that shit every day. I want there to be no escape from the referral link. You should, all of you should crave the referral link. Click the referral link, guys. Oh, man. My legs are absolutely destroyed. This is brutal stuff. Do you guys think they'll have got 1080p for the stream? Will they have will they have found the way? Is it time? Surely it's time. Oh wow, we already have... Whoa, I just saw the view count. We already have 552 people here. That's insane. 552 people on Twitch and 289 on YouTube. Nice. Bilbo Swaggins with the Prime. Hype train is incoming, guys. Let's get a hype train going. I wish I could do a hype train for referral link sales. That would be high tier. Scrit waiting room. I mean, look, they're probably gonna drop it first. Like, I'm sorry, guys. They're gonna go ahead and like just drop the bomb immediately. Like, they are gonna instantly drop the bomb. It's Antiquary day one, guys. I hate to say it. Also, all I'm saying, guys, I dropped the Antiquary video and I got a bunch of referral link sales. What does that tell you? What does that say? Shout out to YouTube as well, by the way, guys. I got the name Skritzberg Jones. Nice. They hate thieves. Well, we're about to find out if they do. Maybe they love thieves. The Skrit is hot. Look, guys, if Antiquary looks fire, I'll do 20 Skrit Ecto Gambles. They started? No, they haven't started yet. The stream is in 50 minutes. Which elite are you most eager to play? I actually think Paragon looks really fun. The way it's been described mechanically actually sounds really enjoyable, to be honest. Yeah. So yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing what Paragon is. And Ritualist too. Like Ritualist, the ones today that I think are going to be really interesting. Like Thief is going to be wacky and that's going to be fun. But mechanically speaking, Paragon to me is the most interesting. Ritualist is also really cool as well. But we'll see. We'll see what they cook. Skrit employees, yeah. Have like mass skrits. Omega Skrit. Giga Skrit. Fuck. Can't wait for VOE. Yeah, VOE is looking really good. I mean, look, well, I say that. like, here's the thing. I shouldn't say that, guys. I view that as irresponsible. The big thing for me is the quality of the content. Like, because look, I really do want to keep emphasizing this, and I should make a little video kind of talking about this. Like, elite specs are really nice, but if the content is good, none of it, content isn't good, and at high quality and high quantity, none of it matters. I really hate to say that, but it's just true. The expansion needs to release, especially this one. Guys, I don't want to be that guy, but remember, we have a 6 months content drought after launch. There is basically no fresh content for 6 months, right? After launch. That means the stuff that drops on launch needs to be replayable and high quality. Those meta events need to be very good. Well, I'm assuming there are meta events. Those maps need to be very good, very replayable, right? And have a lot of stuff to do on them. Same with those legendaries. The legendaries probably, I'm very much hoping they have like actual collections, actual stuff to do, right? All that kind of stuff, right? That's what we need to see from the expansion. Like, the content is the big question mark, right? The elite specs are going to be fine. Like, it's that they need to deliver actual high quality content. Same with the story as well. You know, the story is in a similar situation. They need to deliver a good chunk of interesting story and then follow that through in the subsequent updates. That is very important that they're capable of doing that. Yeah. I made an update. Take a look. See what we got. Battle for the Jade Sea, 8th Wave Assault, Storm of Winter, Verna Brink. In general, I'm not the biggest fan of Storms of Winter. Can you actually just... I want to say, I kind of want a little bit of context here. Like, what are kind of your goals here? Like, what's your goal with this meta train here? Like, Verdant Brink is good, Anomaly is good, Chat Garant is good, Dragonstorm is good, Janthewell's Convergence is good, Death-Branded Shatter is good, Bavanisos, yeah, that's fine. Doppelganger, okay. Amnitas, Pinata, Try and Leech, Gang War, Challenger Shroom, Hero Points, Octoman. Yeah, I mean, this is all pretty good. But it's like, I think when it comes to like the meta train, is there anything in particular that you're looking to focus on? So what are the goals for the train? Huge. Literally replayable. Yeah, I mean, of course they are. But the thing is, you need content to back that up, right? Like, content is king. You can't just drop elite specs. Like, that's like good. But if you want the expansion to be really, really good, yeah, you're gonna need to do a little bit more than that, right? Or at least in my opinion, I don't think it's good enough to. This guy might die there. Dodge. This guy's very dead. Yeah. They're gonna try and res this. Dude, the fucking guards. The guards are not playing in my favor here. They're gonna try the res. Oh. So unfortunate. I nearly managed the 1v3, but not quite good enough. Good content in Soto and Janthe Worlds. Well, yeah, that's why you should be concerned, right? That's why I do have my concerns about the expansion. They need to release good content. And that is something they've really struggled with. They have very much struggled to release like high quality content the last 2 expansions. Janthe was like replayability. Yeah, it did, yeah. It definitely does. Push map. I am very worried about push. I'm actually really worried about push now. Because again, it just feels like it's just being dumped into the game with no plan, right? That's I'm actually really worried about push. Ever create a new map for World versus World? I think it's possible. Probably not high on the agenda right now. It's a mix between good income events and some chance drops. Kind of a hop in whenever you want and to help people get familiar with metas. The visual I made for the stream. Oh, yeah, this is like with the Chak egg sack and stuff, or like the high roll stuff. Yeah. No, I think it's good. I think, you know, it's good that you have some of the ones that are like relatively like less common in there as well, for sure. I think I'd actually be a little bit careful with showing gold numbers here, because for example, on Battle for the Jade Sea, you've put it's worth 34 gold. I think the context there is really important, because like almost all of that gold is coming from Imperial favor, right? And that's very much true of a lot of the that's very true of a lot of the EOD matters, is that Imperial favor is very valuable, and it's legitimate to say that you get a lot of gold from these events because of that, but that is definitely worth pointing out. Don't be too degenerate, so you can be available for 1 PM UK tomorrow, please. Oh no, dude, my sleep schedule is fixed, Tran. Like, it's all good. I have to be up at like 6 AM to cast some days. I'm literally reset, bro. It's no problem. It's basically complete. They finished the map. They're changing the resurrection mechanic. That's not what I'm worried about, Nanny. My worry is, like, what's the plan for the game mode? Like, what's the point of it? Like, what's push going to do? Like, how does it fit into the ecosystem of the game? I'm not worried about the game mode. It's not... The game mode is not aimed at me at all. I don't... You know, it's not aimed at me, right? So it's kind of weird for me to give my opinion. Like... It feels unfair for me to say that I'm not the biggest fan of push, because I am not the target audience for push. So it's like, I don't really want to say that, because it's missing the point, right? And I'm not interested in missing the point, right? Like, my concern is, again, like, where is it going? Like, how does it fit within the PvP ecosystem? I don't think we've seen like a fleshed out plan for that, and that has me very worried. My concern is that it will be DOA. Uh-huh. The script is hot. The script may well be hot. Did they not explain that during the stream? They said it's going to be an unranked option, maybe with an occasional tournament. I think the plan is lacking when they had one, at least. Yeah, but like that, to me, is like... What? Like that... I don't know, like maybe I'm cooked, but it just seems like a lot of effort for essentially no gain. If it just goes in unranked, it's going to languish there and basically just be irrelevant, right? Was Stronghold DOA? Yes. Thanks for the feedback. You're welcome. Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think meta trains are really fun. When's the stream? It's 40 minutes. A choice before the match starts, same as when selecting a map. Yeah, but what about in ranked? Right? Like, the problem is that nobody cares about unranked. Like, this is the only relevant PvP button to press, right? And if it's supposed to be like a stepping stone to teach people the game, is it going to entirely replace unranked? Is it going to be like only a small part of unranked? Like, what is going on here? Because like Stronghold, like if we're basically saying it's just going to be an option like this, right? Then it's DOA, it's just dead. So that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the game mode itself. I think people will have fun with it. In particular, I like the wave respawn thing is a big deal. Not a surprise that they tried to address that. I think it's a very good fix, actually. But it's like, oh no, like the game mode is just going to like languish in irrelevance, which is, it's kind of sad to me, right? Huge. They say assassins are Antiquary like they did for Bard class. Well, I mean, I don't think so because it's not very assassin themed. Shorten Conquest season by 2 weeks. Go Conquest, Team Deathmatch, and 2 each Puck season back to Conquest. The problem is that means for 4 out of 6 weeks, I would like never ever play PvP. Like I have no interest in playing Deathmatch in ranked in this game or push. The game would essentially be like unplayable for me 4 weeks out of 6. If it replaced ranked occasionally, how would the people that take it? I think they would be very unhappy, like the existing PvP players, you know. I obviously can't speak for everyone, but yeah, I would have no interest in doing that. If it's like in the meme off season, that's obviously not a problem. But if it was like if it took away Conquest from ranked, it's like no, that does not feel good. Alacrity admirer, alacrity glad. I mean, yeah, you're looking good for you as well. You know, you can be a troubadour and give alacrity. Maybe Antiquary gives alacrity. We don't know. Maybe Paragon. Paragon is interesting. I feel like quickness or alacrity could fit. I thought they might go alacrity because that makes more sense because it's a healer and also, yeah, it's a healer and I feel like they would want to give Warrior like a good alac option over Blade Swan. How do you respond to this? Well, this one's actually true. But look, guys, I buy gold through legitimate means. Yeah, this is real. I'm not caught, guys. Don't put caught. I'm not caught. I admit it. Yeah, I buy gold. Legitimately. RMT. Just, you know, I just legitimately buy gold, guys. It is what it is. Yep. Swiper! Bird Wizard. Very nice. That's actually pretty good. PvP main for many years. Replacing Conquest will be oof. It's so much more for the skills question, team, and even individual. Yeah, I agree. I really like Conquest as a game mode. So yeah, just, I don't know. Like, push to me was kind of exciting because, oh, you know, new PvP game mode, right? We're trying to actually give the game mode a little bit of life. I just don't feel very confident. I don't feel confident that ArenaNet feels confident, if that makes any sense, Nanny, right? I think ArenaNet is going like, ooh, I'm not sure where we were going with this one. Slap it in the game and hope for the best. Like, that's what it looks like to me. Stream starting, 34 minutes. God already has power lack. Imagine if Luminary had the trait for first tick of symbols, grants quickness. And that'd be kind of weird. But yeah, power key DPS would be nice. I'm sure they might shuffle some things around. Everyone is saying Battlefield is back. Oh boy. Listen, my friend. You gotta be careful with all that copium. Chosen half an hour, that's right, yeah. Are they only working on Guild Wars 2? Doesn't feel like it. I think Guild Wars 3 is probably cooking. New Elite Spec you most excited for? I think Paragon looks really interesting. Might be the most interesting one mechanically so far. They've been working for 3 years, optimizing their production, making the most of it. Yeah, it's just, again, like, what's the end game here, right? I don't think we have a very good idea of what their end game is for push. Again, they've kind of talked around the edges a little bit with it, but okay, what does that actually look like? Tell us about the implementation. How is that actually going to work, right? How are you going to actually make it so people engage with this game mode, but then transition to Conquest? How are you doing that? Like, what's the process, you know? And I just don't think, I don't think we've I don't think we've seen that. Yeah. Yeah, we need to... I want to understand the strategy. Like, what's the strategy for how they're going to make that happen? Luminary? I'm actually really interested in Luminary. It's definitely one that... It's pretty PvP coded, in my opinion. And it's also one of the elite specs that I feel like is kind of unpredictable and hard to get a read on before you've actually played it. Dude, like, how is New World, like, as alive as it is? Seriously, guys. Like, I really, really don't get this. Where do they get the money from? Is it just the Bezos books? I mean, did it really sell that many copies on launch? That they just have infinite money? I just don't understand this. Lila's tier 1. Oh, you did hard reset? Forbidden knowledge? Listen, nice lie. Okay? You think because you're a tier 1 sub to this channel, you can just come in here and claim to have done hard reset? Please. Don't make me laugh. Okay? The only person ever to have succeeded hard reset is me. Jester failed hard reset. Delta failed hard reset. Lila's is now self-reporting and saying that they failed hard reset as well. That's crazy. Method show of casting the race wars first. Hype for you? Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Next season New World is an X-Spec, you didn't know? Cool. Man, dude, this is one of those games. I wish New World was alive so much, Nanny. Like, because I feel like the game now is... It's kind of in like a playable state, right? And they're releasing a lot of, like... A lot of content. I feel like the amount of content they release is comparable to Guild Wars 2, if not more. Or at least it looks that way. But I'd need to, like, actually examine it. Absolutely insane. Raising the gear score again? It's such a big mistake. I don't know why they keep doing that. I guess they're mostly just trying to, like, farm veterans, I guess. About face button. I use the X key. Bait. But this guy actually got baited. He just charged out of the group and died. Gear score is the worst idea ever. Now, vertical prog is fine, but if you're going to do vertical prog, you have to have, like... I think well, you have two choices. You either make old content scale you down, that's just like the Final Fantasy approach, or you need to do what WoW does, and just WoW releases so much content that vertical prog, it doesn't, like, screw you over. The problem with vertical prog in any game that doesn't take those approaches means that you just don't have enough content that's relevant in the game at any given time. Like, vertical progression works in WoW because it just releases so much stuff. Final Fantasy, they have the scaling approach, so the old content stays, like, you know, playable. But vertical prog is fine. Like, in fact, in general, most people kind of, like, prefer vertical progression. You can see that statistically, by the way. If you look at the most popular MMOs, they're all vertical prog. We're in the minority. I don't like vertical progression, but I'm not a fool, right? I'm not unaware of the scenario here. Like, most people prefer this system, and they're not delusional or crazy or anything. They actually just prefer it, right? They just prefer that system. Boom. Ah, Boyce with the raid. ArenaNet partner Boyce. AT spectator Boyce. Gale shot main Boyce. Wow. Incredible. We love to see it. Making the dungeons procedural expeditions. Wait, that's actually really cool. I'm ready for the rads. The rads, they are landing. They're going to be landing in, I guess, 27 minutes. It's good. Return player, leave it to Cantha. Lost Adventure is a little lazy. What do you think? Am I too old now? I would say that, yeah, the last 2 expansions of Guild Wars 2 are not up to the quality of the previous expansions. I don't know what else to tell you, really. That's just where the game's at right now, yeah, for sure. I think Guild Wars 2 is, you know, it's chugging along, right? Like, it's looking to be as efficient and sustainable as possible. That's basically, like, where we're at with Guild Wars 2. ArenaNet are cooking up another project, right? It's still a good game. Like, Guild Wars 2 is still a good game. I still enjoy playing it. But, you know, at the end of the day, Guild Wars 2 is kind of in this end stage, in a way, right? Like, it's in its final form, if that makes any sense. Yeah, the next expansion will be similar to the current ones. Huge. WP was grilling ArenaNet for 23 minutes, but I mean, wasn't he like roasting them about like the quality of the stream? Which, I mean, look, I definitely would recommend using 1080p for the streams. I will admit that. When do you think they're going to announce work on the next expansion? I would imagine we'll know what the future plans for the studio are after the release of this one. In my opinion, the silence is quite the elephant in the room right now about the next Guild Wars 2 expansion. I think it is absolutely possible there isn't one currently planned. And that we are going to be transitioning to that next project after Visions of Eternity. However, I wouldn't be super confident on that until the next studio update. If they don't say anything in the next studio update, as in they don't confirm another expansion in the next studio update, that is going to be a deafening silence if they don't say anything. Now, however, I would consider an elephant in the room, but not anything super indicative, because again, we're obviously in the expansion cycle hype, right? It's kind of depressing when you say Guild Wars 2 is at the limit of the power. I mean, it's still an excellent game. Guild Wars 2 is still one of the best MMOs to play. Like, yeah, sure, we're not going to be revolutionizing the industry in Guild Wars 2 anymore, but it's still good. Nothing can do good. I agree, yeah. That's why I'm, you know, again, the next studio update is the indicator. Before 2026, for sure, yeah. Well, I wouldn't expect anything. It would be very surprising to me if they announce, like, oh yeah, Guild Wars 3, by the way, in 2020 and 2025, yeah. New specs are as good as old specs. Yeah, they look pretty cool. An Unreal Engine 5 survival game. True. Hope to see an expansion like HOT. Unfortunately, those days are long behind us. We're not getting anything like that. Does the theme and setting of this expert look like it's final goes to X-Pack? To me, it looks like they have 10 more of those planned. I don't think so at all. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, to be honest. Streamer blobs with a tier 1. Very nice. He does him today? Yes, in 23 minutes. Uh-huh. Two to three X-Packs more? Definitely not 2 to 3. Because we look, guys, we told us a little bit. We know they're cooking Guild Wars 3. There's a lot of, you know, including NC like leaking it. That's the case. Like it's coming. It's coming. They acknowledge the Antiquary memes. Well, 100%. I mean, like Antiquary definitely has like high meme value, so it's definitely coming up. Guild Wars 2 doesn't respect your time at all, so unless they carry over my legendaries to Guild Wars 3, I ain't playing. Listen, I honestly speak for the entire Guild Wars franchise community. Please, honestly, stay in Guild Wars 2, or even better, just stop playing the game, okay? Like, that kind of attitude is, it's very corrosive to the community. Do not play. Fuzzy to Cook, I'm taking bets. Like, I'm taking bets, guys. I'm very confident we'll hear about Guild Wars 3 within the next 24 months. So, like, 2027 at the very, very latest. But I think it's pretty likely next year, actually. Incredible. What will we make to the Guild Wars 2 UI right to the next spec? Probably relatively minimal. Oh, just for the elite specs, really. He's doing it to us. I disagree, actually. I think ArenaNet will make a good game. Watch the stream on your stream? Yes. I'll stop playing Guild Wars 2 if they announce Guild Wars 3. I mean, you know, that's an option. You completely dreaming you think it releases next year? No, it definitely doesn't release next year. I said we'll hear something about it. Yo, dude, Scott is actually in YouTube chat. What a based gamer. Shout out Teapot. Shout out Scott. He's there. This guy, I fucking love this guy. Like, he goes on my videos right now, and he just types, like, shout out Teapot, and then also, like, shout out something else in a reply to his own comment. Some kind of, some reference to the video. He gives it a shout out there as well. Very funny. What a gamer. We love to see that. Goon Wars 3 can't come soon enough. Goon Wars, you say? Huge fan of your goals and meta. Kind of best way to get decent gold? Jantho maps worth it? Oh yeah, for sure. Like, Jantho maps are good. Doing convergences is really good, actually. Just meta train in general. Like, meta train in general is like, very good. They dropped the HOM in the August 29th community meetup. I think pretty unlikely. I imagine they will do something like Hall of Monuments. It'll be very interesting to see if they, you know, when they would think about doing that. Chat interaction is important. That's correct. Yeah, that is right. Wait, what are you talking about? He doesn't love us. Guys, I read YouTube chat. I literally have responded to multiple YouTube comments already in this stream. I get 0 credit for this. I feel like YouTube is just very ungrateful. How many people are even there? 555. That's pretty big, actually. My own YouTube chat doesn't respect me. I'm not sure I'm going to... Do they even deserve shoutouts? I keep giving them shoutouts, but maybe I shouldn't. YouTube is begging for attention. Starve them more. Look, chat, I need you all to put a couple of staggers in the chat. Scare them. Scare YouTube, please. Boom. The fuck is this? Wait, what the fuck is this? Plenix on heal chrono, second DPS? 11-minute? Fractal run, second DPS, heal chrono, all 3 dead. What the hell happened here? There's also like no AR on these players. This guy's playing core Mesmer. The hell is this? Wait, this isn't even CM, this is tier 3. Yeah, Plenix is doing the 1 to 100 Fractal challenge. Wait, Has the wheel spun yet, Plenix, by the way? Want to integrate YouTube chat into stream? I actually would like to. Regrettably, it's actually against TOS on Twitch. Twitch say that you're only allowed to show your Twitch chat on the stream and not any other chat from other platforms. So unfortunately, it's unfortunately it's actually not allowed. Otherwise, I would. Yeah. Lynn picks the game, hit Rayman 3. Oh yes! Holy shit! Wait, when are you doing the playthrough, Plenix, of Rayman? You can probably do it in one stream, by the way. It's a pretty short game, but it's an amazing game. You have to tell me when you're doing it so I can watch. It's such a good game. I've seen other streamers do that. Yeah, but I'm not interested in playing with fire. I know some people are doing it, but again, I'm not going to break TOS, guys. It is against Twitch TOS. I don't care if someone else is doing it, right? Just because someone else is doing it and getting away with it doesn't mean that... In fact, I also happen to know some people have been actioned for this and have had temporary suspensions because of this. There was a couple of tweets about it, you know, on like the Twitch Twitter sphere or whatever. I'm not interested in risking my account, guys. Like, I don't want to get like a 3-day ban, right? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to just risk my account for no reason. And don't get me wrong, I actually really disagree with the TOS. I think the TOS is stupid. Their rationale behind it is really dumb. It's that, oh, we can't moderate the chat because it's on a different platform, so like you know, they can't do anything about that. That's actually a really dumb argument because they already allow you to do stuff like text to speech from third-party platforms, like on donations and so on, like Stream Elements and Streamlabs or whatever. So it's actually a really, really bad argument. It makes absolutely no sense. The real reason is because Twitch is a little bit salty that YouTube is basically taking a piece of their pie and they can't compete with it super well. That's the actual reason. But yeah, it's dumb. In fact, YouTube streaming is bigger than Twitch streaming now. More people watch live streams on YouTube than Twitch. So obviously Twitch is a little bit salty that they've basically, you know, they're not actually doing incredibly well within the live streaming market. Aesthetic hard reset will be bikinis within the first year. It's a microtransaction game, so maintaining an aesthetic is essentially impossible. So realistically, it will have a reset, but it won't last for very long. Isn't Kick dominating Twitch lately? I don't think Kick is actually super big. It's just that they pay people quite a lot because they have infinite money because they're powered by Gamba. So yeah, okay. This is the approximate thing. So YouTube has about 6.8 million viewers currently. Twitch 3.2 million approximately, and then Kick has about 1 million. So Kick is about 1/3 of the size of Twitch, and Twitch is in turn about just under half the size of YouTube. So there you go. That's the way it is. And yeah, then you've got like Soup TV, which used to be Africa TV, which is where like GSL is. I know about this platform because I watched the GSL on it. And then yeah, Rumble, nobody fucking cares. Where's Mixer? I mean, Mixer got what did Mixer get turned into? It got like converted into something else, didn't it? Is live stream YouTube or just YouTube in general? It's like the YouTube live streaming, right? I never think of it as a streaming platform. It's just that YouTube is like mega, mega huge. Twitch is actually pretty small. YouTube is just infinitely bigger. I wouldn't even say that this is like a large part of YouTube. YouTube probably don't feel super stressed about streaming on their platform, actually. It's just that YouTube is just massive. It's like a far bigger platform than Twitch. Uh-huh. Rumble based? Dude, look. Rumble is just the place that you go to if you somehow manage to get yourself banned from YouTube and Twitch, and maybe even Kick as well. Short streaming? Wait, what is short streaming? No, I'm pretty sure this is like people are watching live streams, right? What? Nothing to do with shorts. Want to go back to play some Guild Wars 2? What makes me quit every time and never find a class I truly like and enjoy and play? Help me in that regard? I'd say just try all of them. Just go through and try all of them. Go to PvP. Don't have to play PvP, but when you go to PvP, right, it scales you up and you can like use all your abilities and mess around with them a bit. How long till the stream? About 11 minutes. I did try almost all of them. Well, I mean, if you don't like any of the classes, that's okay. I mean, you just probably don't like the game. You know what? That's fair. Maybe just, you know, don't just play it like when you're having fun and then like find another game that has like a class that you really like in it, right? Boom. Incredible. I love shields, and we all know how this game treats shields. Well, I mean, like Guardian Shield is good on support Firebrand. Chrono Shield is one of the strongest weapons in the game on Mesmer. It's also easily the best tank weapon in the game. It's been incredibly strong as a tank weapon since day one of its release, like 10 years ago. So that's pretty good. Boom. ArenaNet should stream more. They only have 2.9k followers. I'm pretty sure they don't stream on the ArenaNet channel. They stream on Guild Wars 2 channel. They have quite a lot of followers there. Boom. Incredible. We love to see it. Is the stream late? No. Wait, guys. We know what time they stream. It's in 9 minutes. Incredible. Exactly, yeah. With all caps. With a space between each. Countdown's live? Let me... Are they live on YouTube as well? Also, do we have 1080p? Is 1080p here, guys? Is it time? Oh, wait, guys! Treasure Train is incoming! I love this, guys. Lederhosen with the Prime. Okay, it is in 1080p, 60 FPS, very nice. Guys, I absolutely love this stuff, though. We're about to start a treasure train. If one additional player subs, it will activate 35% on gifted subs. Wow. Oh, wait, no, wait, it only kicks in at level 5. Wait, holy shit. Dude, this is a mega scam train. Never mind, guys. This is an insane scam train. It has to be a level 5 scam train? That's insane. Well, look, you're going to have to swipe for this one. Hey, you're being pilfered. This is the Antiquary train. Oh, a super chat on YouTube. You think Guild Wars 3 will change the format as Guild Wars 2 did? I think it will be pretty different, yeah. I think they'll try to innovate. Tailums gets scammed with the tier 1. Feasts. And activates the train. Why is the official ArenaNet stream like a boomer Zoom meeting? Well, because it's just, look, they're not like professional content creators, guys. They're like, yeah, they're devs. And it would be nice if, you know, they did go to the office and stuff and did like a, you know, a really high production value stream. But I think this is kind of fun. It's kind of cozy, right? I don't hate it. I don't hate it, to be honest. Jay Sculpt there with the Prime 2. Shout out to YouTube, guys. I'm on YouTube as well. Let's go. Yeah, hell yeah. They were content creators? No. No, they were not. CMC and Trig were not content creators. Like, CMC is like, he streamed in core Guild Wars 2 like 10 years ago. And Trig is, I don't think Trig really does content. Like, Roy did. And Grouch? Grouch is not really a content creator. Like, he has actually streamed a little bit. Look, okay. Wait, oh my, dude. Everyone is a literal Papega. Don't get me wrong. I think that it would be really cool if they did actually put more work into these streams and did preparation and had, like, you know, people hosting it. They had some, like, proper structure and they demoed it in the new expansion a little bit and showed off them, like, fighting stuff. That would be really good. But why do we have to do this bullshit about them being content creators? Like, just say that they should just do it a bit better. And also, yeah, I agree with Taylor. It is charming. The fact that it's a little bit scuffed, it is actually a bit charming to me. Yeah. We kind of love to see it. Incredible. How can you not feel like I did stream as a multi-million dollar company? It's because the people who are doing this stream are not streamers. Look, if you're saying ArenaNet should just hire me to do their streams for them, okay, then fair enough. And honestly, they do have, you know, they hired Bog Otter, right? They should have Bog Otter help out with this stuff, obviously. Because, like, he is, you know, he is a streamer. %87% chance I won't trade the gear from the splits. Well, look, here's the thing. There's a 100% chance you will trade it, because if you don't, I will expose you. I end your career. Keep up this hype train, guys. I want to see level 2 completed and level 3 so that the gifted subs can activate. Gaining his mic was wild. I mean, yeah, like that is, I do remember that actually. It was very weird. Stellar Spacey, Prime. Let's Doom plan and not include Jester in the splits. Yep, I'm gonna... My goal is to gatekeep Jester out of Heroic so he can never join Pugs and he gets kicked on sight from all keys. Stream this drill on this stream? Yes, we are. Lilla's gifts 5 subs at Communist Hybrid Marcus with the tier 1 there as well. Very nice. The hype train continues. Look, the true reward though, look, everyone's getting their little emotes from the hype train, but the true hype is level 5 treasure train, which will activate the gifted sub discount so you guys can hand over even more money. That is like the true joy. This guy's dead. This guy wanted his daily. How do you guys feel about the fact this guy wanted his daily and he has been denied? Very nice. Base dodges, but actually Lilla's connects the sub. Dog DV there as well, the Prime. Dude, nearly level 4 treasure train. Very nice. It's looking good. They seem so bored. No, dude, oh my god, dude. Look, I'm gonna crash out. They're not bored. CMC is deadpan, right? Like, I don't think Trig sounds bored. Like, Trig's pretty high energy. Like, CMC is a pretty deadpan guy, but that's funny, right? Like, I think he's very entertaining because of that. Like, I don't know. They're not stressed. Oh my god, dude, you guys are I'm gonna crash out. I need to stop talking about this. I actually don't want to even talk. Look, you guys are gonna fucking trigger me before the stream even starts. That's not good. Liz said that with the Prime. Dude, I am a really big fan of CMC and Trig's like a kind of presentation. The only thing that will be better is if Roy was there, okay? Because Roy is like the ultimate blend. Roy activates. But yeah, he's obviously he's on vacation right now, so sadly we are denied Roy. And you honestly hate to see that. Okay, here we go. Skooma with the Prime, nice. Roy Delzy, he is the perfect balance, actually. Yo, this music is cranking, actually. Oh, shit. Alright, here we go. We do actually have 1080p, guys. Big win. Ready to win big! Lena was taken. When will Roy return from war? I mean, look, I mean, dude, hopefully in time for the next stream. I do want to see Roy feature. Alright, keep the hype train going. Do not put tar. I do not want to see any tar in the chat, guys. The tar ASCII artwork is banned. Gift subs instead of putting tar, guys, please. Alright, here we go. Starting soon, TM. Nice meme. Already opening up. Okay, here we go.
Right. Hello, everyone.
Yep.
And welcome to the 1080p
yes!
live stream. We've totally done a sound check. Taylor, can you demonstrate your microphone, please?
Hello, I'm here today to speak at a normal volume that will not deafen anyone.
Imagine if it was dog shit again. Imagine if it was horrible again, guys. That would have been so good.
Fewer technical difficulties today as we come back with the second of 3 Elite Spec preview streams. We have today the Antiquary, the Paragon, and the Ritualist.
Yep.
Pretty excited, right, Taylor?
It's time.
Yep. Excited
I'm hiding Twitch chat. Twitch chat's got to go.
Some specs that, people have been waiting for a while. And, a new one that, it's a surprise to many people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they know. Meme them! Meme the thief-based trig!
Antiquary is pretty interesting spec. We're excited to show people with some elements that haven't really put into any elite specialization before.
Very nice.
We'll get into that in a second, but pretty excited to show people what we've created.
Yeah, and as always, keep in mind we're, building up toward the beta. There's going to be a lot of things that aren't quite finished yet. We're still doing some final polish, doing some final balance tuning, even tweaking a few traits here and there. So, on this stream, you'll see some
if the entire chat is filled with rat emotes, guys, Antiquary is the only elite spec they release. All the others get deleted.
Optimal as they will once we get down the road to launch, but the idea is that we're getting these to a point where they are very much playable and in a place where we feel pretty good about a lot of the mechanics. I'm not saying that everything's going to be perfect, but we're going to try out some crazy stuff. Some of it's not going to work. We're going to go back after the beta between then and launch and make some additional updates as needed. So just keep that in mind as you're watching this today, as you're playing through the beta. We're definitely looking for that feedback from all of you. To see what is working, what isn't working, what needs to be improved, and we'll definitely, see. Shout
out to Road Gold dropping Darren's 2 DYB. That's his first garb is Darren's 2 DYB.
Taylor, before we hop right in.
No, I think I covered it.
All right. I hope everyone is hydrating and ready.
Let's do it.
We'll be talking more today, so ready to go.
Yep.
We'll be kicking things off with the Antiquary today.
Oh, yes. Guys, the hype train needs more. We have 1 minute to finish the hype train. Go now.
The blog, we kind of have a vague understanding
of
the
spec,
we go. So, as always, we're going to go over all the new profession stuff, all the new utility skills, all the new traits. Don't even have the correct elite skill equipped here.
Oh, Scrit Elite!
The first things first, the Antiquary is kind of this, like a collector of various artifacts from across Tyria, so we're going to see all those different artifacts as we use Scrit Snatch. This is the new replacement for Steel. This is just going to be
I thought it was Pilfer. They renamed it already.
kind of similar to Deadeye in that sense, where it's not going to be a forced teleport in, but you're going to have a ranged button that gives you your stolen bundles that will, in this case, be drawn from a random collection of these artifacts. And the idea is that every time that you Scrit Snatch, the baseline is you're just going to have 2 of these. You see, this might be teasing towards something where the F4 button appears. We'll get to that once we get into the traits. Where we're going to get access to a couple of different artifacts. There's a pool of 8 different artifacts that we can draw from. 4 of them are more offensively focused, 4 of them are more defensively focused. And the idea is that, you know, every time that you Scrit Snatch, you get a couple of these, or maybe even a few of these, depending on your trait selections. And that is going to kind of you know, play into your decision making as you adapt to the situation at hand as you draw these. And obviously, there is an element of randomness to this. Once we get into the traits, we're gonna see the adept tier is entirely dedicated to ways to mitigate that randomness, because you know we know as designers, as we're putting this together,
what the fuck? 50 subs.
There's always a fine line to walk.
Carbon Con activates.
Something that has a little bit more inherent randomness than
after the hype train too. Not even discounted.
That's
crazy.
And we want to make sure that there's opportunities for this randomness to exist and kind of that fun, you know, moment-to-moment decision-making to happen without having, like, too many low-roll situations that feel really bad, or, like, really high-roll situations that blow out, so that, you know,
I will pay full price.
Trying to do your DPS benchmark and you get your 1% high roll, that is your, like, 80k DPS or something, you know. That's not really what we're going for. You know, there will be some things that are slightly more powerful than others, because that is going to just play into, you know, there's going to be some skills that are just raw damage and some that have a little bit more utility baked in. Or we'll see, like, as we get into the traits, there's some mitigation there, and then we're also going to be keeping a very close eye on this as we get into the beta. And,
yo, Roy, get on stream!
Around this, seeing, like, how much of the randomness works, how much we need to have a little bit more mitigation in their baseline. We'll see how it goes, but the idea is that we have kind of a wider collection of really powerful stolen bundles, and every time that you steal, you're going to get a couple of these or a few of these. So we're going to run through all of these. I'm going to use some developer cheats so that the stream doesn't take a while to go through all of them, because you never know what you're going to grab, but I'm just going to give myself some. I guess it's worth mentioning, every time that you steal, you can use 1 of these 2 bundles by default. Obviously, if you have improvisation, that's going to let you use another one, and there might even be a trait that allows you to use a 3rd stolen skill every time that you pilfer or Scrit Snatch. So we're going to kick things off with all of the offensive bundles.
Let's do it.
Starting off with the Metal Legion guitar.
Yes.
This one's a bit more of a
very
nice, like a hybridy damage and a little bit of CC in there as well. So we're going to walk over here to some of our enemy golems, play the guitar. That's going to do some pulsing damage, apply some confusion, and then we're going to slam the guitar down, do a little bit of extra damage, and a nice little stun there.
Done. Look at that.
So, you know, we're going to see, like, some condition damage elements on some of these skills as well. So there's going to be a mix of, you know, power damage and condition damage, and you obviously see some CC here as well. So this skill will probably do a little bit less damage than some of the pure DPS skills that we see a little bit later. You can play this a few times. I'm cheating, so you know I can just use this skill as many times as I want, and there's nothing that these golems can do about it. But
it does replace the steal button.
Kind of showed off earlier. You will only get to use these a single time.
You can move with the guitar, you know, just in case.
Of course, it's not a meme, guys. Why would they release like a troll trailer?
Can
I'm gonna
follow people,
run down the stage and slam my guitar or something like that.
Nice gifted sub there.
Next up, we're going to
did some of you guys think it was actually a troll?
Dash. This one's going to be a ground-targeted dash. Still a little bit more offensively focused. We'll see a couple of mobility skills on the defensive end as well. But this one is just going to be a mobility skill that drops some exploding bombs on the ground. So we can see this here, dashing through all these golems, dropping a bunch of AoEs on the ground. That's going to do some pretty relevant damage and burning. So a nice little mobility skill. You can obviously use this to run away as well. And enemies chasing you might run over all your bombs or force dodges or whatever have you. But a nice little combo of mobility and damage on this one.
Okay.
Get a close up on this dash. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. A little surfboard
Riding
there.
the Forged Surfer stuff. Surfing
pretty cool.
across the stage, if you will.
Trig, say something. Say Magrest.
Next up, we're going to take a look at the Cryptus turret. So this one is just going to be a ground targeted. Place this on the ground somewhere.
Turret thief.
You see the little script assistant is hanging off of that. I don't know if that happens all the time. I've seen it sometimes where it doesn't. So that's a nice little bonus that you might notice sometimes.
A lot of the effects have little scrit in them for you to see.
Oh look,
dude,
there's a script on it
here. But this is a pretty straightforward. Some of the turret. This is going to be like the main bread and butter damage skill. Only does damage, but it's going to shoot at the nearest enemy.
That's actually fine, bro. Holy shit.
Pretty nice damage.
Dude, the script is actually on the turret. That's high tier.
So you can deploy this at range. Not your friends, it won't attack them, but you can try your best, I guess.
Okay.
Next up, we have the Mistburn Mortar. This is another one of the pretty aggressive damage skills. This one, I'm just going to fire off and create an area that is pulsing some burning. I think I might actually have a trait on right now. No, I don't have a trait on right now. This is going to be a nice little ranged pulsing field. Does some burning, does some damage. Nice little...
a lot of hybrid potential, yeah?
Whatever you want to call it. But it's again, going to be one of the more powerful offensive skills because it is just a raw damaging ability.
Guys, toxic bubblegum is mentally broken.
Next, we'll start to take a look at some of the defensive artifacts. Starting with the Exalted Hammer. So this one's going to be an evade. Also, 600 range leap, so we can leap over here.
Ooh.
The idea is that it is going to do some damage. This is something that even the defensive artifacts are going to have a little bit of damage attached to them because, again, we want to kind of mitigate some of the low rolly aspects where if you are in a situation where you want to use a defensive artifact, you can still use it and get some amount of damage. It's obviously not going to be as much damage as any of the offensive artifacts, but you will still get
a good heal base.
Capability, get that evade, get some healing, and still do a little bit of damage.
It's a very good skill. Mobility, healing, and evade.
But, nice little defensive skill with a nice little heal attached to that.
It's an evade too, guys. Don't forget that.
The Exalted Hammer.
Bring down the hammer. They're enjoying that one.
Next up, we're going to see the Chalk Shield.
Ooh.
So this one is more of a projectile destruction type of defensive skills. We're going to drop it down. We see our little Scrit assistant helping us out here, creating the barrier that is going to destroy projectiles.
Look at him. He's got the thing.
Pull some damage to enemies in the area. It's also a light field if you find some use for that. Combo through it. If you really want to, but the big thing here is that this is going to be that powerful projectile destruction defensive skill. Close up on our little friend here.
Boom. I like how they're zooming in on the script. This is like actual torture for some of the thief mains right now, guys. They're in agony.
A couple more artifacts to
say
look
hello
at
to the script, guys.
Move on. But next up we have the Zephyrite Sun Crystal. This one's going to be a stun break.
Oh.
Also another one of those ground targeted dashes.
Stun break on
a little bit of
stolen
burning
skill
attached to it at the end here. But you can always use to get away or dash in. You're going to be having that, long duration evade if you're going kind of the max distance, and then we're also going to have that nice little burning explosion at the end. So again,
a lot of the spells have mobility.
Long distance dash with evasion, pretty powerful defensive skill. And last but not least, we have the Hollow Dancer Decoy.
Here we go.
This one's going to be more of a crowd control.
I like how the damage is 1337,
by the way. It does do some damage in crowd control, but it is kind of tied in with the defensive artifacts we see here. We summon the Scrit Hollow Dancer.
Huge.
The enemies are all distracted and taunted, and then it explodes, doing some damage. So, pretty long taunt. 3 seconds baseline here. And that can obviously set up some of your offensive skills if you are playing like the improv build, or obviously your own weapon skills, or some of the double-edged skills that we will get to very shortly.
The Scrit is here.
Anything you wanted to add on the artifacts, Taylor, before we move on?
I just want to know, would the Scrit Hollow Dancer work on you, Cal?
Very not. That's okay. That's what I'm talking about.
I I'm not sure it would, but you know, it probably would because it'll just taunt me, and everyone knows that taunt is my favorite condition in Guild Wars 2.
Very nice from Trig, actually. That's powerful.
There's something alluring about it, right?
Yeah, that he admits it. He admits that there's something alluring about the script.
Anyway.
Very nice, Trig. Impressive. Very impressive.
Double-edged skills.
Very impressive.
Traits. So, we talked about this mechanic a little bit in the blog as well, where the double-edged skills are essentially... The best way to describe them is kind of like a flip skill, where there is two parts. There's the baseline that you'll always use initially, and then
this isn't
the
RNG
component,
then,
which is called the backfire.
Oh,
and the way that this mechanic works is
it's not RNG, guys. Okay,
it's going to do what it does, and then as it's recharging, you have the opportunity to use the skill again.
Yeah,
and the idea is that in this right there, I didn't get the backfire, so I was able to use the base skill again with essentially no downside, or on a shorter recharge than is typically intended. And that's going to be based off how much of the skill recharge is left. So if there's 50% of this recharge remaining, then I have a 50% chance to backfire.
The backfire is kind of good, though.
And in this case, I did get the backfire, and then it goes on full recharge. You can't continue to activate it as soon as the skill has backfired. So a lot of these are more of a risk-reward that we'll see on some of the utilities, but
the backfire is beneficial on the heal.
It is more of just an all upside where excuse me, you can just use this button. You'll probably just press this button back to back because you want to get that big heal, get that big cleanse. But there's going to be a lot more decision making as we get into some of the...
The Scrit is hot, guys. The Scrit is hot right now.
The rest of these skills here. This is just a good example of like how the mechanic works, and there's really no downside to backfiring, but we are able to...
I mean, the increased CD, but the effect is kind of good, right?
It's pretty powerful where you just want like the sustained heal, and maybe you press it with like 3 seconds left because you think, okay, well now I get a pretty low chance of getting that failure state. I can just use my heal a little bit more often than I typically can. And then sometimes you are going to want that double tap, more likely to backfire. I didn't even backfire there with a 70% chance. Quite lucky. Wow, I'm just on a roll today with my... So, we will see some of that as we get into the utility skills as well. There's going to be a lot more powerful downsides, I guess you would say, or a large opportunity cost of some of these backfire skills. But the idea is that, the baseline is there is just this skill that you press, and it gives you a baseline
look how
effect,
they balance it, though,
guys. You can
just
ignore the mechanic if you want to.
It's
like never risk backfiring.
Dude, this is kind of cool. You're almost like supposed to backfire it in a way.
You can save a couple seconds off your cooldown and have a
like the regular effect is weak. The backfire though is really strong.
Maybe you want to roll the dice. So again, anti-venom drop, pretty straightforward.
Because look, the regular heal is very low, but the backfire is actually strong.
Heal, big Connie removal, and it will go on a longer cooldown when that happens.
Yeah. Next
up, we'll take a look at the Stone Summit Cannon. So this is going to conjure another Scrit helper to kind of fire this cannon. We're going to see it does a pretty big AoE burning, AoE damage. Oh, and I got the backfire there right away. I'm just going to show this skill off a few times without risking the backfire. We do see just a pretty strong DPS skill here. Big damage, big burning, long range. Well, 900 range, more of that mid-rangey.
Oh yeah, okay, so the way that they've designed this is like the backfire is RNG, but it's not necessarily bad. It AoEs around you, but you can just move out of it.
Real time.
Yeah, you could actually mitigate the backfire.
The cannon itself.
And boom, look, the Scrit explodes.
So the Scrit's like, what's going on? And then it explodes, and it does a bunch of damage.
Yeah, okay.
Notably, this will deal damage to yourself as well, but it is pretty easy to walk out of, as we saw, so we're just going to fire that off. I'm going to walk out of it. These golems are going to stand there, and they're going to get hit by an even stronger burst of burning and a bit of damage as well.
Yep.
So, this sets up really well with CC skills, or other players CCing for you, or bosses that typically don't move very much. Pretty low risk because it is, once again, there I got a pretty rapid succession of multiple uses of the base skill into that backfire. It's very easy for you to walk out of it, so this one again is pretty low risk, and if you are looking for that burst of damage, it might be something that you want to press back to back.
Okay.
Can I get you to do a close-up on the Scrit during the backfire?
Oh, yeah.
Just make sure everyone sees what's going on there.
Make sure they see the Scrit, guys. Make sure they accept the Scrit.
Lucky again.
Boom. It's even got a sound effect.
showing up one more time.
No.
What's going on? There's something wrong with this.
Guys, if you believe that Thief mains should be grateful for this, please type Ratga clap in the chat.
What percent chance would be risking to do the backfire? Because I think, you know, normally taking like a 10% chance, there's like a second left on the cooldown, seems pretty good. Get a lot of value sustained, but...
Well, I mean, this skill doesn't go on a longer cooldown, so I'm just double tapping this all the time.
Right.
Because,
very nice.
You know, I can press W, and I can walk out of this. That's no problem. I don't know, maybe the boss is going to CC me, and it's all going to go wrong. Next up, we will take a look at the Inquest portal device. So this one's going to be a bit more mobility as well. We're going to see it does Shadow Step, does a little bit of damage, a little bit of vulnerability, kind of like that setup, you know, dash in, kind of that of infiltration type skill. And then the backfire, this is a pretty powerful skill that if you could use it back to back, so there's a pretty big downside here as well. If you do backfire on this Shadow Step, I didn't because I waited a long time, playing it safe. But here we go again. That's going to knock you down. So this is more of a break in case of emergency type skill where if you are, you know, porting away from somebody and then you need to port away again, you're obviously gonna get knocked down. Maybe combo with a stun break or you have stability. You know, there's definitely options with this skill.
Rough drawback there.
A lot of the time you will probably just use the
that's rough. Skill, that's fucking rough, bro. Goddamn.
Purely for emergencies.
You could, if you have stability, it's got no downside. Yeah.
Shadow Step multiple times in quick succession.
You gotta be ready for the backfire because life comes at you fast. You know, porting in but getting knocked down, that seems maybe not the best thing to happen to you. So
it's definitely a high risk, but again, a very powerful effect. Being able to, you know, Shadow Step multiple times off one skill.
Yeah.
So we'll see that again as we get into, well, the next skill here, Emergency Jade Shield. This is going to be a stun break, and notably, the backfire side of this is also a stun break. So the base of this skill is we're just going to get a little bit of barrier. We're going to do a stun break, so a nice little defensive skill here.
Okay.
And the backfire is that you will have the shield kind of explode, so you will take a lot of damage. I can stop cheating all super heavily here, so we can just see a pretty notable amount of damage to yourself. You obviously get a little bit of barrier on top of that, and you had barrier from the front half, so that hurts. You know, some built-in defense. And this will do, you know, a bit of damage as well. We are hitting this golem with this explosion in addition to ourselves. Kind of the same idea that we saw with the stones on the cannon.
You take quite a lot of damage there.
This is, again, a very powerful defensive skill where you will have kind of almost an ammo stun break that, you know...
Yeah, you can stun break a lot, though. If you think about it, guys, that's a lot of stun breaking.
Trade-off here for the backfire with that.
But yeah, that is expensive.
So something that you could potentially combo off the portal device as well. You know, maybe you port in, and then you realize you need to port again, and then you can even just use the front half of the Jade Shield to break out of that stun.
Okay, okay.
And last up here we have the Canuck coin toss.
Yes!
So it's a fun little coin flip animation here.
Gamba!
And the idea is that things are going to happen based off of whether you flip heads or tails, and there is obviously some baseline here. So we see the front half of this skill. This is going to be more of just a initiative and condition removal skill. And if you win that coin flip, each time you win that coin flip, you'll get a little bit of an extra initiative bump and a condition converted to a boon, as opposed to just a single initiative and a condition removal. But you know, for all the statisticians,
that's kind of a juicy spell.
The expected value of a coin flip pretty easily, so you can see that. You know, maybe
dude, you could corrupt yourself.
1.5 initiative every time you flip a coin, so 4.5 initiative every time you use that skill.
I don't know, dude, that's rough.
And you know, you'll convert 1.5 conditions to boons every time you press the button. But this is just more of that. You know, again, condition removal, initiative lets you do a lot of things. You know, if you flip 3 heads, maybe it should even give you an additional bonus initiative because you got that 1 in 8. But currently it doesn't. That's just a fun aside. But you will still get 6 initiative back.
Okay,
and converting 3 conditions to boons on a pretty low cooldown. So a nice little initiative skill here. And obviously you can reactivate this again. If you do backfire, we see the red coins here to indicate that something terrible has happened.
Dude, shout out to YouTube, by the way.
Example
1.4k people on YouTube right now.
In case of emergency, because there's going to be a pretty significant downside here, where when you reuse this skill, you will always be removing boons from yourself. and when you lose the coin flip, you will even convert those boons into conditions, but it will be that more of that emergency, more initiative button. And this one, you know, the risk reward probably quite isn't there yet. We want to maybe crank up the initiative on the backfire side.
Yeah,
so
that's
that
a brutal backfire,
you know,
man.
getting
Goddamn.
something for
That is brutal.
You know, removing boons from yourself, obviously, not something you want to do very often. But we do want to find the right balance for these backfires where they are actually decision points where you choose whether or not you actually want to use this secondary component.
Dude, here's the elite. Here we go. Here we go. It's time.
And last up, we have the elite skill here, the Scrit Scuffle. I'm going to take a quick water break as people read very quickly.
Dude, the Scrit detonates, dealing 10k damage to
but
you.
the idea here is that we're going to create an area where the Scrit
Holy
they're just
shit!
going wild, digging up everything, and we're going to see here
They're going crazy.
Every 3 seconds, we're getting essentially a new set of artifacts. Sometime we're going to get this.
Oh my
unstable
god!
Scrit Bomb,
Dude, this
and
elite is
one
insane! And you get like mass scrits!
This is something that you can use to set up yourself. Or
Dude,
your
Thief mains have to
allies. You know, you can
apologize,
celebrate
bro.
This kind of like that headbutt type of.
It's a literal script
self-CC
party.
And enemy CC.
Thief mains apologize.
It's supposed to be more of like a downside as opposed
You
to
seriously
just getting,
doubted
like,
this?
the artifacts that you want. So it's intended to be a little bit less common that you'll actually use that skill, but there are going to be situations where you know that is a pretty powerful CC effect.
This is insane.
But as we see here, we're continuously getting new artifacts for the duration of this.
50-second cooldown Scrit party.
Getting new artifacts.
And look, you can just
That's
spam
gonna be
artifacts.
Pretty useful as we get into some of the traits that care about using artifacts. Don't want to dash out of the radius because that will prevent you from getting the next artifacts. But we do see you. Just a pretty powerful skill. You essentially get to steal 5 times.
Yeah, that's like mass
the
steals.
skill here. Yeah, so let's just get right into the traits because there's a lot of things that care about artifacts and there's a lot of things that
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
have some of that RNG mitigation as well. I'm going to put on improvisation because that is my favorite way to play with the Antiquary at the moment. Because again, that does give you the extra artifact uses and we'll see even more artifact uses as we get into some of these adept traits.
Do it.
But starting things off, here's a Trinket Collector. Explains the specialization. You can kind of scroll through all the different artifacts here. We'll come back to all of those later.
Okay.
For all of the screenshotters. Some people may have noticed the Magpie's Defense triggering as we were kind of showing stuff off. This is going to say when you use your healing skill or elite skill, you're going to get some personal barrier. These are separate cooldowns, so I use my heal skill, I get some barrier.
Tankiness.
And I then immediately use my elite skill, get some additional barrier. So nice little self-survivability defensive trait there.
Yep.
And then right away, the Enterprising Aristocrat. Every time you use an artifact skill, you're going to get some initiative back. So here, immediately we see like a big value with the elite skill. You're going to potentially get back 10 initiative.
That's insane,
every time you use your
actually.
elite,
That's
and there's
insane. Holy.
even more stolen skills. We'll get to that very quickly.
That's huge.
Starting off with the kind of RNG mitigation. Some people probably noticed here, we got the reshuffle here when we selected the card swap adept trait. The idea is that every time you reshuffle your artifacts, which is now a skill that you have, you can spend 2 initiative
Very nice.
every 5 seconds to redraw. So we can just demonstrate that here.
Yeah, so you can
This won't redraw empty slots. So I have improvisation equipped, which means I can use both of these. So if I do use the first artifact here, my improvisation not work as intended.
It's bugged.
You break something, Taylor.
Wasn't me.
Nope. Okay, it worked this
It was
time.
Trig, he broke it.
We'll look into that one. But we now see, when I reshuffle, I only get to redraw a single artifact because that is the only artifact that I had remaining. And this is also going to give you a little bit condition removal. So just a powerful defensive trait as well. Every 5 seconds you can spend 2 initiative and remove a condition from yourself.
Okay.
Next up we have the Split Deck. This guarantees that you'll get an offensive artifact and a defensive artifact every time you steal.
I like that. Changes it up.
We're really considering this one should maybe even be.
Dude, they cooked. Did they? Am I crazy? I feel like they cooked on this hard. No.
This is going to be like a big reduction in that,
or at least a little bit.
In those cases where you really need a defensive artifact and you just draw 2 offensive ones, and that feels pretty bad. And similarly, when you're just looking to maximize your damage and you draw 2 defensive artifacts. This is going to prevent you from doing that. Maybe that should just be how the mechanic works in the first place, but we're going to see like how it plays in the beta because there is like a couple more. The bottom trait here is even more powerful, so maybe it needs to have that extra layer of randomness on top of the Prolific Plunderer. But again, play with it during the beta. Let us know what you think. We're definitely thinking about that type of thing already, where maybe you should always draw an offensive and defensive, and there could be some alternative RNG mitigation on this trait.
Okay.
Next up, we have Prolific Plunderer. This gives you an additional artifact slot, and you can then use an additional artifact every time you pilfer. So now I have Improvisation, and I have Prolific Plunderer, which means every time that I get 3
you can use
artifacts, I can
3?
use all 3 of them.
Bro.
It's very powerful because, again, we have Enterprising Aristocrat.
That's
every time
6
using an artifact, I'm getting
initiative whenever
back.
you steal.
This is definitely, my favorite way to play, because you just get to use
That's kinda
all the
crazy.
fun toys, and you get a bunch of initiative back, which means you get to use all your weapon skills a bunch. It's pretty fun. What do you think, Taylor?
Yeah, I think I also prefer just like max randomness here. As many slots you don't really get, but you gotta operate on the fly. Just take a quick look what you stole and then use them in combat. Have
Yeah,
to
that's
really
pretty
be
good.
on your feet. When
Pretty
you
good
play the
effect.
Spec,
Yep,
especially
pretty
with
good
this
effect,
trait,
guys.
So I think it makes the Spec a lot more interesting.
Okay.
When you take it.
And of course, that does make it more likely that you always draw an offensive or defensive, but it will not guarantee that, as Split Deck does. Moving into the Master Tier, we're going to start with Scoundrel's Luck. So this is this plays into the backfire mechanic. The idea is that every time that you use Crit Snatch, the next time you use a double-edged skill that is recharging, it will guarantee that you get the front half of that skill
That
again,
guarantees
not
double
backfire.
elite.
So that is potentially very strong with.
I think it doesn't
the skills
quite
that we
work on
showed
the
off
elite.
with those more detrimental downsides, with like the Emergency Jade Shield or the Inquest Portal device. That means I can, use my Scrit. Scrit Snatch. It's difficult. I just say steal all the time, and it's confusing.
Why did they rename
but then
it
we
from
can,
Pilfer, by the
port
way?
in, and then we can immediately port again.
Because they
and
called
that's
it
gonna
Pilfer in the
guarantee
teaser.
that we're not going to get knocked down there. Then we can even port again, and probably get knocked down. But it does give you essentially one free use of a backfire to avoid a backfire every time that you steal, which is potentially very strong with especially these 2 skills, but all the skills except for probably the heal. You probably don't want to use your heal to use up your Scoundrel.
Yeah, it says Pilfer in the trait, yeah.
Next up,
It looks like it's not as effective on the
This is
elite,
just
by the
gonna
way.
Improve all your artifacts. So again, this is a great trait with
Swipe
the
is Daredevil.
improv build, where you are getting 3 artifacts every time, able to use all 3 artifacts every time. We can kind of scroll through here. Metal Legion Guitar, getting more damage, more confusion, additional stun duration. Forge Surfer Dash, we're going to see more damage, more burning. Mistborn Mortar, same thing, more damage, more burning. Just improvements to all of the artifacts here. The Chalk Shield, a little bit more duration, a bit more damage as well.
Yep.
Exalted Hammer, going to do some more damage, do some more healing. It looks like the healing number is incorrect on this specific instance, but it will be larger than the one that we saw on the initial skill in-game. And the Cryptus Turret obviously doing more damage. Hollow Dancer doing a bit more damage. The radius here is going to be larger, so even more likely to trap enemies inside. And the Zephyrite Sun Crystal going to do a little bit more burning at the end of that dash. So, the more that you're using artifacts, the more that you might find this trait valuable to make your artifacts better. Makes sense to me.
Okay.
And last up, we have Exhilarating Ephemera.
Aw,
This is just going to be...
that was nowhere
more
near
of
as
that,
hype.
Typical damage bonus trait. So every time you use an artifact, you're going to get some duration of this damage bonus. And we do see that you can kind of... You want to have either the Prolific Plunderer here or Improvisation, so that you're able to use multiple artifacts to stack up that buff and kind of get the max duration of this increased damage window. Take a quick break for water and mouse over this fun Grandmaster trait.
Look at that. It's actually a
Pretty good
Scrit
icon for
icon,
that
guys. Prodigious Pincher.
So we have the Prodigious Pincher. This says that every time you use a certain amount of initiative,
Auto
you will
Pilfer.
Pilfer. So that's triggering the Scrit Snatch. It won't trigger steal traits, but it will give you a set of artifacts.
Very nice,
So we can
guys. You
just
get
show that off
Auto
real quick. If I
Rats.
Pilfer, I'm going to use all my skills, and then I'm going to stop cheating. So
And
I
bear in
can go
mind, guys, you
combat
generate
on
initiative
most
by
times, so
using the
that's less
artifacts,
free to
right?
play.
So you have like a funnel here.
I'm going to get some initiative where you see
Yo,
some
guys.
get lead attacks here at the same time, but
This is
stacking
so,
up, and once we get
WoW
to
class
the
design, by the way.
maximum
This is
stack
like
count,
WoW class
that's going
design
to give us
100%.
a free pilfer,
Just saying.
refilling our artifacts, and we're
Turbo
again playing the
WoW
build with
class
improvisation and Prolific Plunderer. So we get to use all 3 of these, and that's going to give me 6 initiative back. So there's a pretty fast-paced gameplay here where you are going to be able to be using a bunch of artifacts, giving you initiative back, using a bunch of initiative, getting more artifacts, and that's going to be kind of like an endless cycle of pilfering. It's pretty fun stuff.
Okay.
Next up, we have Possessive Hoarder. This one is going to be a bit more of a personal survivability trait. So every time that you use an artifact, you will grant barrier to yourself, and you're also going to get a boon depending on if you used an offensive artifact or a defensive artifact. So you can get stability or you can get resistance. Again, you know, using improv and Prolific Plunderer, this is going to mean that I can get a pretty good number of boons, get some stability, get some more stability. I got 3 defensive artifacts, so I'm going to get a lot of stability.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's pretty good with a split deck trait, so you can always guarantee you have a trigger to give you resistance or stability, whatever you need when you steal.
Okay, okay.
And then last up, we have Combat High. This is intended to be more like a bursty...
30% damage!
Burst damage, so here's the trait that's going to do a lot of burst damage. We're always going to get a bit more sustained damage from Prodigious Pincher, just getting that increased value over time. But Combat High is going to give you a big burst of damage that every time that you Crit Snatch, this is going to give you 10 stacks of this buff, Combat High, that says increased damage. So we see the baseline as you start at. This is a very large number. It's going to be obviously a little bit lower in competitive modes, but initially you will get that 30% damage buff, and then every couple of seconds that's going to start counting down toward 0, of course. But the idea is that you get that big burst, use a bunch of skills, immediately use all your artifacts, all your offensive artifacts, into that damage bonus, use some skills into the damage bonus, and then that's going to be true every time that you steal. You're going to be able to reset that super high damage burst.
Let's calm down in the chat a little bit, guys. Okay, let's turn the temperature down.
So that's all we have for the Antiquary. A lot of really fun stuff here, and a lot of really cool ideas. And you know, we talked a lot about the randomness and how we're keeping a very close eye on like how these things play, how much more mitigation do we need to make sure that the lows aren't too low, and making sure that, you know, we don't want the highs to be too high, because we don't want those situations where you do feel like not getting the highest.
I feel like Prodigious Pincher is way better.
But we are trying to find the right balance of those things.
That's the true trait. All of like the Scrit span is the way to go, man.
Do some quick hovers for all the things, for all the screenshotters, while we wrap up. And Taylor, if you had any last things to
this
talk
is a
about,
pretty cool spec, man.
through all of these artifacts.
If you don't mind the Scrit RP, this is massive.
Some questions around the self-damaging parts of the backfires. Those only damage yourself. They do not hurt your allies. So, you know, if you do the mortar and get the backfire, that will only hurt you. I know some people might be sad about that, but
this is fucking crazy shit, dude.
And also some other questions.
They've gone crazy. They've gone big.
With regards to like roles of how this fits in places, and you know, boons and PvE especially. I think, you know.
Yeah, no alike though. No quick or alike guys. Pure
around, you know,
damage
maybe
spec.
this does need to be fit into an alacrity or quickness role. We're specifically interested in the beta to see kind of the core gameplay loops, specifically with like the RNG mechanics, how backfires play, as Cal mentioned, the adept traits.
Okay.
So that's kind of like the focus around our feedback, but we're also keeping an eye on like, is there a way that makes sense to add, you know, some alacrity sharing or quickness sharing, what have you, with this spec. To give it some extra niches. We think, you know, the gameplay with the Grandmaster traits should be pretty interesting. Prodigious Pincher, as Cal went over. There's going to be like a lot of more sustained artifacts to hopefully give you pretty good damage over time with it. Keep that the master tier damage bonus up. But also talk about the Combat High. It's kind of different from some other thief traits, and this is like specifically a really high burst trait. 30% is a really large number, as you guys are seeing, and the goal here is that we kind of augment how you play. It's a 15% damage modifier over time if you do like quick math, but you should, you know, pool your resources and then use them in that burst window, which isn't always something we see thief specs wanting to do. So hopefully it gives it a bit of a different gameplay, and PvE especially through this trait.
All right, yeah, for sure, and that is all of the things.
And there it is, dude. They hit it hard. They came out swinging with the Antiquary.
Yeah, and I think another good question is clarifying the backfire on the elite. The elite you can't activate twice. The backfire is specifically the Scrit bomb part. I believe you have a 20% chance to get that script bomb, and when you have the Scoundrel's Luck Master Tier trait, that will cause it so that you have a 0% chance to get the script bomb. So you're only getting good stuff when you have those synergies going.
Okay. Oh, so you can get a bad artifact from the elite then. It can backfire and give you something that you need to not press.
We'll
and yeah, basically you can detonate.
Paragon.
You can detonate hard. Oh, it's Paragon. Oh, we're skipping. We're going Necro last. Here's the Paragon. We're logged in. Here we go.
All right.
It is, F2, F3, F4.
So I think Taylor's going to give me a break here and talk about this one.
Trig's ready to go. He's ready to activate.
Right.
We're in.
So the Paragon, obviously, well-known profession from Guild Wars 1.
Yep.
Long asked for it again, like a lot of the ones we've been showing
Trig
off.
probably mains it.
Ritualist later. Part of the lore is like, in our game, Palawa Joko kind of like crushed the Sun Spears and Paragons, but, you know, spoiler alert, he's gone now. So Paragon as a profession has kind of come back up.
Using longbow here is trolling,
kind
by
of
the way.
flashed
I
on
love
the warrior, and started, you know, inspiring their allies again. Talking about the gameplay loop, we're taking what was core to Paragon. It's a heavily supportive elite specialization, and then kind of merging it to warrior, mixing with its mechanics, how would a warrior support its allies and command the battlefield as a Paragon once did. So we can look at the UI, and you notice you have your burst skill there, and you also have 3 new buttons, and then a little outline of something that we'll get to. To start, it uses level 1 burst skills like Spellbreaker, because those other 3 buttons, their chance, they'll also be consuming adrenaline, so we wanted to make sure that management was a bit easier. The spec can be pretty adrenaline hungry. And so level 1 burst skills just made sense. But then we can start talking about the chance. That's really where the profession mechanics start, you know, happening, making sense. So we'll hover over Chant of Action. It's going to be your first one. This is going to be your more offensive chant, and has a couple components here. Pretty big tooltip. The first thing that happens when you activate a chant is it's going to cost adrenaline, normal 10, like a normal burst skill. And for this one, have an initial effect. This one is that it's granting boons to your allies. And then after you activate it, a kind of passive effect called a refrain will start activating around you every interval.
Okay.
And so there's refrains. You see there's like 3 levels to him based on motivation. And motivation is a resource that you're going to gain when you use a burst skill. So the general gameplay flow is that you're going to turn on a chant, get a bit of motivation to start, then you're going to want to use burst skills or other chants to build your motivation even higher, so you get high levels of those refrains that are going to give pretty strong bonuses, depending on how much motivation you have.
Okay.
That's kind of the core of what this all says. We can move on to the second chant. That's going to be Chant of Recuperation. This one is a lot more supportive. It's going to be your healing one. So when you activate this one, you're going to give your allies a bit of barrier to kind of sustain them until the healing pulses can come through. And then as you can see, you're going to pulse healing. That's dependent on how much your motivation level is, as well as, you know, at the max, you're going to also be able to pulse resistance, pretty strong boon. This one, you can see the motivation cost is higher than the Chant of Action, so it's going to cost more and be harder to upkeep. So perhaps, you know, build up a lot of motivation when you're using your Chant of Action, and then you swap over to the Chant of Recuperation to get those really strong pulses, and so that doesn't completely drain you of the motivation as you use it.
Okay.
And then the last chant that we have is going to be the Chant of Freedom. This one is going to be your more utility kind of defensive shout that we have. When you first activate it, you're going to break stun from allies in an area, so it's a pretty powerful effect.
Dude,
and then it's also
AoE stun break on F skill. That's crazy.
You can see that it starts, you know, pretty weak with swiftness, but then builds up Nexus Resolution, and then finally have a really strong stability
and
effect.
Stability?
And you can see that instead of unlike the other two, this one's motivation cost is more scaling. The higher the motivation you have, the more it's going to cost. So trying to upkeep that stability is pretty hard, but keeping it at a low level 1 is going to be a lot easier.
I feel like it says that it's pulsing
so
stability,
those three
but
kind
it
of
just
comprise what you want to be doing. You kind of always want to be having a chant active. You're getting bonuses as you swap between them from activating these chants, as well as just general burst skills in between.
Yeah, obviously, Burst Mastery going to be a great trait to take. Just give you that refund. You're going to be using so many bursts that refund is going to be even more noticeable, kind of similar to when we see it on Spellbreaker using burst into full counter into burst, getting pretty good.
Did you have 7 to 10?
There.
But I mean, yeah, they didn't really use it at
that motivation.
10 stacks.
Get up to those high tiers, getting that stability. Or
I thought they popped it at 10 stacks. It just didn't do it.
Yeah, I think the thing that you're gonna have to get used to when playing the spec is like extra energy management, keeping the motivation up, being able to track how much you have and how much you want to use, so you don't drain too much, so you're able to call on those high motivation chants when you want to. Then we can go into the utilities. The utilities are going to be command. You know, in Guild Wars 1, Paragons had pretty commanding presence on the battlefield. We wanted to extend that to this.
Very true.
These are going to be similar to some other effects we have in the game, you know, as shouts, you know, the tails we showed on Troubadour. They're going to be ally effects as you use them. And the special kind of hook into this is that they all have an echo. So when you use them, an initial effect is going to happen, and then kind of like your chance, after 3 seconds, an echo will happen. But you can speed up that echo by using a burst skill. So you can use your normal burst skill or your chance, but when you activate that, it'll trigger the echo no matter how much duration it had left.
There we go.
So the correct timing, you can really get it like right back to back.
Yeah.
And potentially get a pretty powerful effect.
Yeah. Look at that. That's cool.
So
that's a cool interaction. I like that.
Return. First part of it, pretty simple, ally heals. You're going to heal yourself, heal allies around you. And then its echo effect is it's going to heal for a lesser amount, but also cleanse conditions.
Chance are burst
pretty bread and butter, what you want.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting trait interactions here, 100%.
And again, timing it correctly, making sure you have adrenaline before you use these commands can make it so that you get a lot of upfront value at once. We can move to the other utilities. The first one we have is Find Their Weakness. This one's going to be a more offensive command. It's going to strike and apply vulnerability to allies around you, and then after the echo triggers, you're going to get might based on how many enemies you struck. And, you know, pretty offensive leaning, of course. It's a lot of vulnerability and might, so it's a big swing in damage.
Kind of interesting, that's uncapped
as well,
too.
it hits 5 targets, which can be pretty beneficial, especially on this spec. As we mentioned, adrenaline hungry, 5 hits is, 5 more ticks of adrenaline. So this can be a good builder for you. It's a low cooldown. Just a good button to be pressing to keep up, the assault in PvE, PvP, keep your allies' damage up.
Okay.
Next, we can move on to Never Surrender.
Not the most impressive
This one's going to be a more defensive command. You're going to break stun and grant yourself boons. And then there's a little additional effect that we're trying here. We'll try it in some other specs, as we'll see next week. It's going to be a break stun that has a longer cooldown if you successfully use the break stun effect. This is kind of trying to play with the power level we can put on a stun break. So if you use a skill without breaking a stun, it'll have a lower cooldown. So kind of like knowing that you're not going to get the value from the stun break there, so you can use it a bit more and play with how you want to save your cooldowns in a fight. But we can move on to the echo effect for this. This is going to echo and give your allies the same boons. These are pretty important boons, so again, want to make sure that you're able to use that interval when you want it to happen. So it can be pretty interesting. This whole stun break recharge increase is new, and definitely something we're going to keep an eye on and feedback around. It's something, pretty interesting. Never been done before. Could be good. People could not like it. Very open to feedback around it.
Gives you some additional decision making of there's less opportunity cost in using a skill like this without, if you just want the defensive component, you want the resistance, you want the resolution, that's much more of an option when it's a 15-second recharge as opposed to when it's a 30-second recharge. So if you just want to use that in combat to go aggressive with that resistance, then that is much more of a realistic choice.
Okay.
We can
Never Surrender.
Next command is going to be Brace Yourselves. This is kind of your basic.
I've heard these numbers are low, but that, again, that's irrelevant, right?
More barrier on the echo. So this one is, as it says, when you want to brace yourself.
It's very PvP and World vs. World coded for sure.
But give them a barrier to make them even more tanky versus whatever hit's about to come in.
Yeah, nice.
Pretty good to keep your allies topped up with that barrier. Simple defensive skill. It's what you want out of that slot sometimes.
Okay.
Then lastly, we have On Your Knees. This one's also going to be an offensive command. You're going to do the damage and cripple around when you use it. And again, it's going to hit 5 enemies. That's pretty good adrenaline gain. And then when it echoes, you're going to damage again, more adrenaline, and apply weakness to the enemies, making them do less damage to you, have less endurance in PvP, weakness, pretty good condition, and with a large radius. The crippling here could be interesting, especially tactics as a trait line that Paragon is probably going to want to take. Get leg specialists, have an AoE immobilize.
Yeah, that's pretty juicy. Yeah.
So this skill can be, I think, deceptively good based on the minor effects and how you trait into changing what it does.
Okay,
But then we can get to the elite skill, and the elite skill is one we showed.
Here we go.
Or we talked about in the blog post, showed in the video, and everyone, you know, super cool effect. Having those Paragon wings, it's we will never yield. When you use it, you're going to get a buff on yourself where you cannot fall below 0, save, you know, some PvE boss effects. But basically, for the most part, you can't die, which is very strong.
Yeah, that is a really
kind of
strong effect.
Rebound is when this buff
Guys,
falls
even
off. You're gonna get
3
barrier,
seconds
and the barrier
is
is going to
good.
scale based on how low your health was. Because denying death can be pretty powerful, but when damage is like constantly coming at you, you can live it at 1, and then if you don't get a little bolster after that, you just fall
Bear in
over.
mind, guys, it's
so
AoE.
It's a little pillow to make sure that you're able to heal your allies and everyone up when that effect ends. And so the echo here is going to be how you give your allies that buff. So I think out of
only
all
you
the
get
commands,
it.
this one is the most important to have lined up with a chant or a burst skill.
Okay, so you
give
do have
your
to
allies
combo
that
it, and
buff.
it's 2 seconds
because
on allies.
it's something that you really want to time well, because if you do it a bit late, you know, it's too late, they're dead. So trying to add a bit of skill expression here, just to add an extra caveat when you use a skill if you want to use it correctly.
Okay.
That kind of covers commands, how they play. So we can
That's
move
a
on to
bit
the traits.
awkward, but it's still very strong. It's a strong effect.
First trait is going to be Rally the Valiant, just talking about motivation and the stuff we covered with the chants. The next minor trait is going to be Inspiring Implements. Gain motivation when you use your 4th and 5th weapon skills. It's kind of a new trigger that we're playing around with.
Weird
Weird
trait.
Influence the weapons you want. Maybe some weapons have a longer cooldown on the 4 and the 5, and that matters to you. You really want that motivation building.
Yeah.
So you choose to go an offhand that has maybe lower ones. I think, you know, Warhorn is a weapon that you can use the 4 and 5 slot decently freely, so a lot of motivation building built up. But just kind of the gist here is that it's a little extra motivation.
Yeah, that's an interesting trigger.
Then we can move on to the Grandmaster Minor, which is Unyielding Resolve. Strike and condition damage dealt to you is reduced for each point of motivation you have.
Yeah, you're beefy with this.
This is going to be a basic defensive trait, something you know a supportive character would want. You can't heal your allies if you're dead. So just kind of a passive defense to make sure you can stay on the battlefield, keep healing people.
Beef.
Now we can fight for real.
Then we move to the Adept here. The first one's going to be Call to Action. This one's going to trigger Chant of Action when you get into combat. This will give you those motivation stacks and start the Might and Fury pulsing. It's pretty good to like kickstart how you play in a fight. When you first get into the fight with the Spec, you want to build up adrenaline so you keep those chants. This one kind of just accelerates that happening. Already gives you basically 10 free adrenaline. So in a longer, drawn-out encounter, this probably isn't giving you too much value, but I think in small skirmishes, or if you're in the open world constantly going from place to place, getting this free Chant of Action can be a lot of value at once.
Yeah, kind of a
really
weird
just make
trait
it
there, to
feel
be
a bit
honest.
smoother to play.
As you guys can see, it doesn't put the actual Chant of Action on cooldown, so you can get that initial activation, then even use Chant of Action again to get that extra motivation if you so choose.
Right. Then the next adept trait, we're going to have Calming Tongue. This one is just some small bonuses for a supportive trait. If, you know, Chant of Action or Call to Action doesn't appeal to you, this one just gives you a bit of additional concentration and healing power, so more boon duration, more healing, what you want to be doing as a
these are
support.
not quite as hype as
Coming
the
out of Adept
Antiquary
here, just
traits.
making sure that you always have a chant active to get the bonus from this.
Calming Tongue.
Then
Dude,
lastly,
this
we
is like
have
literally a Guna spec.
Liberating
What the hell is
Liaise.
this?
It's going to grant you increased movement speed, and then movement impairing conditions have reduced effectiveness on you.
Yeah,
the
these
movement
are meat
speed
and
is a
potatoes.
thing
This is
that we
basic
see on a lot
stuff.
of traits. Warrior Sprint, kind of, this is an alternative to it if you don't want to be taking that trait. But the movement impairing conditions have reduced effectiveness is pretty new. Usually we just do reduced duration, but these are going to change how much you actually get
interesting.
slowed. So cripple will slow you for less,
okay.
kill will slow you for less, which can be pretty impactful, especially
That's kind of
in
big,
PvP
actually.
scenarios.
That's kind of a
As
big
support,
deal.
You don't want to get caught. You
It's not the
wanna make
Necro
sure
one.
your
No, it's not the
positioning, so this is
Necro
gonna
one.
help you out with
It's
that.
not reduced duration, it's reduced effectiveness.
Then we can move to the Master tier.
That's
The
actually
first one we
a
have is
pretty
brisk
goddamn strong
pacing.
trait.
Using a chant
competitive.
reduces the recharge of your other chants by a set amount. This is just going to incentivize you for swapping your chants. You know, don't sit on chant to action, constantly pulsing Might and Fury. We want you to be swapping between the heal, between the swiftness, the stability. And if you're doing that off cooldown, you're going to get a lot of cooldown reduction for this. So if you have the adrenaline build up to support it, you can be really getting a lot of those, specifically the activated effects a lot.
Yep.
So a lot of power there behind that. Then we can move on to the middle one, which is Invigorating Tempo. This
Yep.
one's going to be a more sustained trait. Heal yourself and gain adrenaline for each point of motivation spent. So again, as with that Grandmaster Minor we talked about, you
Big
really want
sustain.
survivability on a support spec so that, you know, you can keep supporting your allies and devote more of your cooldowns to them rather to yourself. And the adrenaline here is going to be a nice little refund. You know, cost adrenaline to get motivation, so getting some adrenaline back is kind of be like almost a burst mastery-like effect to keep it so that you don't feel too starved of adrenaline.
Yeah,
in certain
this does
situations.
feel very thirsty. I thought you
Then
wouldn't have to
lastly, we
use
have
adrenaline to
Reverberation.
use the chance,
This one's
but
going
you
to be a
do.
utility skill
So
trait
you
for the
are
spec.
mega
Commands
thirsty for
Echo
adrenaline on
can
this
trigger
build.
a second time. So going through all those echoes we talked about, the intervals, they have the potential with this trait to get them all twice, which, you know, elite, that's a pretty strong effect. But, you know, just making your heal better, getting more barrier, you get a lot of value.
Yeah,
out
the
of this
double
based on
echo
how
on the
many of those
elite is
commands you
tasty.
have. The trigger for this will kind of work as you expect it to. It'll have like the same interval, so you use it. After 3 seconds, the echo effect will happen. Then after another 3 seconds, another echo will happen. But you can speed both those up with the burst skills. You know, use a command, then you use your burst skill. It happens again. Then you can use a burst skill right after to get that other echo.
That's very powerful with the elite, because you can get the elite
And
echo
get the trait
twice.
before you cover the Grandmasters. So the first Grandmaster is going to be Feverish Pulse. This one is going to be kind
Wait,
of like
just
how you support with
alac?
boons in
They're
game
not very
modes.
fucking
And
generous
PvE
to that.
is going to be Alacrity. And Alacrity support is something that
What-
people
dude,
have
what
known
a
has been missing
GM
from
trait.
Warriors
Really?
kind of kit for a while.
Just
so it's gonna
alac?
be enabling the Paragon to step into that role.
Hello?
Hopefully do it really well. Something we want to be seeing people do in PvE. And in competitive modes, this one's actually going to give quickness. You know, in World v. World, complete with those Firebrands, those Chronomancers, that quickness is a powerful boon there, and give it a little edge in PvE to be in PvP to be a more offensive support. Something that Warrior is known for when you pick it is really making your
Dude,
allies
the
giving them a
script
lot of might,
pilfered
making
this,
them
man.
hit harder.
Yeah, the script pilfered
So
the
just kind
warrior
of, like,
builds.
carving
The
out
traits.
its
The
niche
traits are
there,
pilfered.
with this trait. We can go to the others. If we go to the middle one, we have Strengthening Stanzas. This one is going to be your more selfish trait. You know, if you don't have allies running around the World v. World, you want to play Paragon. This is kind of the trait
20% DR.
You don't want to play Paragon with a group.
Nice.
This is a trait you want to take. You can see that you get a different bonus based on based on which chain you have activated. Chain of Action is going to give you pretty
20%
big dance
lifesteal.
modifier. Chain of Recuperation, pretty big incoming damage reduction. Chain of Freedom is a really large movement speed. So this has a lot of powerful effects behind it based on which one you have active. In competitive modes, you could also take this. Maybe you don't need additional support for your allies. You just need to be, have that really big damage, reduced damage incoming, or really high movement speed. So you
Okay.
can take this trait potentially and still be a pretty good support. So a lot of potential behind this one. And then lastly, we have Enduring Refrain. This one is going to make basically all your chants better as you activate them. This one's going to crank your support up to like the max level. It's going to cause Chain of Action to grant more might when you have the refrain going. Recuperation is going to heal more, and then Freedom is going to get increased boon duration. And on top of that, it's going to reduce the motivation costs of some of those higher levels. We saw that Recuperation costs 2, it's going to cost 1 now, and then Chant of Freedom, the upper levels cost less. This again making it so you can keep
that's pretty
supporting your
powerful, yeah.
allies with even if you can't upkeep all of that adrenaline. So kind of seeing.
Dude, why does why is there a trait that literally just gives
support
alacrity
your
and
allies
nothing
with
else?
Paragon? That kind of.
Okay, the trait
covers
design here, guys, is
the
not
gist of
great.
it.
I'm going to be honest with you. Like,
How
this
it's
is a
gonna
bit
hover over all the
undercooked.
tooltips.
Yeah.
Any
Got all
words
the
on Paragon?
skills or the traits got a lot of good hover time, so I'm just going to go quickly back through the skills.
Yeah, they need to cook a bit more here, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
These
Paragon,
traits
it's
are
a lot of fun,
deplete.
like just having more things to spend your adrenaline on, even more so than like Spellbreaker at the F2. Now we have F2, F3, F4. Obviously, all the adrenaline traits are going to be very powerful, but it just gives you like that extra layer of decision making of like, when do I want to use my adrenaline? When do I need to build up more adrenaline so I can use multiple things back to back to back? And just going to add like a bit more depth to like typical warrior gameplay on top of being like that really strong support warrior that we've really been looking forward to adding to the game.
Yep.
Just quickly through the commands here, and then we will transition back to a screen with just two of us on camera so that we can get set up for the final specialization today, which will be the Ritualist. brace yourselves. And
Okay.
finally,
Okay.
we will never yield. Fire that up one more time. Get some Paragon wings.
Boom. Yeah, they need to do a bit more cooking on those
traits.
traits. They're not quite as exciting as the Antiquary traits. Needs a bit more juice, especially the GM traits. The GM traits need to go way harder than that.
All right.
I feel like the GM traits there are lower energy than Antiquary adept traits.
Actually, shouldn't take too long. But this
and now it's time.
All of the specs that we've previewed so
It's
far
time.
are pretty exciting. I'm even more excited to show off the Ritualist here today.
Yes.
Guild Wars 1 fans, you need to keep track of all the Guild Wars references in the
Drop
Guild Wars
the
2
bomb.
version
This
of
is the
Ritualist.
nuke. This is the
There are quite a
nuke.
few of them. I will call out
Here it
a
is.
few of them here and there.
It's
but
here.
Not every single one, because
Wait.
I would just never stop saying,
F2, F3,
oh, look,
F4.
a reference to a Guild Wars 1 skill.
Oh,
But
shit.
yeah, let's talk about Ritualist. So we talked about this in the blog, the general mechanics around
This
the
is gonna be
spirits and how
broken.
they
I'm
work
calling
out
it now,
like the
guys. It's
Ritualist
broken.
Shroud. The first thing we see here that when we equip the spec, we have access to F2, F3, F4.
The
This is
spirits?
actually coming from
Yeah,
the
but they,
Grandmaster trait.
Oh, I
But
think you have
these
to be in
are
Shroud to
what we're
use
calling
them.
the Rupture skills.
Oh,
kind of
no.
a Call back to
Oh.
Rupture Soul, which
Oh.
was destroy a spirit, and that one I believe just did damage
This
around
is
the
the
spirit.
Spirit
But we're
Breaker.
going to have 3 different flavors of these ruptures for each of the spirits. You will have Rupture Anguish, Rupture Wanderlust, and Rupture Preservation. These will obviously
my
destroy
God.
that respective spirit and do
5
some
stack
powerful
stab.
effect
It's
around
oh
that
yes,
area.
it's
As we see
broken.
here, Rupture Anguish
Yes.
is going to be your big damage one. Gives you
Yes!
wounds nearby allies. As
It's
we mentioned in the blog, we're kind of
busted.
expecting that a power DPS
Very
skill will exist for
nice.
the Ritualist, as well as a more healing
Very
support build.
nice.
So offensive boons valuable in both those cases as well.
Resistance and
Rupturing your
stab on
Wanderlust, it's gonna be more
Necro
of that
and a
CC
stun break,
spirit
I
that we'll see
believe.
Once we get into Shroud, this is going to do that AoE fear. There's not going to be any fear in the Shroud itself, but we will
Very
see it on the
nice.
Rupture here. And finally,
Oh, it's
when
not
you
a stun break,
rupture
never mind.
the Spirit of Preservation.
It's
this is gonna
Aegis
give some really
resistance
strong
and
defensive
stability.
boons, as you might expect from
Okay.
a powerful defensive
This is
spirit,
cancer.
giving
This
Aegis
is
resistance and
cancer,
stability
bro.
to your
Holy
nearby
shit.
allies. So let's
Okay.
stop in the Shroud and start talking about how things kind of work in here. We're going to see, let's start off with
Ooh.
Anguish. This is the one that we talked about.
Encrypted string.
Has not been encrypted yet, but it is now. It's fine. No one saw that. But as we mentioned in the blog, Spirit of Anguish is kind of your bread and butter DPS skill, where you're going to spawn in Anguish. It's going to do a big attack. This is kind of similar to how Mesmer Phantasms work, where the spirit will come in, do a big attack. Also, you, the Ritualist, are going to be doing some relevant component to your skill as well. We see here with Anguish, this is just setting up more of a setup thing. I'm going to be inflicting Cripple, Vuln, applying Painful Bond. That's going to be a skill that causes my summoned creatures, which includes spirits and minions. Those are both going to deal increased damage to this target. And then we see Anguish spawns, does its big attack.
Very nice.
Basically, the big damage skill does a barrage of projectiles.
We haven't even got to the
Increased
weapon
damage to
skills
crowd
yet,
control foes,
guys.
Increased damage per condition on those.
We haven't even seen it yet.
Spirit of Anguish in Guild Wars did increased damage to hexed foes, so we see kind of a nice nod to that on the big damage skill here, Spirit of Anguish. Notably, the spirits are not targetable. They're not really attackable or destroyable, but that is why they exist as long as you are in Shroud. We thought about this a lot as we were building the Ritualist and thinking about, obviously in Guild Wars 1, spirits were more of that engineered turret type of gameplay, at least the offensive ones, where they would exist and be attackable and destroyable. So the counterplay was destroy the spirit. Tying it into Shroud, I guess I forgot to mention that we tied it into Shroud because this is kind of the more iconic thing that Ritualists do. We wanted to make sure that when you're playing Ritualist, you have access to these spirits, so tying them into Shroud also gave us that extra lever of, well, now the counterplay to these spirits is pressure the Ritualist out of Shroud. So these spirits are kind of sustained by your life force. As long as you are in Shroud, these spirits will exist. We see a little periodic auto attack coming out here that's going to do a little bit less damage than, say, the Barrage, but as long as you are in Shroud, that's a little bit... range on that is a little weird. We'll fix that one for sure. Anguish didn't find something close enough to it to attack, but we'll see that mark here in just a second. The idea, just to summarize, Ritualist does a component of their skill. The Spirit spawns, does its big attack, and then transitions into this more passive state as long as you are in Shroud. periodically doing a more basic attack on your enemies.
Okay, okay. Next spirit.
So with all that said, now we can move back to the auto attack here, Essence Blast. This is pretty similar to like a core necro auto attack. It is going to do a little AoE explosion around the target, but it is going to get more powerful for each spirit that you have in the world. So we see kind of the weakest version here as we use that. Then we're going to spawn Anguish, spawn Wanderlust at a terrible location because we just want to increase our Essence Blast damage. And now we see just a bit more damage coming out from that Essence Blast.
Look at those spirits.
So nothing too crazy. You know, a basic ranged projectile skill to complement kind of this ranged, obviously with the ranged Anguish, you have the ranged.
Look at them all, guys.
We can detonate all these spirits.
And look at that detonation.
One thing I did not mention about the ruptures initially is that these will automatically activate when the spirit expires. So if we just spawn Anguish, we didn't really find a great opportunity to use the rupture that we wanted to. When we're exiting Shroud, that spirit's going to explode. That's going to trigger the Rupture Anguish. And if I wasn't cheating, you would see that.
Very nice, guys.
Except I pressed it manually. Great demonstration here by CMC. Let's take a look at this one. There we see Rupture Wanderlust going on recharge without being pressed because it is going to just trigger automatically when the spirit expires.
And you always get value because Shroud only has a 10-second cooldown.
So next up, let's actually take a look at what Wanderlust does. Some people may remember the spirit name from Guild Wars as well. A spirit that knocked down enemies. I believe if they were moving, not a great mechanic that translates too well into our game.
Okay.
So Wanderlust just going to come in, it's going to knock enemies down, and then create kind of this pulsing area that's going to inflict a few different unique conditions. Do a bit of damage
slow,
as well.
nice,
and we
nice.
saw the initial Ritualist side of this attack is more of that Ritualist lightning that
it does 4 different
definitely
ones.
Seen on a few of those more offensive skills from Guild Wars, and that's going to do a nice little AoE damage and some daze. We do see here that if I use the spirit skill while the spirit is still active, it's going to destroy that spirit, triggering the rupture skill, and then spawn a new spirit at the new location.
Man, if you can stay in Shroud for multiple ruptures, that's insane,
cheating,
man.
But we will
So
actually
you can stay in Shroud for a long
some,
time.
Fun traits in the future that may run into this mechanic. Get a closer up on some of these spirit attacks. We saw Rupture Anguish triggering as well. Wanderlust getting this nice little pulsing area. And the last spirit we have here, the Spirit of Preservation.
Ooh.
Periodically healed in Guild Wars 1. Here we're going to have the Ritualist side of this giving AoE protection and vigor. And then Spirit of Preservation will pop in, do a little bit of healing. Let's heal some allies that actually have damage taken.
Big heal.
Notably, we did make kind of an exception to the typical Death Shroud rules for the Ritualists themselves, whereas this is mostly a normal Shroud where the damage is taken against the Life Force pool.
You don't get the
you can't
DR.
be healed, but there are a few exceptions where we are allowing the Ritualists to heal themselves.
We'll
see here with Preservation, that's going to be a heal that goes through that, but other people still won't be able to heal you.
Actually.
It felt, a little weird that you would have a skill in a Shroud that said heal yourself and nearby allies and it just wouldn't do anything. So we're trying that out, seeing if that doesn't break things too horribly, and you will be able to have that kind of self-sustain here in Shroud.
Okay.
Notably, the Spirit of Preservation's basic attack will do a small amount of healing as well to nearby allies, in addition to doing a bit less damage than the other two. One thing I didn't mention about the auto attack Essence Blast is that this will kind of mark an enemy for your spirits to prioritize. So if the spirits
Drake
find
saw
an
something
enemy
in the
nearby that
chat.
has
What did
this
he
mark,
see?
Their basic attacks will be focused on that target. If not, then they'll just going to be.
Did he react to Cone?
They're going to find some nearby enemy to attack. But if you want to focus these attacks on a particular enemy, just hit him with Essence Blast. Nothing too crazy. And last up, we have Summon Spirits. This one's going to be more of that utility-focused mobility skill. We're just going to see here that it's a ground target shadow step, so good with like Z-axis situations.
Hold on!
But the fun part here is that your spirits will all come with you.
Holy!
And if they
Okay.
aren't currently doing something,
Necro
they'll also trigger a
teleport.
basic
Log
attack,
in.
so you do have an opportunity to get like an extra burst of damage as maybe your spirits do their auto attack, then you teleport in with summon spirits as well, and they will then auto attack again for a little bit of extra damage or a little bit of extra heal.
Okay, the base kit's looking good.
So that's kind of how the spirits work and how the shroud works and all the ruptures and all the stuff around that. So I'm going to take a quick water break before we hop into the
He's juicing up.
utility skills.
Dude, he knows that he needs to juice up. Yeah, CMC knows it. He knows he's got to juice up a bit. That's how hard this is going to hit.
To me, the interesting part about Ritualist Shroud is that it is pretty similar to core Necromancer Shroud. I think, as we've gone through the elite specialization,
the spirits are not
Reaper
killable.
was heavily melee focus. Scourge didn't have a Shroud exactly, and then Harbinger doesn't have that health effect that normal Necromancer Shrouds have. So something that's pretty similar to what Necromancers played for.
And here come the weapon skills.
Is what really interests me the most about
here it comes.
Spec, and how we can, have another ranged Shroud that also replaces your health pool and back to that kind of core Necromancer gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. And range support is just going to be a little bit more.
Yeah, we can all see it, guys. We know it's there. Support. Splinter weapon is going to be coming.
Spells, we talked about this. Let's just hover one of these while we ramble a little bit. We talked about this a little bit in the blog as well, where this is obviously another mechanic that existed in Guild Wars 1, but the way that these skills worked in Guild Wars 1 is that they were ally-targeted skills. You would affect a single ally, grant them this effect, and they were all pretty powerful, but we've kind of seen the difficulties around ally-targeted skills so far in Guild Wars 2.
AoE DR is juicy,
guys.
We're
going to have a little bit different implementation here, where these are going to give an AoE effect around you.
And we haven't even got to the traits yet. My God, we haven't even seen the traits.
While the Ritualists themselves will get a full power effect. So we see here with Resilient Weapon, this is going to be a damage reduction. It's going to be a pulse heal. Might sound a little bit familiar, even though it works slightly differently. But pulse healing, damage reduction, increase below 50% health, and you're going to get 6 seconds of this as
20% DR AoE sub 50. That's very good.
6 seconds of this, and then we'll be giving 3 seconds of this to allies. So they're going to get a little bit less duration of that damage reduction, a little bit less healing overall.
Good effect.
But then it's going to be more easily usable, and you're going to be able to give this to all your allies.
It's a strong... Guys, this is a really fucking good heal as well, Bio. This looks crazy strong.
We're going to see a couple different flavors
for
of
AoE support.
As with the Guild Wars 1 weapon spells.
Necromane's winning, man. Necromane's winning hard.
Be duration-based.
Winning hard.
A little bit more like Venoms. Maybe one called Splinter Weapon. It had to be here.
Unique mods.
Is anyone surprised that Splinter
and
Weapon
there it is. It's here.
Basically the same skill as it was in Guild Wars 1, because that effect translates really well into Guild Wars 2.
Unique mods are back, guys. DPS increase for allies.
AoE strike around enemies that you strike. You're going to give some of this to enemies. You're going to give this something to your allies. So everyone can have the Splinter Weapon at the same time, and that's potentially a lot of extra splash damage hits. Maybe you can give it to a ranger and they can cast Barrage, and it will behave slightly differently than Guild Wars 1 Barrage, but you can, in fact, Splinter Barrage in Guild Wars 2 as soon as Ritualist is available in the beta.
Very nice. Very nice.
So notably here, you give yourself 5 stacks of Splinter Weapon, allies get 3 stacks of Splinter Weapon, slight reduction.
This is cool, because it's going to be like...
your minions
power Venom Thief, right?
A little bit scary, but we will see a couple of nods to... minions.
I thought this is going to be kind of disgusting in World vs. World, man. Imagine you pop this on a massive spike, on a well bomb, right? And your entire team is bombing.
Because, that is another thing that... It's not only...
And you've got, loads of these in your group, right?
A lot of...
That's going to be so disgusting.
Don't really care about minions, so as we're building out the Ritualist, we knew that there's a lot of associations already. Obviously, the spawning power attribute in Guild Wars 1 made your minions more powerful, and there were other things that cared about summon creatures in Guild Wars 1. We'll see that a lot more in the traits as well. So there is kind of that opportunity to play with some minions, play with Splinter Weapon, give your minions Splinter Weapon, and that is potentially really fun, potentially a lot of damage, and... we do want to lean into that opportunity for minions to be a more viable playstyle with Ritualist, especially.
They're openly saying Splinter Weapons with minions. So they're openly saying it.
Next, we'll see Nightmare Weapon. Another one that translates pretty well. This is going to be more of that defensive. You have some lifesteal with the big thing here is going to be a pretty meaty heal. Allies are obviously going to get a lower duration of this, but you will just get some extra lifestealing off of your strikes.
Yeah.
Maybe I should take some damage. So I can...
It's a DPS increase, and it also AoE heals your allies, right? With a lifesteal.
That's obviously triggering off Life Siphon as well, getting even more healing, but this is a nice little self-survivability tool. Obviously, you can give it to your allies as well. They're going to get a little bit of healing there, and you're also going to stack up a bunch of vulnerability on your enemy.
Okay.
Next up, we'll take a look at the Weapon of Remedy. This is going to be more of that condition removal type of effect. That's going to be another one of those duration-based buffs, where every second you're going to remove a condition from yourself or from the allies that are affected by this. And every time that you do remove a condition, it will give you a little bit of healing.
Yep.
So a nice little, pretty low duration, that nice little cleanse over time with a little extra on top with that nice little heal. Last up, we have Weapon of Warding. This is another one that is, a pretty iconic weapon spell. So we wanted to
block attacks.
Find a way to
block 3 attacks.
Too, and
oh, it's an AoE block
of the
too.
Time, maybe not the best mechanic for this game. So we're
wait, it's Aegis, but
like
not
that.
A boon.
This is just going to be a stack-based block similar to like the Arcane Shields. Or the
That's kind of
huge.
Yeah, AoE unique mod Aegis.
You're going to get 3 block stacks. Allies are going to get a single stack of that blocking buff, and there's a little bit of regen in there, grant a little bit less regen to your allies. When this expires, that's also going to be giving protection. So whether that expires on timeout or because your ally blocked or you blocked, giving that protection at the end because, you don't really need it when you're blocking attacks most of the time.
Well, I don't think it stun breaks allies, guys. Only you.
And last up, we have kind of an exciting mechanic. Exciting new mechanic.
Oh my god, here it comes.
Is, again, kind of
they're about to drop the bomb, dude.
Heavily. There's going to be Zinray's weapon.
Oh my god! I called it! Holy shit! That's fucking broken! Oh my god.
The idea here is that this is going to give you stacks of a buff.
Oh no!
Allies will get a single stack. You will get 2 stacks of this buff, and this buff says that
you can only take 5% of your HP.
Your health, it is going to heal for the difference. This is slightly different.
Wait, it's AoE. It's an AoE stun break as well. Jesus Christ! What is this?
Zinray's weapon.
Yeah.
It is a pretty interesting defensive tool. We wanted to try it out. It's a little scary as well. So it is on the elite skill here, and there are, I mentioned the implementation here is a little bit different, so that there are kind of additional holes in here. This is not going to just set that incoming damage to 5%. Because this way, if you take a lethal strike, you will actually die. This won't prevent you from getting, killed by a boss attack that says you die instantly, or it does just so much damage that you are going to die from the strike. But if you survive the strike and it did more than 5% of your max health, it is going to heal you for the difference, and then you're also going to do a little bit of lifesteal to that enemy.
That's actually okay. Hold on.
Defensive tool.
That's actually a lot weaker than it. Okay, hold on.
Stack of stability.
Yeah, okay, whoa. That's actually very different.
But a nice little bonus stack of stability.
That's
to your
nowhere
allies.
near as powerful as it initially seemed.
Zinray's weapon as well, so they can have a single instance of that defensive mechanic.
Yeah, okay. That's way
things
less
like kill
good.
shot, not as much against things like rapid fire, for example. So I'm going to take a quick water break for setup for our final burst through the traits. And anything you wanted to mention, Taylor?
No, I'm just calling out. There's a lot of, weapon spells have a lot of different uses. There's a lot of defensive ones, and the offensive ones are pretty different from each other. So it's going to be interesting seeing how this mixes with the kit that Necromancer already has. Has some pretty niche but really powerful supportive effects, I'd say. So seeing how it fills out when you want to play a support ritualist or even like a DPS ritualist that takes
what did he say?
These, should be interesting to see what people.
Wait, did he say Magrest?
Bone Minion Splinter Weapon.
I didn't even hear it.
All right, moving into the traits. Let's put on some random traits. This UI doesn't keep flashing one last time today.
Here we go.
Kicking things off with the minor trait that explains the pressure mechanic. Spawning power, obviously a callback to the primary attribute of the Ritualist. A nice little nod here on a trait that doesn't actually do anything other than tell you how all of these things work.
Yep.
Next up, we're going to see Boon of Creation. This is going to be a little bit more of that life force generating type of trait. Every time you summon a creature, so a spirit or a minion, you're going to get some life force. So notably, You can use this outside of Shroud with minions in order to build up life force towards Shroud. When you're already in Shroud, you're going to be getting some life force back every time that you summon a spirit, so just giving you a little bit more uptime on those spirits as well, and just giving you that additional life force. Nice little, effectively a defensive minor trait here.
Okay.
Next up, as mentioned, Ruptured Souls. This is going to be the thing that's actually giving you access to the Rupture skills.
That's interesting. You essentially have no Grandmaster minor trait then.
Pretty powerful. We saw a lot of damage, a lot of might.
Because this just gives you the rest of the elite
the huge boons here on Rupture Preservation. But we want to make these skills strong enough that we felt it is essentially the trait level strength of those effects, as opposed to making them significantly worse and then putting a different effect here in the Grandmaster slot.
Okay.
Moving into the adept traits, the first one here is kind of a fun one, Wandering Spirits. This is going to cause your spirits to basically follow you around.
Yeah, they'll follow you around.
Looking to spawn an Anguish. And the idea is that every time Anguish goes to auto attack, or any of the other spirits go to auto attack, they're going to first move closer to your position. So, not as relevant if you're fighting a stationary boss, but maybe you're running around the open world, and you're going to want your spirits to be following you around as you're moving. Hopefully be near enemies still, such that your spirits will be attacking things, but this is giving you that opportunity to not have them locked to a single position when summoned.
Okay.
Next up, we'll take a look at Spirit's Gift. Add another one to your tally of
a lot of
Guild Wars 1
references.
But this is another thing that makes a lot of sense. Every time you summon a creature, spirit, or minion, you will heal and remove conditions from nearby allies. We wanted to make this one trigger around yourself because if you are, throwing a Wanderlust, for example, out at an enemy to knock them down, we still wanted to give you that healing to you and your allies at your location. So this one does behave slightly differently in that it triggers around yourself. But this is another case where we kind of made an exception. Spirit's Gift will allow you to heal yourself when you are in Shroud, because a lot of the creatures that you are summoning are going to be in Shroud, whether or not you have minions. Next up, we have Explosive Growth, kind of the collection of Ritualist enchantment spells, because really what are traits other than enchantments that never expire? But Explosive Growth, every time you summon a creature, deal damage to enemies around that creature.
Okay.
So again, I'm going to run in, spawn my bone minions. That's going to do a couple of procs of Explosive Growth. You go into Shroud, summon some spirits. This one's going to be triggering around the enemies, because again, I'm going to spawn Wanderlust on top of my enemies, and I actually want that damage trigger to happen around them. So they both of these traits kind of work the way that you would want them to, but a nice little potentially bursty damage trait here in the bottom of the adept slot.
Oh, is it quickness? This is a quickness spec, guys. That's interesting, actually.
Wielder's Remedy. This is going to cause weapon spells to remove conditions, obviously from yourself and from allies. Similar mechanic, where allies get a slightly lower effectiveness here. You're going to cleanse 2 from yourself, remove 1 from allies, and that's just how it's going to be. A powerful defensive option if you have a bunch of weapon spells on your bar.
Heal quickness, potentially.
Here in the middle, we have Empowering Spirits. This is going to be that boon trait. I'm going to give some quickness as in addition to other boons here when you summon a spirit. So every time you summon Anguish, you're going to give might and quickness to nearby allies. Then you're going to summon Wanderlust, give quickness and fury to nearby allies. And similarly, with the Spirit of Preservation, you will give resolution and quickness to nearby allies.
Not proc. Proc's not amazing, but you've got
DPS
transfusion for that, I guess.
Going into Shroud, summoning your spirits, giving some boons. And that's going to be quite useful.
Okay.
And last up, we have Spirit's Strength. Spirits deal more damage and their healing is increased. This one's pretty straightforward. Kind of plays into the more aggressive spirit builds where you are going to be summoning Anguish, Wanderlust. I mean, even Preservation does some damage.
Okay.
But this is going to affect both the initial attack here from Anguish as well as any follow-up auto attacks. Same idea with
Here come the
Wanderlust,
GMs.
where the initial damage coming from this pulsing field will be increased as well. And then also the auto attack and finally Preservation is going to do additional healing in addition to additional damage on its auto attack, and and that healing burst that happens will also be increased by.
All right,
this
here we
trait.
go.
So this
Here we
is just,
go.
Leaning as
Here we
heavily
go.
as you want into
Here
the
we go.
spirits. Spirit strength, they're significantly stronger. Three more traits to go. Kicking things off with Wielder's Boon. This is kind of an additional weapon spell trait where
that's pretty good.
now all your allies are going to get the full effectiveness. So this is,
That's pretty good.
I mean, it's good with all of them. This is also
Yeah.
going to work with Wielder's Remedy, whether or not it does right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I have to double check because that was kind of a late adjustment, but it will give you the full effectiveness of Wielder's Remedy as well, so 2 Connie removals. But now you can give your allies 5 stacks of Splinter Weapon. You can give them full duration of Resilient Weapon.
Yep.
Basically, if you are looking
Yeah,
to
they get the 3
get those
block stacks, man.
powerful
That's
moments of the
nasty,
weapon
dude.
spells, then
That's
you can get even
fucking
more of that to your
nasty.
allies.
Ooh. Holy.
The next trait is going to be Lingering Spirits. So this
Okay.
is something that we kind of alluded to in the blog post, where there is a way to get your spirits to persist outside of Shroud, and that is if you have the Lingering Spirits Grandmaster trait. So the way that this works is
Bunker
that
Ritualist is coming, guys.
anytime you exit Shroud and you still have life force remaining, let's just go in, let's spawn some spirits. I'm going to leave immediately with full pool of life force. These spirits are going to continue to exist, and also the life force drain from Shroud is continuing to exist here. Notably, this makes the spirits attack a little bit faster as well, so you get a little bit of haste quickness
That's kind of cool.
of their attack
It's a
interval.
cool trait.
So, if you're trying to maximize your damage from your spirits, you'll probably take like Lingering Spirits.
That's a really cool GM
Spirit
trait.
Strength. That's going to be like the most sustained damage.
Yeah.
And, maybe you even have Wandering Spirits on because you're running around the open world, and now
Yeah,
you're having
yeah,
this, Spirit Army kind of following you around.
Yeah.
nearby
And
enemies.
as long as you keep
And
getting
that
life
will
force, you can just
last
keep
as long as
summoning
you
them.
have spirits active, or as long as you have the life force. It will kind of snapshot your life force pool when you exit, so you can't continue to build up life force on top of that. We'll see.
Oh, okay, never mind.
This
then.
here,
Okay.
it's giving you this buff for a duration. This is kind of based
Yeah.
off how much it calculated Shroud time you had remaining.
Okay, yeah.
As you exit Shroud. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one, whether the life drain needs to be a little bit higher when you're out of Shroud, but the idea is that you will be converting your remaining life force into duration of your spirits, and then the life force you gain on top of that will not be consumed by those spirits.
Dude,
it will
if-
just be building toward your next
If there were any
usage of
French
Shroud.
PvPers who weren't permabanned,
I'd
I'd be afraid right now.
All of your spirits,
but they're all banned,
it
so
will
it's no big deal.
turn off and stop draining your life force, because it might feel bad if it did. And last but not least, we have one last Guild Wars callback to a powerful elite skill that some of you might have heard of. It's called Soul Twisting.
Shit, dude, nice meme.
Works pretty similarly. You can only get a single instance of this because it might be a little bit too broken if you could recharge all of your spirit skills instantly. But the first spirit skill that you use when entering Ritualist Shroud will recharge immediately. So we can see here, go in, spawn Anguish. That's going to do its thing. Then that's going to recharge immediately, so I can use Anguish again. It's going to trigger that Rupture Anguish. Spawn a new Anguish. It's going to do its big burst again. And that's kind of an opportunity to get a burst of damage. Or
So
a
you can
burst
do,
of
like,
CC
that's
if you
kinda
wanna use your
juicy.
Wanderlust, or again, a burst of healing, using it with Preservation.
Yeah.
You basically get to
Double
choose
preservation,
at the moment that you
including
enter
the
Shroud,
stability.
You know that you can get a burst
Yeah.
of one of these 3 spirits, do it twice. Preservation, pretty
That
good
is
options.
big.
That's going to be triggering a Rupture Preservation,
Yeah.
giving
Dude,
that stab
double
resistance
5-stack
Aegis, and,
stab.
if you have enough life force, maybe it'll be still around the next time this skill becomes available.
Yeah.
So some pretty powerful stuff that you can do with Soul Twisting.
That is pretty
Healing.
juicy.
Do it again.
Yeah, you
Get
can
some
see you get it
boons.
again. And then if
Pretty
you
strong stuff.
stay in Shroud for more
And this trait's
seconds,
a
you
lot
will
of
get
fun.
another
Playing your spirits is
activation.
a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun traits, a lot of fun
Another
interactions,
Rupture on that,
a lot of fun
as you can see
Guild
there.
Wars callbacks, but obviously
ST is
it's not gonna
back.
be exactly the same,
Dude,
but it is.
Do you see what I
heavily
mean, though?
inspired
All these
by-
traits are so
I think
fucking
I'm pretty
hype,
excited about it. Love to get
right?
players' hands on it let us know what you like. Let us know
Compared
what
to
you
the
don't
Warrior,
like.
compare this to the Warrior GM.
And
Give a lot.
That's the Ritualist.
You guys know
I'll
what I'm
do
saying?
One last hover of all the skills here, and then we're going to wrap up the stream.
Yeah, and you
for
have stab
today.
on stuff, dude. It's it. Log in. Support
Any
Ritualist is
thoughts,
here.
Taylor, on the
Yeah,
Ritualist?
I think just another disclaimer that the numbers you guys see as we hover everything are still in flux. We're actively tweaking them. A lot of like the initial things we put are very, very much vibe based. Before the
That's
beta,
crazy.
I'm gonna go back through and make sure things are closer to how we want them. Obviously, use the beta for fine tuning things. So some numbers might seem pretty crazy. Maybe they're not crazy. But just keep that in mind as you're looking at the value for things. But largely, the functionality of the tooltips should be correct.
Dude, Sneb got timed out on the Guild Wars 2 channel.
minions,
I'm being
that's
fed
not
this
a
information
Ritualist
now.
skill.
I
Maybe-
fucking love it.
Maybe it will be for a number of the people in the chat. I love playing Minion Necro because all the minions get the ArenaNet guild tag when they follow you around. So, maybe Ritualist is the Necro spec for me.
Yep.
Very nice.
But
He got
recording-
auto-modded. He got auto-moderated.
weapon.
Wait, Zinra's
I guess
weapon.
we should show
I need to
off
look at
the
the
Shroud
tooltip for
skills
that.
one last time. Essence Blast. Of course, you're
Essence
making me light
Blast.
because I have the Spike trait line equipped.
Very nice.
Spirit of Anguish.
Spirit of Anguish.
Mm-hmm.
Trig,
Spirit of
drop a
Wanderlust.
fat meme. Trig opened with a very nice meme,
It's
actually.
not a leap finisher. Don't believe the skill pact here.
It's not a leap finisher, guys. It's
Spirit
misinformation.
preservation. And last but not least, that's summon spirits. Alright, that one.
Yeah, nice.
Didn't have quite enough time. There we go. Plenty of time. Watch the VOD. Get your screenshots.
Get the screenshots.
I think that's all we have to cover here today. So let's go
Yep.
back to this screen over here. So you can all see Taylor's beautiful face.
Yes.
In a much larger size.
Yay.
Yep, as Taylor mentioned, a lot of stuff. Obviously not final. Getting ready for the beta. We'll just say this all again because it is important. We're going to be doing a lot of iteration based off of the beta feedback. So if things are not exactly perfect for the beta,
We're
not
equal
surprised.
viewers, Twitch,
So
YouTube,
hopefully
by
you
the
guys
way.
aren't super
1.5k on
surprised
both.
either. Next week we'll be back with
We'll be back.
3 more elite specs. They
We're
might
gonna be
all
back.
be for the Revenant profession.
They're gonna be big.
There's
They're
3
they're
elite
hyping
specs
it.
left, I think.
They're hyping it
I
up.
will say I haven't seen anyone correctly guess Revenant, so you guys need to keep churning those out until next week.
Ooh.
Obviously, we have the Revenant, the Engineer, and the Elementalist. Really exciting stuff coming next week. I mean, we just showed a bunch of exciting stuff. We showed a bunch of exciting stuff last week. The excitement doesn't end until the beta begins, at which
Yep.
point the excitement keeps going again. So, any
Hopefully I've
final thoughts,
seen-
Taylor?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of good feedback from the things we showed last week. Hoping to see same level of feedback on the things we showed this week. Really happy to see all the conversation that's going on. As mentioned before, the forums and other forms of social media. It's a
forums,
great place to
guys.
have conversations. We're always watching.
Definitely
taking
get it,
feedback
man.
from you guys.
Yeah,
And noting
100%.
it down. I think even like pre-beta, seeing the things we can do, tweak it a little bit.
Yep.
So when it goes in, you guys have the best things to play with.
And I love seeing the script versions of the elite spec
Yeah.
profiles. So
Forums of great feedback, guys. They really
looking
do.
forward to the rest of them.
Yeah, excited to see the script version of the Antiquary.
Yeah. What would it even be? Is it a script with a script sidekick, or is it a script with a human sidekick? Nobody knows.
Yep.
I just refresh. I
Getting a
constantly
couple of
F5
ideas there.
looking for the Antiquary script
Yep.
version, and I
Uh-huh.
don't see it.
Yep.
Anyway, thanks everyone for coming out, seeing the glorious stream in 1080p,
1080p.
with
Yep.
sensible microphone levels and all that stuff.
We love it.
Maybe next week we'll see Roy. He
Yes!
hasn't
Maybe.
Oh,
confirmed
finally.
Yet, but we'll just keep harassing him until he says
I'm
absolutely.
sorry. Get Roy in there.
So hopefully we will see Roy here on the stream
Come
next week.
on.
But otherwise, we are going to wrap up and call it, and we will, of course, see you all in the mists.
Does CMC know that's like a Doroya meme? I think we've actually implanted that meme into the community. I don't think people realize it's actually a joke at this point. Like, for those who don't know, the in the mist meme, that's something that Doroya would say. That Doroya would always say at the end of his videos, I'll see you in the mists, right? Like that. That's what he would always say. And now we've like convinced everyone to say it. It's amazing. Oh man, that was good. That was some good content, guys. That was powerful stuff. You know, Paragon is actually the one there that feels like a little bit undercooked, actually. Some of those traits I think were pretty underwhelming. I like Paragon mechanically. It feels really hungry adrenaline-wise. It's going to be interesting to see how that actually plays out with the builds. You're going to have to really go big on adrenaline generation. But yeah, Ritualist, holy shit. Dude, Ritualist is going to be fucking wild. Baseline 5 stacks of stability on an F skill with resistance and Aegis. Oh my god, okay, yeah, that spec is insane. That is an insane spec. Like, being able to share Zinray's weapon is amazing. It's not as broken as Guild Wars 1 Zinray's weapon, but it's really good. I mean, dude, it's fucking insane. I don't know what to tell you. The Path of Corruption, well, it won't be on the auto attack. The Path of Corruption on Rit will only be like the initial barrage, I think, but still really powerful, yeah, for sure. Like Soul Twisting looks really good because you can double the stability. The weapon share looks insane. Let's say you played like a support Ritualist in PvP. Being able to share 3 blocks AoE is kind of cracked, to be honest. That's very good. You've got the stability in there as well. You have and the thing is, guys, this attaches onto Transfusion, right, with Staff already, which has stability on it and all the other boons. Oh my god. This is going to be insane, I think. It is going to be unbelievably fucking strong. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That is very, very powerful. And it's quickness. It's quickness. You know, and it being quickness is really exciting to me, guys, because it does actually potentially make it very meta warping in PvE. Because, of course, most healers play a lack. But in PvE, this is that build might actually be good enough that you might start thinking about a lack DPS builds. It might actually be that strong. So you can be, you know, can be a little bit interesting there. Not the spec, but Soul Bobs. You'll have the same gameplay loop as other specs as that trait. Well, for a DPS build, yeah, obviously. Like, I mean, Soul Bobs is insane. Like, you're obviously going to want to keep that buff up the entire time. Heal ret. Oh my, wait. Holy shit. That is a good point. The ultimate forbidden comp. Heal Writ, Selly Scourge, double forbidden one. It can't be. That's almost too much. Double forbidden one. That's almost too far, guys. That might be contraband. Because that means you have full barrier from the Selly Scourge. And you have Omega stability and healing from both classes, because the Forbidden one runs transfer. Oh my, whoa, bro, holy shit. Okay, that's gonna be that's gonna be so broken. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. The game is over. Yeah, the thing is that double Troubadour. The thing is, don't forget Troubadour, guys, because if you do run heal Ritualist, that does mean that you're not running Troubadour, and Troubadour is completely broken. Yeah. So, you know, there's decisions. Yeah, dude, that's actually the only problem for Ritualist. The only problem for Ritualist in PvE is that it isn't Troubadour. But it's definitely looking pretty good. Incredible. Yeah, in PvP and World versus World, Ritualist is looking pretty spicy. That's for sure. Heal Rit, Selly Troubadour, perhaps. I think Selly. I think Selly on Ritualist or Troubadour is going to be kind of mediocre, to be honest. At least in like instance PvE. For open world, I think they'll be really good on Selly, like meta events and stuff. Guys, check out this comment. Here's a comment from... Shout out to YouTube. If Evoker is crap too, enjoy your dying game. YouTube not pleased. Very nice. Very nice. Forum review today. We're not doing forum review. We will, of course, do full deep dive, guys. I will do a full deep dive on all the specs. It will be like 40 minutes each as before. I do think... I actually like Paragon's mechanics, but I want to see... Okay. Let me just sanity check. Yeah, this is just... These traits are just boring and kind of weak compared to, honestly, Antiquary and Rit, especially Rit. Dude, look at this fucking trait, okay? Grandmaster trait. Grant Alak, okay? Compared to the Rit Master trait, which is give quickness and another boon. Might, Fury, and Resolution, right? Whatever it was. So it's basically like far worse than a master trait. And the GM traits are insane, right? For Ritualists as well. They're all incredibly strong. So I think these traits need to be recooked. However, I will say this. I think Paragon feels really good mechanically. Adrenaline's expensive, but I think it's mechanically cool. But yeah, they need to recook these traits a bit, that's for sure. Is there an Imager album, not this weird Reddit shit? I don't know why Reddit does this, but when you link an image, it's really cooked. It like renders with the Reddit UI. I strongly dislike it. Because it's like clutter on my screen, right?
We've only hit the first target, sir. I take full responsibility.
Never mind that. It'll be enough.
Oh, this guy has the Imager ones.
Holding. Holding. And it's
Very nice.
void energy dropping.
Void energy dropping. Okay, this hero has done it. Very nice. Wait, so I actually just want to quickly check Zinray's weapon. When you take damage over a percentage of your maximum health, heal for the difference, then steal life from that foe. Gain fewer stacks of this to nearby allies and break them out of stuns. Okay. So in PvE, this will basically... This will basically save you from one-shots as long as it doesn't literally one-shot you. So let's say you take 99% of your health. Instead, you take 90... Well, this is actually weaker than it sounds, though. Because let's say that you're at... Let's say that you're at 50% HP. The way they described it made it sound that if you take a slam for 60% of your HP, you still die. It's actually like... Weirdly enough, guys, this is bad rebound. This is, it's bad rebound. However, the other part of this is pretty good. Like, AoE stun break is good, and it's 2 stacks as well. It's 2 stacks, and it gives stability, and it's an AoE stun break, which is very good, to be fair. Wait, man. Alex X 1, yeah, but you can take a trait to do 2. Wielder's Boon. If you take 101% damage, you heal 1%. No, I think it would, I think if it hits you for 101% of your HP, you won't get any value. It only works if the hit doesn't kill you. You get 1 shot 5% damage? Correct, yeah. Yeah. It says if you take 100%, you instead heal for 10% HP. No, they clarified it on stream. If you actually get killed by the hit, it doesn't, it won't, do anything. Yeah, it is instant cast, which is kind of nice. And it's actually, guys, in a weird way, I feel like this is actually worse than Weapon of Warding in some, like, weird way. Yeah, this is a weird skill. Because, like, the reason you would want to use this is to prevent someone from getting one shot. But it kind of doesn't do that, right? Like, because if you actually get one shot, it doesn't do anything. They might have to actually consider how that works. Because what they've tried to do, they've tried to make this not broken, right? Like, they've tried to make this, like, not broken in PvE, right? But in so doing, I feel like they made it kind of weird. They clarified correctly on stream. I mean, they'll probably, like, Trig will probably show up in chat here so he can, like, give us the full rundown, but I think so, yeah, unless I misunderstood. No, guys, what happens here is that if you take damage over 5% of your health, it snaps you back to 5%. If it works with Ceres drops, it's good. It will, as long as you only get hit by 1 drop. So it won't when you're stacking them, which is pretty often, right? It won't save you from stacking them. Activating already summoned minion doesn't interact with the minion traits in Rit? No, just summoning it will. So, like, when you detonate the bone minions and then resummon. And the heal skill, I think, is very strong. This is a very good effect. Resilient weapon, 10% DR, and if you're below 50%, 20% DR, very good. Because, you know, let's say that you're on Ceros or something. Just the 10% DR is actually pretty nice. But if someone's low, the 20% DR can absolutely save someone from getting one shot, right? 1,000,000%. And it also heals quite a lot too. Only take 5% damage, the rest is heal? That's correct, yeah. That's exactly how it works with Saran, yeah. But the thing is, they said on stream, you went for 8k in lifesteal? No, I didn't read it wrong. I listened to the stream, Monacosa. On the stream, they said that it doesn't work if you actually get one shot. It happens after you take the damage. So if you take the hit and get one shot, the effect doesn't work.
I'm on it.
Yeah. Works in conjunction with Weapon of Warding. That's an interesting... I think it wouldn't trigger, actually. Well, it depends which one would trigger first. It's probably like order of operations, right? Referring to skills that actually one-shot you like in the boss fights? No, they were very specific on this. They said if you take enough damage, like so much damage that it gets rid of all your health in one go, it won't activate. But again, like, you know, Trig will probably show up and he can maybe give us like full clarification on that, but I'm almost certain that's how it works. It says maximum health, not current. Again, I'm repeating what they said on the stream. They're saying if you take so much damage that it basically kills you, it won't activate.
Powers the entirety of Cantha. We are Cantha's lifeblood, and it is our duty to ourselves, our crew, and this nation to protect that life.
If it was current health, it would be stronger, by the way. Like, I hate to nitpick, but You're kind of double wrong there. Because 1, they clarified this. 2, if it was current health, it would actually be far stronger. Vibe check. Paragon traits need work. Ritualist is looking fucking crazy, amazing. Antiquary is also incredibly funny. And also looks really cool. Be like rebound. Yeah, right now it's basically bad rebound, but the compensation for it being bad rebound is that it has the lifesteal component, so it does some damage, and it's a stun break and gives stability, which is actually pretty good. Healing from Zinray is 10% weaker. Probably no, it wouldn't. Yeah. That's tabbed to rebound. That's true, they did. But I mean, rebound's not a stun break. AoE stun break. Wait, how did you explain it, Mice? If you're on 100% and take 80%, you drop to 20%, then heal back up to 95. Yeah, that's exactly how it works, yeah. If you take 5% health, it's not applied to you. No, that's not it. No, exactly what Mice says. If you're at 100% HP and you take 80% of your health and damage, you'll drop down to 20%, then immediately heal back up to 95%, and then also steal life from the target. So that could quite likely put you to 100%, right? Because you have that lifesteal component as well. Trait interaction with daggers. I think they wouldn't want to do that with weapons in particular. But I could see them like reworking dagger at some point into more of a support weapon. And then that would like complete heal necro, right? Because then you have staff with daggers. Paragon on its own has no way to apply Aegis. Oh, yeah, I guess I was kind of expecting that actually, huh? It heals you by the difference. Correct, yes. So in other words, it's going to heal you for all of that damage you took, except 5%. Because it's the difference between the damage you took and 5% of your health. So you're only going to take 5% of your health as damage. That's what that means. That's math. That's quick math, even. Yeah, I guess you have staff to do Aegis.
But hurry. It looks like your current region isn't fully ready yet.
Sounds good. I mean, it's not like definitely not bad. It's honestly good in competitive modes, right? I feel like a little bit hard to use in PvP though, because you're basically just gonna would you use this? Like, what are your other options though? Like, you don't really have particularly good options outside of that, like Lich Form, Plague Lands. So you might just end up using this out of default just for the stun break and the stability. And then you just have like a bit of like free damage and life still on it. And you can, if someone's getting like mega focused, you can help them. Maybe you play like the Wielder's Boon, so you have Weapon of Warding and you can like really juice people with that. Enemy Zerg is about to spike. Yeah, I mean, it will just like absorb like 2 hits basically. Lich gets a lot of summons. Yeah, so I guess Lich will give you like loads of life force, and if you have some of like, you know, Spirit's Gift, for example, there'll be like a massive AoE heal and loads of Condi removal with Spirit's Gift. To be honest, I could 100% imagine you actually running that combo in competitive, to be honest. Like, purely because like the other ones are maybe less exciting for a support necro. And this one's really good, right? That would be like 5 Condis removed, 5k heal, 50% life force. Yeah, Lich with explosive growth would be a really powerful power damage burst too. Or a bit random though, because the radius isn't big. So if the minions like, if you don't manage to like spawn the minions like on the on your target, it's not going to connect. More so than rebound. I think it's worse than rebound for a world versus world Zerg, no? Because this is like less targeted. it will, because it could, in World versus World, it potentially might get wasted. I guess it will save you, if like a massive Harrier's Toss connects onto you or something, it will be very good there. But then so is Rebound, right? Rebound is also really good in that situation. This will potentially absorb, it could also, this gets wasted, right? This gets wasted way harder, right? Because let's say you take like a 3k hit, it will proc and just go away. Whereas Rebound won't. It won't like get soaked by something. Yeah, look, I actually think, I think this ability is not that good, to be honest. In Guild Wars 2. Unless 3k is more than 5% health? Yeah, but yeah, think about that. That's definitely the case, right? Because 5... if 3k HP is 5% of your HP, then you have like 60k health. So it absolutely is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for World versus World, you're probably running that, because like, unless Lich is good, maybe for Spirit's Gift, then you have like a really big burst of that, but like Lich is a very long cooldown, right? Lifesteal, yeah, you'll get some damage on it as well. Like you'll get the lifesteal damage. The Guild Wars 1 ability would be broken, but it's not that. I think actually even the Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1 ability wouldn't be that broken, actually. It will be broken in PvE, but not in other game modes. Not like super broken. Because you don't really take like... You take so many damage packets in this game, it would just get like soaked up very effectively. It's something like Shelter would be insane, right? Isn't like 4,300 true damage with Atrocity? I mean, Atrocity is only a 15% mod. So it would only add another... What would it be? Like 300 damage. We have a print screen. Yeah, I mean, that's it. This is appropriate. Get the script in there. This is the modified version, the improved version. Anything that has stability is good in World vs. World. I mean, yeah, it's only one stack, though. I mean, you don't really have any other options in World vs. World, to be honest. Like, and AoE stun break's really good, right? For, in World vs. World. Okay. What's the radius? Only 300. Not amazing. The radius on all of this is only 300. That's actually relatively mediocre. I think, dude, I can imagine Splinter Weapon being mega disgusting in World vs. World. Like, imagine you... This just makes, like, your spike potentially, like, very degenerate. Like... Imagine you have like a Ritualist in every sub. You do like 3, 2, 1 well spike and pop Splinter Weapon at the same time. And you've got like the full effect. You run like Wilder's Boon. And you just get this like disgusting AoE spike with Splinter Weapon. That sounds absolutely putrid. Yeah. It sounds absolutely disgusting. You get the AoE quickness here on Empowering Spirits. Pretty good. I mean, I think the interesting thing about this, guys, is this fits so well into, like, the support core that Necro has. Like, you combine this with Blood Magic, Staff, Transfusion. It's obviously looking really good, right? It's looking good. It's looking tasty, my friend. Yeah, you've got a Wanderlust in there as well. So the Wanderlust opens with a knockdown. And then you get a chill vuln weakness. I mean, yeah, that's kind of nasty in PvP, man. Wait. Ooh, dude, and it starts with a daze, too. That's kind of nasty, man. That's gnarly. It's gnarly as hell. And then Preservation. Grant boons to nearby allies. Then summon the Spirit of Preservation. Prot Vigor. And then it opens with 4 Condis removed. And a 5k heal. Yeah, that's very good. Man, Soul Twisting is such a... I love that Soul Twisting is so strong. Let me bring Twitch chat back. I'm bringing you guys back. And I'm bringing the sub count back. Soul Twisting is so good. Because then you would get double preservation, which would then give you double rupture, which is Aegis resistance stability. 5 seconds base. That is so good. Because you're going to go up to 100% boon duration on healer, most likely. So you're going to get 10 seconds of 5 stacks of stab. The radius is small here. Like, that's all I'll say. It's only 300 radius, which is relatively small, but still very strong. Yeah, the Grandmaster traits are very competitive. All 3 of them, I think, are very exciting. I think, in particular, Wielder's Boon and Soul Twisting are very strong. Yeah, and that is a wacky skill. Look, seriously, though, guys, I'm actually afraid of Troubadour, to be honest. I think that Troubadour is gonna outcompete builds like this pretty aggressively, even though this is really powerful. I think I'm telling you guys, that Troubadour elite skill is gonna cause problems. Like, AoE distort share is just so powerful. It's so strong. The quickness is not that high on this as well. Notice this, guys. The quickness is not amazing. Grant boons to nearby allies when you summon a spirit. Only 3 seconds. They might have to package in a bit more than that. That's actually not that much. And that type of app... I'm actually not a big fan of the design here. This is fairly degenerate, in my opinion, because this encourages you to basically spam your spirits as hard as possible, which is... I don't really like that, especially the fact that preservation is a big heal, and it's kind of forcing you to use that rotationally for quickness uptime. I think this is fairly degenerate with how that is. I think they might want to rethink the quickness application on this. Re-enter Shroud. Yeah, but I don't think that's good, though. I think kind of making you use like all of these rotationally is a bit cooked. And the duration isn't very high. Ritual seems more hybrid. I mean, yeah, you'll be able to play this as a full heal or as like a power DPS, power QDPS as well. And that could, honestly, I could imagine it going that way, and you just play QDPS on this build. And then bear in mind, guys, let's imagine that you play QDPS, Ritualist. Bear in mind, that still packages in the Might, the Fury, and the Stability, Aegis, and Resistance, right? Like, that packages that in for free on a power QDPS build. So there is that. Incredible. Uh-huh. Yeah, but committing with DPS Herald, that is true. There's a lot of very good quickness DPS builds, so it's hard to compete with that for sure. Incredible. Make Firebrand keep out DPS if they said that Luminary is a lack. I mean, they might change Luminary to be quickness. Might change.
Emiko, gather the crew immediately.
Huge.
Are the void readings?
Instant spirit reload. Quick rest would have 12 seconds quickness every shroud. Seems okay. Yeah, then if you have like 100% boon duration, you'd actually have 24 seconds, right? And yeah, if you were playing full DPS, like even that would be like playable. Hey, Ronan Pyre, thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Good time to reinstall Guild Wars 2? I don't know. Is it? Only you can decide that. Luminary needs new virtues. Yeah, like I will say that I do think that it appears Luminary and Paragon traits need more cooking. Like, Luminary and Paragon traits are kind of meh. No build in concentration. You have to make some build sacrifices for 100% boon duration. And yeah, they might even have to add that, to be honest. Like, not having a boon duration trait on something that's supposed to be support is a bit cooked. Energy reveal, it's next week. Worldbender traits. Oh yeah, dude, the Worldbender traits, they're so lame. Holy shit. I mean, the GM ones are pretty cool. Like the Deathless Courage one. These are pretty cool, but yeah, the others are so fucking... Like, dude, look at these adept ones. The adept ones are rough, dude. Goddamn. Oh boy. Huge. How are the thief mains feeling? We're so back. Getting to use the Aegis takes ages. I think that's fine, though. Especially seeing as you have Weapon of Warding as an option, too. It's a little bit of setup, but it's not that much setup. Oh, this is very nice, guys. Heal/support Antiquary is dead on arrival. Without quick attack. Yeah, it's not getting that. Well, yeah, dude, it has like no... Wait, what? What? Wait. Bro, why would you... It's not supposed to be a support build. It's a DPS spec, right? It's a... Oh, dude, this guy knows. Is it a lot of... Oh, why have I clicked this? Why have you baited me into reading this, guys? I love the forum post. Oh. Cannon's gonna play Reaper? That's a good choice. Wait until he finds out about Scourge, though. The forbidden one. You guys should like just troll him and say, listen, you haven't played the forbidden one yet. He doesn't know. He has no idea about the forbidden one. Ah. Scritman, sir. Yes. The Antiquary traits are so good. Look, dude, look at these adept traits. Dude, these adept traits are GM traits. No? Look at this. Reshuffle. New F4 ability. And you can reroll for initiative. Split deck, guaranteed one offensive and defensive. And then Prolific Plunderer, you just have an extra one, and you can use an extra artifact. These are literally GM traits. Like, how do you... Okay. Seriously, guys. Look, these two things are not the same. Okay? Let's go ahead and compare the adept traits of the Antiquary to the GM traits on Paragon. Right? Okay. Reshuffle, new ability, and it completely changes how you think about your profession mechanic. Adept trait. GM trait Paragon. Give a lack when you use a refrain. It's GG. It's deplete. It's over. You summon rats? I mean, that's a huge bonus, though. And look at, where's like the rat frenzy? Scrit Scuffle. Summon a Scrit assistant at your location that grants you artifacts every interval as long as you're within range. The Scrit has a random chance of giving you an unstable Scrit bomb instead of a regular artifact. Attempting to use the unstable Scrit bomb results in a backfire. The bomb explodes in your hands, launching and damaging you both, damaging both you and enemies around you. So you can't, oh, so this is what they were talking about, the Blaze of Glory. You can basically say, it's over, there's no way out, I'm taking you with me. And then just, you know, do what needs to be done. And click the bomb. But wait, hold on, it does 1k damage to enemies, but 10k damage to you. That's crazy. I mean, to be fair, that's tooltip damage, so it obviously would do more than that. Like when you have power and boons and stuff, and if you get a crit. But still. It's pretty funny. Incredible! I mean, honestly, Antiquary looks really fun. Ritualist looks juiced. I wonder what they can do with Zinray's weapon. Because I understand that they really wanted to... Man, what's like a non-broken version of this they could add to the game? Theme of cards and drawing reshuffling feels a lot more cohesive. I mean, I guess that's kind of... mechanically, that's a little bit how it is, right? With like how the artifact mechanic is, you are kind of like drawing cards, but yeah, obviously there's definitely a bit of a disconnect, right, between the aesthetic, I guess, or the icon and the actual profession aesthetic. Give you a 5% max health heal, then lifesteal. I mean, that would just be even worse. Like, what do you think about Paragon being a full support spec? I think it's fine. Warrior kind of needs it. I think Paragon is going to be strong. The backfire mechanic? Yeah, I think the backfire mechanic was pretty well done here because the way they framed it is not how it actually is, right? Like I was a bit worried about it because of how they described it in the post, but they were pretty clever with this. Like the backfires are almost intended, like particularly with the heal, right? Like you're very intended to almost like actively try to backfire it, right? Like to double tap it basically, so you get the full combination of both of these things. You can like this one's actually really fun because you can take like a little sip to remove one Condi and heal stuff like a teeny tiny bit, or the actual heal skill, right, is double tapping basically to guarantee the backfire and get the 6k heal with the three Condi cleanse. And it's kind of like that here as well. Like the backfires are not like they don't fuck you over, right? Like, it's something that you can actually think about doing almost intentionally, right? Like you could use these backfires in an intentional way. It's not just like a pure downside that screws you over. Like this is the only one that is like really brutal. Like the Kana coin is insane. If you backfire this, you know, that's rough. You know, just remove all your boons or convert them into Condis. I mean, that's not that good, but yeah, all the other ones are pretty good. And well, the emergency Jade Shield, this initially looks really bad, but bear in mind, this essentially means you have like a double stun break. So yeah, I mean, the health cost here is pretty high. I will admit that. That's 9k health. It's a lot, but double stun break is pretty good. Yeah. The Pole of Eye, this one's really cool too, by the way, because this one's really cool because you can give yourself stability to actually ignore the downside, right? And bear in mind, there is stability here from Possessive Hoarder. So let's say you're in PvP. You can actually not care about the downside, right, of the Pole device because you'll just remove the stack of stability from yourself. That's actually pretty cool. The elite I think is hilarious. This is Omega hilarious. And also, man, these trades are so interesting. Like, Prodigious Pincher is incredibly funny because bear in mind, guys, this elite skill basically gives you 10 initiative, right? Because you get 5 artifacts, each giving you 2 initiative, which will then feed into your free pilfers with Prodigious Pincher. which gives you even more initiative back. And then you can combine that with, and then, you know, as CMC was saying, you can have improvisation and then maybe even prolific plunderer. So you can use 3 artifacts every time you plunder, every time you pilfer, therefore giving you 6 initiative back, which you can then funnel back in to Prodigious Pincher. It's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, the elite seems very strong. Very, very good. Yeah. Feed. "50-second CD." Yeah, you can use it very frequently. So yeah, you can't double tap this one. You do, like, the backfire kind of happens like that. So you have to make sure, you have to basically watch out and not use the bomb. Potentially, anyway. Being able to basically steal a sun crystal is pretty crazy too. It's not reliable, obviously, but there are, all of these are. It's kind of interesting. Like, this really kind of reminds me of like card games, right? Like, this is like, press your steal skill to. It's like discover in Hearthstone, right? Like, you can discover a good ability, right? Like, these are all good skills. Block projectiles, evade, stun break, AoE CC, AoE damage, right? Damage, like, you know, this is like a dash with damage. I guess the Cryptus starts kind of boring, but, you know, it's just there. You know, summon a little Cryptus. Mortar as well as do damage, right? It's just, like, get a good skill a lot of the time. Zero boons? Yeah, it doesn't have boons, but it's not every spec has to have boons. Insane. Paragon is a little bit sad, isn't it? And the elite is very good. Well, it's only 2 seconds. They you know, it's surprisingly they were conservative with the numbers here. They were very conservative with the numbers. The echo shares it, people. Well, yeah, you can commit the, if you commit to reverberation, you get it twice. But then you actually have to, like, this trait's kind of good too. Using a chant reduces the recharge of your other chance by 2 seconds. But I guess double echo is pretty good, actually. Because you get, like, double barrier. Double boons. This does feel like very conservative to me, actually. What do you expect when they reveal Paragon? Well, I mean, I'm talking about this from a balance perspective. Like, the actual the gameplay, I'm very happy with on Paragon. Like, the actual mechanics, I'm happy with. I think I like the mechanics. The only thing I'm talking about here is that it feels, I want to say it's pretty weak. If I had to guess. And certainly there's not as much going on, if that makes any sense. Like, the traits are nowhere near as, like, spicy as this. Like, the traits are... I take that back. I don't care about it being weak now, because obviously that's just like a balance thing. That's not actually my criticism. My criticism is that there's so much going on with this spec and Ritualist, right? Like, this is fucking crazy. With all the stuff that's happening, like all the effects and all the different things, interactions. Like, Paragon just feels very conservative with what it actually can do, right? Shun's the video, a shining bell knows what effect happens. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think, you know, that you could probably put... Look, guys, we're living in modern Guild Wars 2. If an ability doesn't do, like, 4 things, it's unusable. That's warrior design. Like, okay, you guys know what you're saying, right? You're saying warrior is you're also, no, it's not necessarily. But what the way you're talking is, you're saying warrior is designed to be incompatible with like the modern state of Guild Wars 2, right? Like that. Let me translate that for you. Yeah. Because look, you gotta understand, guys. Like Feverish Pulse, this doesn't cut it in modern Guild Wars 2. Right? I'm sorry, it just doesn't cut it. Like, you can't have a trait like that in modern Guild Wars 2. Look, guys. Look at the F skill. The baseline F skill for Ritualist. Aegis, resistance, and stability, 5 stacks AoE. Right? And then look at Feverish Pulse. I'm sorry, like, you can't have a trait like that in the modern game, right? Like, I don't know what to tell you. You just can't. Like, this isn't Looney Tuesday, guys. Yeah. Bring back banners. I think they should bring back banners, but when you pick them up, they don't give you any skills. Daily Reminder Solar unironically did that in the game. He made it so that when you pick up banners, all of your weapon skills go away. Reminder that he did that. He put that into the game, guys. Bow before the Emperor. Spear is pretty bad with Paragon. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some kind of like a basic DPS build you can play, but there's actually very little DPS support here, right? You don't really have... I think you have one trait that makes you do damage, which is Strengthening Stanzas. It's very, you know, very oriented around support. Spear Master trait. That, honestly, if there was a case to ever do anything like that... Thing is, I feel like you can't do that because spears are Janthia Wilds, right? You can't have a trait that interacts with a weapon from another expansion. That seems, very illegal. I mean, it's 20% damage and lifesteal, which is kind of cool. And then 20% DR, and then 50% movement speed. I mean, Chant of Freedom, this is very strong. So look at this. Break some from allies and area around you. 25 second CE, that's very good. And then at 7 to 10, it pulses a stack of stability as well. But you're going to have to, like, really... as soon as it pulses, you're going to have to basically get your motivation back up. Otherwise, you're only going to get 1 stack, right? Yeah, I was expecting it not to work this way. I was expecting motivation to be like... Yeah, my understanding was that you would spend motivation to activate the refrains, right? Or the chants. But the fact that you need to... the fact that you need to use adrenaline for both is interesting. I guess it doesn't matter that much, though, because let's say... this is very obviously, like, kind of leaning into a support. This is basically just saying you're probably going to be dumping a lot of your adrenaline onto your... chance, right? Rather than your weapon skill. Let's say you're playing Staff. Let's say you're playing Staff and then, like, Mace Warhorn for Support Warrior. You're probably not going to be using a lot of your bursts anyway, right? Yeah, exactly, right. There's a reason why they had to go crazy with this, right? They had to, like, go... Look at this ability, guys. Banner of Defense. Barrier, Aegis, Regeneration. And honestly, that's not even the juicy one. Banner of Tactics. Super speed, resistance, and stability. And it's pulsing resistance, by the way. Like, this is... Look, I hate to say it, guys. This is what it takes to be good in modern Guild Wars 2, right? Look at this. Super speed, stab, and pulsing resistance. Compare that to what we've got here, right? Barrier. And nothing else, right? Resistance and resolution, but it doesn't even give it to everyone around you until it echoes as well, right? Come on, man. Like, oh, look at this shit, right? Find their weakness. 10 Vuln and, like, 15 Might? I don't have to tell you. Like, yeah. It's not even close. Like, these abilities are so much worse than this. Yeah. Game of the... I completely agree, Nike, yeah. That to me is like a really big thing about GM traits, is that they should have a gameplay differential. That's why this one's cool, right? I think Enduring Refrain is really cool. Like, the other ones should be like this. I think even Strengthening Stanzas is kind of boring, to be honest. Like, Enduring Refrain, though, is really cool. Refrain effects and chants are stronger. The motivation costs are reduced, but cannot be reduced below 1. This trait does not affect the healing gain from Invigorating Tempo, so it doesn't affect that, it only affects the effects. And it reduces the cost of all of these by 1, which makes it way easier. Like, that basically halves the costs of your recuperation chant, and makes it way easier to maintain your stability pulsing, right? From Chant of Freedom. Like, don't get me wrong, I actually don't think this is that bad. Like, especially in World versus World, this is kind of interesting. Like, the only... Do you know what the problem is, though? If you play this in World versus World, you're giving up Spellbreaker. So because heal Spellbreaker is a thing in World versus World, obviously. But it has Bubble, it has Break Enchantments, it has Remove Boon when you do a CC, right? You're not going to have that if you play Paragon. And yeah, you're going to have some pretty nice... Dude, the thing is, the boon access is not even that good. Like, I mean, look, Spellbreaker has this, guys. Super speed, stability, resistance, right? Yeah. So Why can't Paragon bring that banner? Well, it can, but it can't bring the boon strip, right? That Spellbreaker has for World versus World. So I think this is kind of hard to fit into World versus World, actually. Yeah. Spellbreaker doesn't make quickness, and that's true. Like, that will help a little bit, for sure. You will be able to potentially give quickness to your allies in World versus World. Because I believe they said it gives quickness, right, in World versus World. So it will be like a really nice DPS increase. So there honestly is that. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't want to get too bogged down in balance, actually. Like, this is the important thing. I do like the look of the gameplay loop, right? I like the look of the gameplay loop. Balance can come later. I think the traits, to me, are the actual main point of feedback we should be giving. I think they need to go way harder on these. I want to see some rejuices. I want to see some significant... I want to see way more juice on these traits, especially the GM ones as well. The master ones, I think, are fine. These are actually fine. Here. Adept could use a bit more. This one in Adept, I think, is actually pretty cool. Yeah. Because this is actually a very special effect, right? Like, it makes Chill and Cripple not as good on you, which is actually a rather interesting effect. So that's okay. But yeah, this one, and like these two probably need a bit more. More potential on the support side. I mean, it definitely is going to heal a good amount, right? Like, recuperation looks good. I think like, pulsing resistance is pretty nice, right? You can do pulsing resistance. You can have, like, really good resistance uptime, maybe, with barrier. Man, if you can actually maintain max motivation and recuperation, it's really good, right? You give pulsing barrier, healing, and resistance. And then if you could somehow keep up freedom, it's pulsing stability, resolution, swiftness. Pretty nice. And if you have 100% boon duration, you'll basically maintain 2 stacks, right? Because you'll have 2 stacks of stability pulsing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And you can take the banner as well. And you take staff with this, probably, to heal people. You need, like, big adrenaline generation. Like, you need big adrenaline generation for this. And you'll give a look. Giving quickness is big in World versus World, right? And you're going to give quickness in World versus World. So you are going to make people pump, too. Okay, yeah, no, I'm kind of sold on it. This is also really good. We Will Never Yield is very good. Yeah. The other ones are kind of meh. Martial Kens will work and give stab as well. Yeah, because it's gonna pop soldier's focus, right? Yeah, so whenever you pop one of these, it will give an AoE stack of stab, right? Well, only if you have soldier's focus, though. Like once every 10 seconds. Definitely some good synergy with tactics, though, right? And I guess this is actually... I guess this one is, like, really disgusting. In World vs. World, maybe. AoE Immobilize. In 360 radius. Kind of nifty utility if you can, like, fit that into the build. Not sure if you want to take that, though. Like, that'll be with Leg Specialist, yeah. And you can have, like, Banner of Tactics, too. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it a little bit. There's some potential here. And you're going to be really tanky, right? With Unyielding Resolve. And mega tanky. This is interesting, too. Inspiring Implements is interesting. Gain motivation when you use your 4th or 5th weapon skills. That's basically like your Warhorn abilities. Or Staff 4 and 5, maybe. Yeah, the adrenaline is going to be... You're going to need to figure out how to get adrenaline. Well, you're probably gonna play Discipline with this. I assume you're gonna play Tactics Discipline, right? Because there you have what is it? Heightened Focus or whatever it is, the healing one. The healing one. Oh wait, maybe you need. Can you take Heightened Focus on this build? Or do you need Burst Mastery? Because I feel like Burst Mastery is really fucking nice. Because you're gonna want that. You want the refund. Which is going to be pretty good. And yeah, like, then after that, I guess... Stalwart Focus, I guess, for the extra healing. Although Warrior Sprint could also be good just for the mobility in World vs. World. And the movement speed from the Chart of Freedom in the middle, you can get super speed like speed. Yeah. You're going to be like, zooming around incredibly fast, I think, if you have the strengthening stanzas. Heightened Focus with Staff is nice. Yeah, because you get like mega. You're going to get giga healing, right? It's 20% extra healing modifier. So it is very fucking good. And you also get Self Quickness from Heightened Focus, right? Which is pretty good. Oh, yeah, dude, I forgot. This trait is kind of spicy, actually, isn't it? Look at this. Gain quickness and recharge your burst skills when you strike a foe that is below the health threshold. Below 50%. And that happens, like, a lot in World vs. World. Wait, hold on. Wait, isn't this actually, like, Giga with Paragon? Because wouldn't it recharge all of your, chance? That's actually pretty Giga, no? They're all coming back. It's Giga if you have the adrenaline to feed it. Yeah, a lot of it is going to be making sure that you get enough adrenaline to feed it. I believe they are only level 1 bursts, though, and I think you only have level 1 bursts, right? I think. Or do you still have level 3? Maybe you have level 3, actually. So you're probably not pressing... If you have level 3 bursts, you're probably not pressing your F1 very much. Oh, just level 1? Okay, so yeah, you can actually press F1 then. Yeah, you have 3 adrenaline bars, right? But I think the chants are only... They only use 1 bar. They're 1 bar each. Maybe that's manageable then. They need to press F1 to make motivation? Oh yeah, you kind of do. In fact, you definitely do. By using a chant or by using a burst skill while a refrain is active. I think using a chant does give you it as well, but yeah, you also do kind of want to use the F1 because it gives you 4 stacks. That is a big deal. Weapons are on discipline for adrenaline and 1 more on staff for more. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see it. Hello, the gaming NP. How you doing? Huge. CC Mercer's Hand we good? CC grants 7 adrenaline. You're either sacrificing discipline or tactics straight lines. Yeah, that's a bit tough. That's tough. Versatile power, yeah. So you're gonna get cooldown reduction on your chance from discipline too. Yeah, I mean you're like tactics discipline is definitely the way to go, right? Like those are the 2 support oriented trait lines, and then this is like the elite spec with support on it. Yeah, I feel like Magrest is... Dude, Magrest is kind of dooming on Paragon, no? What's up with that, dude? Make DPS work? Yeah, I mean, that is tricky. Although, I mean, Warrior does have good damage. It has very strong damage trait lines. But yeah, the question is like, what value are you getting out from playing DPS Paragon? Some kind of like hybrid approach where you kind of get both a little bit? A DPS lack, you play Blade Sworn. Blade Sworn. The Breaker. PV 1v1. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some potential for some degen bunker stuff. Although I'd be more worried about Ritualist for PvP, to be honest. Ritualist might, like, break PvP. There is a chance. There's a chance that happens, guys. Very nice. Antiquary is breaking PvP. I mean, it's Thief, so it's kind of like default good. I can definitely see this being strong. But, I mean, that's just Thief. Like, Thief is just good in PvP. It has, like, all the Thief toolkit. I guess the concern I'd have is that some of your kind of, like, survivability is going to have a bit of randomness to it. Like, how you survive is going to be a little bit random. Like, a lot of the Thief elite specs have a lot of defensive potential to help it survive. This, not so much. Yeah, the barrier is pretty good. You get the barrier on your heal skill and your elite skill, which is pretty nice. And this trait is really good too. So you have like a lot of barrier to help you survive. And if you have, I guess if you have a lot of artifacts, there's gonna be a lot of barrier, right? And there's also a lot of good boons. You can give yourself a lot of stability with this one and this one. So it's like, for me, it's going to be like, what does this look like in PvP? Is it able to live? Like, this is, I feel like this is like mega spicy. Like the Enterprising Aristocrat, because Thief obviously loves stuff that gives it initiative back. That means it can use its weapon skills again. There's definitely a universe where you just kind of take, I don't know, like this. Okay, think about this, guys. If you play Prolific Plunderer and Improvisation, every time you do a pilfer, you get 3 artifacts. That's going to give you 6k barrier, and 3 stacks of stability, or 3 applications of resistance, or like a mixture of both, right? Because you're going to get random artifacts there. So you're going to get, on average, you're going to get like 1.5 procs of both, right? It's like 50-50 if you get offensive or defensive. So you're very likely, yeah, and 6 initiative. So this is pretty juiced, right? And also I could imagine, I want to say something like, what would be good in PvP here? I feel like all 3 of these could be good. Like if you let's say you need more damage, then this is good, right? You just get 15% damage in PvP. Artifacts being better, that could also be good. This one seems very interesting, though, the Scoundrel's Luck. Because that basically says, okay, well, you can just, like, you can guarantee that you double use some of these abilities without fucking you. For example, you can guarantee that you get the teleport off, right? Let's say you want to do a double Shadow Step. That you can guarantee that you get that every time. You can guarantee that you can double stun break and give yourself barrier. You can guarantee that the coin toss doesn't backfire, right, twice in a row. And that would be like a lot of contingents and more initiative, right? So you take this one, you do pilfer, and then the coins. The coins would just like feed you initiative. Again, you get 3 coins. The average initiative is 1.5. This gives you an average of, well, actually that's not that good, is it? Because like roll for initiative is basically that, but without the Condi Cleanse. I mean, maybe, and that's kind of a big commit. You have to commit that trait to it and the coins. Maybe that's not that impressive. And double stun break's kind of nice. But dude, the thing is, Thief has Shadow Step. Shadow Step is a very good ability. And this is like not horrible, but Shadow Step is pretty good. Pretty good skill, guys. You know, it's pretty good. Thief utilities in PvP. I actually really like this heal skill. This is cool design. Because it's in, you know, you're supposed to backfire it to get the full heal. That's quite nice. But there's another problem. Dude, I feel like, man, Thief utility skills in PvP are really good, huh? Yeah, because you've got Hide in Shadows is just like default, extremely good. Withdraw is good as well. Yeah, it's interesting. Those are good abilities in the PvP game mode. This with Trickery is very juiced though, because then you have Kleptomaniac as well, so you get initiative when you steal, and you're also gonna get initiative when you use the things that you steal too. Man, it's like this like feeds into itself so much. This is like a lot of feeding. There's a lot of feeding going on here, guys. All the specs look like they can cook in PvP. Yeah, for sure. I definitely think there's potential in PvP for all of them. Ritualist is terrifying. Look, if the French players get new accounts, we're in trouble with this one. It's over. 5 Ritualist monthly AT finals. I mean, look, that will be good. That's how it should be. It scares me to say the next week Elite Specs will be even bigger. I mean, dude, look, they have said that next week is big. They have openly said that. They've enjoyed saying it too. Ritualist main. Yes, Ritualist is coming. Very exciting. I really like the Grandmasters on Ritualist. These are very good roleplay. Very strong as well. NG meta? Yeah, I mean, of course, we have to see what the NG one is going to be. Evoker better be the best one. Ah, yes, Evoker. The Ellie mains will have their time in the sun soon. I used Zinro's weapon today, just mashing, and unintentionally survived an auto down mechanic. Wait, actually, where are some of the devs' awesomeness? Because the way they talked about it on stream, they suggested that that's not how it should work. Wait, are you talking about Demos? Wait, did you try on Demos or something? Because that would work, right? Because it hits you for exactly 100% of your HP. Wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, what did you use it on? I actually want to know now because again, this was the way the devs talked about this on stream. HT? Wait, what was the? Wait, HCCM greens or what? Primordius Chomp? That's very interesting. Wait, I need clarification on this. Where's Trig? How does this work? Because the way they talked about it on stream is they said, if an ability one-shots you, that they said that the healing happens after the damage event. So if it downstates you, it won't work. Is that not the case? Yeah, like, yeah. How does it work, Trig? He's literally going into the script to tell us how it works. Well, yeah, theoretically, it could... Is it healing you from downstate and rezzing you? Is that what it's doing? Because that makes it way better. If that's the case, it makes it way better. But yeah, I don't know exactly. Yeah, dude. Fucking shout out Trig. He's actually gonna tell us how the spell works. It's time. Is the 3 seconds of quickness pulsing? No, but bear in mind, Shroud has a 10-second cooldown, so you can cycle these spirits pretty quickly. Although I'm not the biggest fan of the application process of this, because it does kind of, like, incentivize you to kind of Papega spam all your spirits rather than, like, use them intentionally. So I would actually like to see this change, like, moved somewhere else. Or like, this work differently. Because, yeah, this application, it does lead to slightly degenerate gameplay. Although the uptime on it will be really high, because bear in mind, this is with 0% boon duration. If you have 100%, that's 6 seconds of quickness with every spirit, and you have 3 of them. So it's 18 seconds of quickness per cycle, and a cycle is basically 10 seconds, right? Because Shroud, you know, is a 10-second cooldown. And then, obviously, you could even take Soul Twisting if you wanted to. Thief is the clear winner. I would say Ritualist and... I think everyone's a winner here. Like, the only thing that I think needs some cooking is some of these Paragon traits. I think Ritualist and Antiquary look really exciting. Paragon, I like it mechanically. Like, mechanically, it feels fun. This is very good. But it's kind of the traits I think need a bit of work. I wouldn't say Paragon's a loser. Because, again, mechanically, I like it. I think the motivation mechanic... and the chant mechanic is good. Utility skills could maybe use a bit of love. Like, they're not the most exciting things in the universe. But the elite's cool. And the mechanic is good. So, I think it's fine, guys. It's workable. Yeah, I'm waiting here. I'm waiting for Trig just to reveal how the ability actually works. Warrior can't get stability that doesn't sit on a 30-second cooldown or require the planets aligning. I mean, Banner of Tactics is a very good skill. I wouldn't like complain about that one too much. And actually, the stability application here is quite strong, Paragon. Again, if you have 100% boon duration, which in World vs. Zord you will, that's going to be 2 stacks pulsing if you're able to maintain motivation for a bit of time, which I think is relatively realistic, especially if you're in a big Zerg fight and you're like, you know, actually in melee, like you're in the mix. It's workable, right? This effect is very strong. Look at this. It pulses healing, barrier, and resistance. And bear in mind, these numbers here, right, guys? They're with 0 healing power. They don't have any... I think they have, like, 0 stats on in the tests. Man. It would be based if the Guild Wars 2 tooltips had the scaling on them. Although, to be fair, that would be misleading. I wonder if they've even done the tuning for these. They might not... Like... It's possible they haven't even, like, thought about the tuning that much. It could be, like, borderline random numbers. To be fair. Also says 0 tuning. I assume. There you go, then. So just to be clear, yet again, Thief has no viable Fractal raid spec. Wait, are you kidding me? Like, Thief has a bunch of builds that work. You can play, like, Power... Like, Condi Daredevil is actually really fucking good on certain encounters. Like, Power Daredevil is fine, obviously. Like, Spectre is actually pretty good now. Like, Heal Spectre and DPS Spectre. Isn't, like, Condi Spectre actually kind of meta on some Fractal fights? Or, like, really good in Fractals? And Deadeye is fine, too, as well, right? Like, Deadeye is 100% something that you can play. So, I do have good news for you. Don't you guys love giving people good news? This guy's like, dude, Thief has no good builds. We just gave him like 7. Log in. Read the full comment. Outside of selfish DPS or Clunktown healer. Wait, but you can't just say that. That's illegal. Like, you're saying you're saying outside of those really good builds, I don't have any builds. I mean, I don't have to tell you. Like, that's like saying, listen, you know, I can't play Necro. Necro has no viable builds outside of Reaper and Scourge. It's like, well, I mean, well, that's not even true because of Harbinger, but you get the idea, right? It's like, well, I mean, I don't have to tell you. That's just, it is what it is. And you can play a light DPS. Yeah, you can play a light DPS Spectre. I will give you that Quickness Deadeye is definitely a slightly wonky build. I mean, Deadeye in general is a little bit weird. But yeah, I think there's honestly a lot of work done with Heal Spectre to make it a lot more playable. Pistol Deadeye spam build gives quickness. Yeah, I think you play the quickness trait on Pistol Deadeye spam. So you can be an open world god. And pistol spam and give everyone... Dude, where's Trig? Is he out of the... Did he get lost in the script? Heal Survival. They kind of changed this. You don't... They basically deleted all of the ally targeting stuff for PvE. Well, they didn't delete it, but... They like, mitigated it a lot. It does not prevent one-shots. I don't see Rit having the flag that prevents Deathlight Rebound. So wait, Trig, can you give us like the quick rundown? Can you just like quickly clarify what the intended functionality of this is? So let's say the player is on 50% HP and they take a hit that is 60% of their HP. what happens in that scenario with this ability. Because my understanding would be that you die. It won't save you. Why are you guys putting the Kuma remote? Oh, yeah, we do have the Paragon emote. Lynn made this. Not sus at all. 95% reduction, then you heal the rest. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think it works that way. I think you take the damage first, then it heals you up again. Troubadour needs stability and Aegis in the kit after seeing Ritualist. It kind of has it, right? Like, you get stab when you hit crescendo because of chaos. You have stab mantra, which is still a really good ability. It calcs the excess damage, heals you, and then gives you a lifesteal. So you would die if, okay. So well, yeah, just for clarity, if you're on 50% HP, okay, and you take a 60% of your health hit, you die. You take the wait, so you take the full damage and instantly heal damage away. Wait, but do you die in that situation though? Like, would you live that? Oh, wait, so wait, oh, I trolled. I asked 2 questions. So you do die there. If it were down, you go to, okay, yeah. Okay, so wait, what happened with Awesomeness? Is Awesomeness lying? Wait, Trig, I think we've got some drama here, bro. I think you need to start some shit with Awesomeness. He said that he lived a one-shot on HT. He had fucking dev hacks on. Are you serious, bro? He had hacks on? He was hacking. Wait, Jester, why do you invite these troll tanks, bro? What are you doing? Is HT a one-shot or just really high damage? I don't know what the chomp... Wait, the chomp... I'm pretty... Wait, does the chomp insta-down you on normal mode? Wait, can't we just go and do it? Guys, let's go do HT normal mode. We can just test this now. Join HT normal mode. I don't even know what the chomp does on normal. I haven't done normal for forever. Guys, join me. Join HT normal mode. Well, yeah, I know you can survive stuff like this with the glint heal, but we need to understand like how much damage it actually does. Pretty sure it instantly downs you. Wait, guys, get in here. Wait, what server am I on? I'm on EU. I'm on EU. Wait, it's today's daily? Dude, that's crazy. What a wacky coincidence. Right mission. Join us. What are we testing? The chomp. Awesomeness has reported interesting behavior. We have to test the situation. Wait, also check out this comment. I still don't understand. Why is there no water wizard on Elementalist? ArenaNet is literally balancing this game for 13 years and they can't even produce a normal build. Just make water hit hard like a truck and understand why we stay on water, as opposed to I don't understand why people call this new build. It is literally better than any build in Elementalist. Why would you stay on the floor or do downstate rotation? Normal chomp can be ordered with any death-defying skill. Yeah, but in that case, though, why would Zinro weapon save him? All right, we actually only need like 5 people. Just get in here and we'll go like we'll just start. Wait, this guy joined and then instantly left. Downset and Ellie is Fog Wizard. That is true, actually. Emily Mirage is acting strangely. It's over. Will this player actually make it to the instance? Mist Wizard. All right. It's normal mode, correct? Yes. All right, I'm starting it. You guys are too slow. Here we go. HT normal mode, aka the breaker.
The cycle ends. We are truly awake.
It's time.
Cleanse that corrupted magic. Push it into the prismatic rift.
NM. Crab. Wait, what the fuck is this? They're pushing into the crab. What the fuck is this? Is this the... Am I on the NA server, huh? Is this fucking NA? Okay. NA scenario here, guys.
There, it's been purified. Break it to send it back. It worked. The
Okay.
dragon void is exposed.
Yeah, the voice acting here is brutal. It is absolutely fucking brutal.
Join. I will set you
Jawmag, aka the Breaker. Quick reminder, guys. Icebrood Saga. A reminder that there have been multiple events within the history of Guild Wars 2 that many consider to be psychologically breaking the community. Even referred to as cleansing nukes. Okay, here we go. All right, someone needs to touch the chomp. All right, I'm gonna wait. Am I gonna touch the chomp? It's fine. These players are gonna touch the chomp. Well, I mean, I don't know how much damage it did. Wait, okay, I'm gonna touch the chomp. You have to be on full HP as well. You have to say how much damage it did. Primordus. Ah, Grim with the raid. Okay, I'm gonna get hit by it. Oh yeah, no, it's not a one-shot. Because I actually lived it. 8 hours of yapping and stalling. Oh, that's about to activate. We are going to be creating YouTube Slop. YouTube Slop is incoming. Wait, what does this do? Does this instantly kill you? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. This is blockable on normal mode. Wait, I'm going to see if I can actually live this. I have no life force. It's over. I put the blood wall down, though. It's fine. Yeah, it's actually not that down. Oh! Oh, no! Oh! Even that doesn't do that much damage, huh? Let's go Vengeance to get the res. It worked. Rit design is low energy? Wow. Grim, not a fan. He's not impressed. Lara, happy birthday? Wait. I don't think it's Lara's birthday today. It was Lara's birthday last year. Oh man. All to damage ones? Yeah, I mean, I guess they all do damage, but only one of them is like specialized in damage. Like 2 of them are kind of utility or support ones. Slop. Wait. Darren's is also here. Darren's in the chat. Okay, I need to somewhere. I might quickly get another cup of tea, guys. Juice up. Grab a quick snack. I did. Oh man. I hit a big workout today and I am hungry. That's all I can say. I am hungry. I'm like giga hungry last couple of days. God damn. Only just so you can delete them outside of Shroud with the trait. Yeah, the implementation there is rather unusual. I guess it's so you could... Well, no, seeing the cooldown is irrelevant because the cooldown will always be less than or equal to your Shroud cooldown, right? You don't actually care about seeing the cooldown. Yeah. I'm flexing, I'm stretching, guys. I need to stretch permanently. Oh, damn. Yeah, I guess that... Yeah, the F2, F3, F4 is pretty interesting design. I guess they want you to be in Shroud for a long amount of time, and then potentially even resummon and detonate, like, within one cycle. And, of course, you get the auto-detonate when you leave. Wait, actually, I'm pretty sure... Trig can confirm this, but I'm pretty sure that it doesn't auto-trigger unless it's off cooldown, right? I'm pretty sure it won't do that. In fact, I'm pretty sure they demonstrated exactly that being the case. Which is pretty interesting. Wait, Jester, you depleted? Oh dear. Dude, go with the... Why are you not playing with the guild? Over 6 minutes? Wait, I actually have to check this. The fuck is going on? That I can't find your character because it's got Papega name, you know, name. Why didn't you just call it regular Clarkson? Why did you put like weird accent letters in it? Ooh. Okay, hold on. I'm finding the character. Okay, let's take a look at this deplete. What did he deplete? Oh no. Wait, what? What is deplete? Wait, what? Wait, you're saying the 3K tank depleted you? 21 deaths? Wait, how did you deplete this? The healer is the only player who's suspect here. This guy running Kazan in a weekly 12 is a self-report, though. I will admit that. Wait, what build was this guy? Was he running the right build? He was running the right build. Wait, how did you deplete? I actually don't understand. What went wrong? This looks fine. Did you just int? Like, what did you die to? It was so bad I thought about leaving my own key. Like, this actually like psychologically crushed him. That's crazy. You did add an evoker, which is usually a mistake. Wait, you wiped to the dogs? Well, that's a healer problem, actually. 3 dogs took the team. Wait, wait, what? What are you talking about? Look, I don't trust Pug Evokers, Guru. I never add them, especially not Prez. If you ever add Prez, you're just asking to deplete your key. And Evokers in general are just dog shit players. Like, that's... It is what it is. Huge. Wait. Oh my god. I need to not get sucked into this, but I love this. How to ruin a class. The case of the thief and the Antiquary. I think Antiquary is the biggest disappointment, and I couldn't imagine anything worse for a thief in Guild Wars 2. Such a ridiculous elite specialization. How does anyone come up with the idea of giving something so absurd to an assassin-type class? If anyone out there genuinely enjoys Antiquary, please explain it to me. I'd love to understand how relic tossing became the new peak of thief gameplay. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You hate to see it. And that's brutal stuff. That is absolutely brutal stuff. Unfortunate stuff, guys. What'd you take on T-Pot? I think it looks really funny, to be honest. Like, is it edgy? No. And is it okay to, you know, kind of want an edgy spec and be a little bit upset with the theme, or not like the theme? Yeah, it is, yeah. I think that's fine. But I actually think mechanically it looks really fun. I think that the RP is hilarious. I love the elite skill, like summoning mass scripts. It is fucking funny. Yeah, I think the traits are cool. I think the utility skill mechanic is cool, and I think the artifact mechanic is cool as well. No, I would say yeah, I have very, like, kind of positive opinion on it, yeah. The RNG for PvP? I think it's probably fine. Because you're going to have ways to mitigate that RNG. With how the, you know, if you'll always get a defensive one, you'll always get an offensive one. Or you can get 3 and use all 3 with improvisation. You're going to have cooldown reduction. You're going to be able to, like, pilfer quite a lot. So I think it should be okay. It shouldn't be a problem. Because, like, all of the artifacts are, like, generally good. I think. One's a stun break, one's an evade, right? Like, there's some kind of good stuff there. I can't get behind the theme even if it's funny. I mean, that honestly is fair. Like, real talk. That is actually fair. I do think it's extremely funny, which I do quite like. But I can definitely understand people not liking it. I think that's fair. Look at the best one so far. I think the trait design on Antiquary is extremely high tier. It might have the best traits. The only trait that's like, you know, whatever, is exhilarating ephemera, right? Everything else is really cool. This is a really cool trait. 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 This is a really good trait. Like, these are all, like, really interesting. Like, and like, they're actual decisions to make, right? And they're gonna, like, significantly change how you actually think about your spec, right? And actually change how you think about your class. Like, in terms of trait design, this probably is the best. This probably, like, is the best one, I'd say. I like the utilities. I was a little bit worried about the utility skill design, but I actually quite like the utility skill design as well. With these abilities, particularly the heal skill. I really like the heal skill and the elite skill. These are okay too. But yeah, the heal. I like the design on these 2 abilities quite a lot. You only play 1 plus the elite. It will always be fix the backfire. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can really de-RNG yourself, right? Depending on which one you want to, which one you go with, right? Yeah, and the backfire on the elite is theoretically not a huge deal, right? Because you just have to not press the bomb when it gives you the bomb. So you basically, it has like a 20% chance to give you a bad outcome, but you just need to not press it and recognize the icon, basically, and then wait until it gives you another one. Or just press the one that isn't the bomb. Huge. Where's Condi Paragon? I mean, there is no Condi Paragon. It's basically very supporty. Given this skill is one of its utilities, Song of Restoration. Yeah, I would kind of want to see a bit more juice on the utility skills for Paragon and these traits. But again, at the end of the day, I think Paragon has got a solid foundation. That's the way I see it. Like, this is good. Motivation mechanic, I think, is interesting. Yeah. There's potential, you know what I mean? Elite skills, cool. Right, there's some potential here. Utility skills are a bit boring. And the traits are a bit boring. So I think it needs a bit more work, but I think that's fine. Yeah. Sorry about the start of the game. I like to just get in there. Explore around a little bit, see what's going on, see what's cooking, see what's fun, see what you enjoy. Okay, guys, I'm actually going to very quickly get a cup of tea, and then we're going to do YouTube slop. We're going to do full slop. Let me actually grab the stream, because we're obviously going to go over the stream during the slop. In 1080p this time, love to see it. Okay. Nice. But yeah, I'm going to get tea, guys. And then we will go ahead and go over all these specs and make some content for YouTube. Guys, I don't want to say this, but YouTube had even viewers with Twitch. Are you guys afraid? Do you feel fear? Just so you're aware of that. That's your reality now. The peak YouTube viewership was 1,709, with an average of 959, with 630 still on YouTube. They're getting ready to get an early serving of slop. Dude, oh man, I need to give people like, I need to give some people mod on YouTube. Because there are actually a couple of people who watch the YouTube stream basically every day. I need to give them mod or something. Because what if people, although, you know, weirdly enough, the YouTube, like, people are a bit unhinged, but they don't say like really weird shit on YouTube. You know, they're actually kind of well behaved over there. Although to be fair, we don't really ban people on Twitch either. So it's like not a huge deal either way, I guess. Yeah. Twitch chat on YouTube. I could maybe come up with some kind of implementation for this with my bot. But again, Twitch don't really like... I think what I could do is I could make my Twitch bot copy all of the YouTube chat messages into Twitch. So basically, I could also make it go vice versa. So you guys could actually talk to each other, theoretically. Because I could make the bot do both ways, right? Like every Twitch chat message, it could auto-post in YouTube and vice versa. The problem with that is that I'm not sure if Twitch actually likes that. That's the issue. So I'd have to kind of check the TOS if that's acceptable. Anyway, I need to stop stalling, guys. I'm gonna grab a cup of tea, yeah, and then we're gonna do the content. Hold on, let me actually scroll back here a little bit, and then we can get this ready to go. Yeah, no, I do actually. One of the projects for development for me right now is going to be Bot V5, Bot V5, which is going to also have YouTube support. Yeah, which it doesn't right now. I basically have 0 YouTube support on my bot, but I actually have created the project, and actually I'm really excited for Bot V5. It's something I'm actually really looking forward to working on because I want to make it really powerful and integrate it with all of my other tools. Right now, all of my tools for tournaments and stuff, they're actually separate from the bot, and that's actually problematic. For example, it's really awkward for me to do stuff like we're doing the Chaos Raiding Open next week, actually. And it's really awkward for me to do that because I have to do some of the work on my bot and some of the work on the tournament control application I've written. But I'm going to change that so that there's basically an API that will allow me to connect any application I want to the bot and then receive notifications about various messages from Twitch without having to just simply make another Twitch bot client within every application. Because that's just dumb, right? It's really stupid to do it that way. So yeah, I have a lot of plans to actually make the bot very good with like all of the tech that I use, because I use a lot of tech on the stream for tournaments and stuff, especially because I have a lot of plans for really exciting tournaments next, kind of after the expansion, and I want my tools to work really well. So yeah, anyway, enough stalling. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab no, it's not that. The thing is, I can see both of the chats, Connor. The issue is, I want to do code stuff with it, and I can't show both on stream. It's technically against Twitch TOS, but yeah, I'm gonna quickly be right back, guys, and get a cup of tea, and then we're gonna do the deep dives. Yeah. Back. Ah. Ah. Peepo scatter. Have you been well behaved, peepos? Honestly, this Twitch chat's pretty well behaved. No need to scatter, you can gather instead. Look at that massive stagger coming out from Magrest. While you were gone, Paragon was given a one-shot, the whole map ability. That's pretty good. That's pretty powerful. And look, the thief mains they're not taking it well, are they? They are definitely not taking it well. They are struggling, guys. They're having a tough time. The thief spec is kind of based. I mean, the thief spec is actually pretty based. I will say that. Scrit Monster. Scrit Wizard. An idea for a non-busted ritual elite fix. If you get down by an attack, you will be at 95% health in down state. That would actually be insanely good, to be honest. But I mean, no, they won't do that. I'm curious if they'll change it. Like the effect, it's a very weird effect. Like it's one of those things that actually doesn't translate very well into Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. I really like that they tried to though. It's very iconic. That type of effect is really iconic in Guild Wars 1, right? With like Shelter, Prot Spirit, and so on. Even blending in a little bit of Reversal of Fortune in there, which is, you know, a little bit of Zinray Weapon. But that type of effect like doesn't translate super well into Guild Wars 2. Because there's so many damage events, right? Like, there's like million, billion damage events. So it's weird. A third HP bar for Necro? Sign me up. The full share shield is the real elite. And yeah, that effect is pretty powerful. Like, AoE sharing 3 blocks if you take the spirit weapon trait, or the weapon skill trait, is pretty nifty. To be honest, like, you know, that is a good ability. Do you think Thief Mains would complain if instead of a Scrit, it was Marja or Kazma and bikinis instead of a Scrit? I have a feeling this isn't a problem with the class, but a problem with how anti-goon it is. And you could be right. You could be right there, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe there's loads of, like, Rat fans in the Thief community that are just now, like, getting what they want. Rats. Weapon avoiding an Aegis and block attack which is stripped? That's a good question. It might be order of application, or it might be boons first, unique mod second. Actually hard to say. I'm not sure if we have anything to compare there, really. Will this initiative UI say scuff for other builds too? Nah, it looks like this is just for Antiquary. Because it has to accommodate the F4, right, when you have shuffle. Or a third artifact. So there you go. Wait, Jester, there is no way you deplete it again. I don't believe you. I simply don't believe you. Jester, who are you adding? Go live. Start streaming. What? I mean, you kind of love to see it, to be honest. Wait, also, guys, link the clip on this. You guys were all saying that Trig, like, nearly said Magrest. What? Link the clip. Link the clip. Bro. You added a 2.5k VDH? Bro. Dude, he has a 623 weapon, dude. 629 boots? Oh my god. This is... You do not like to see this. You do not like to see this. I don't like to see that, Jester. How is this my fault? Just because... Wait. Just where he says mixture during the Necro trait exposition?
Outbreaker using...
When you first get into the fight with the Spec, you want to...
Going to get more powerful
play focus.
By Gilbert's one nation. Not here on a trait that doesn't actually do anything other than tell you how all of these things work. Very like a different looking spawn going to one in spawn. So they from ally resolution same it does right now. Get those is away and also so that we'll see. Keep it close. A little bit too broken. Opportunity. The next time this trait's Ritualist.
Numbers might seem pretty critical. In Flux, we're actively tweaking them a lot.
Any thoughts, Taylor, on the
Ritualist? I think just another disclaimer that the numbers you guys see as we hover everything are still in flux. We're actively tweaking them. A lot of like the initial things we put are very, very much vibe based. Before the beta, gonna go back through and make sure things are closer to how we want them. Obviously, use the beta for fine tuning things. So some numbers might seem pretty crazy. Maybe they're not crazy. But just keep that in mind as you're looking at the value for things. But largely, the functionality of the tooltips should be correct.
Bone minions. That's not a Ritualist skill. Maybe it will be for a number of the people in the chat.
That's a good meme from CMC actually. That was powerful.
I love playing Minion Necro because all the minions get the ArenaNet guild tag when they follow you around. So, maybe Ritualist is the Necro spec for me.
Yep.
Open of warding. Sinray's weapon. And I guess we should show off the Shroud skills one last time. Lust.
Dude, he doesn't say it.
Is not a leap finisher. Don't believe the skill pack here. Spirit of Preservation. And last but not least, that's Summon Spirits. Alright, that one.
Yeah, snap with the raid.
There we go. Plenty of time. Watch the VOD. Get your screenshots.
Very nice.
I think that's all we have to cover here today. So let's go back to this screen over here. So you can all see Taylor's beautiful face in a much larger size.
Yay.
As Taylor match, you will get.
Okay. Icons are riches. Yeah, they're really nice. I like the artwork in general actually for all the characters. All the characters are really good. You respond to someone saying in chat when I heard Trig say respond to some questions in chat, assuming that was on the thief. I have no idea. Like people are saying that he said Magrest. Wait, okay, we're doing the slop. I just need to quickly check like what the best pull on EOS was. Where are these? What are they actually dying to? What are the noobs dying to? We dying to greens or what? Also, what happened to the Tempest snub? What is this, bro? Where's the Tempest? Greens here. fine. Where's Awesomeness, actually? Awesomeness is not even in this group. Is it normal to run 3 healers for EOS, even post-nerf? Gluttony's in there. Boom. Oh. Dude, wait. Sneb just got fucked. Holy shit. Did he add stability? It got corrupted. He died instantly. That's actually crazy. I guess you have to do the jump. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't do the jump, you will be punished. Yeah, like why are we not playing? Dude, surely Tempest is the way to go here. It just makes the greens trivial. I want to see the best pull. Where's the best pull? Deepest embodiment of sin. Super hard punish. Where's the best one? I want to see the best one. I think there was a 9%. Fifth pull. Let's go. What are you guys actually dying to, though? What do you wipe to? Because, like, what's actually the hard part of EOS right now? Dodge? It can't be. It's trivial on every class they have. Okay. Yeah, why aren't they doing NA strat anyway? I feel like like EOS strat. Well, this is the only I don't actually know what strat they're doing. I only know EOS strat when you played Scourges. Oh, I don't understand why people don't do that. Are you in tomorrow? When are you guys playing? I can maybe help. Kind of depends though. I do have some stuff to do tomorrow, but it's possible. Oh no, man! Look, I'm very look. I mean, you guys know me. I'm very NA pilled on stuff, because like you know, the NA is the home of the forbidden one. I don't know, man. I feel like NA strat makes it so easy. I mean, dude, I'm just mega Scourge pilled on this. Like, Scourge is just so good. Planix is leading unit. Cheese's group was Flower. Yeah, that's NA. Is this? I think this is the good run. Oh, someone died. It's fucking sad. Wait, what happened here? This should never be a wipe. This was just... Wait. Oh, unless people were badly positioned. Oh, the pre-position here was terrible. Rat water pre-position, guys. I don't think it was even you, Snub. Wait, which one are you supposed to be? Are you out? Wait, what marker are you supposed to do? I'm not even sure if it was you. Sneb is left. Oh yeah, you were middle there, so yeah, you were wrong. Wait, there's a clip that's been found.
You know, weapon spells have a lot of different uses. There's a lot of defensive ones, and the offensive ones are pretty different from each other. So it's going to be interesting seeing how this like mixes with the kit that.
Wait, he did nearly say it.
With the kit that Necromancer already has.
Okay.
Seeing how this like mixes.
Dude, he actually did. Wait, that was intentional. Hold on. He said "meh," okay, and then change it to "meh" afterwards.
Mixes with the kit that Necromancer already has.
Yeah, mixes.
Has some pretty
very nice.
Niche, but
that's
really
actually a hidden meme there, guys.
So seeing how it
that's a very powerful
meme. Play a support ritualist or even like a DPS ritualist that takes.
Wait, what did he say? Magrust mentioned. Yeah, add it to the compilation, guys. New clip. New clip. Okay. Wait, is this the good pull or no? Oh, this is it. Okay, take the Scourge portal. Wait, what would I need to play, by the way, Lynn? And also what position? Okay. Oh no, someone went downstate. They get res though, maybe. Oh, very lucky with those greens, holy shit. Perfect green RNG. Heal Scourge or DPS? Okay. Yeah, that's fine then. This is a failed DPS check, right? Yeah. The DPS is way too low here. Where's Jocko? Is it normal to run 3 healers on EOS? I feel like you don't need 3 healers on EOS normal mode. Or EOS CM. Regular CM. There's no fucking shot. I think it's so fucking funny, by the way, guys, that Ceres greens are still by far the hardest mechanic in the game, raid mechanic. I don't think there's a single mechanic in the game that's harder than Ceres greens, which is very funny to me. This is 11%. Wait, wasn't there a 9% run as well? Well, yeah, I thought that was the initially. I understood that was the plan, right? I understood that the plan was to go with the Tempest, but it looks like that's not being run. Oh wait, I mean, I could run heal. Do you guys want me to play heal Tempest? I can play heal Tempest as well, right? If we want heal Tempest instead of Scourge, huh? You're Scourge already? Well, I mean, maybe I play Tempest then. We obviously still want one. You're gonna need 1 chrono. Wait, I'm being called. Planga.
Ding dong.
Yo.
So yeah, the situation is essentially as follows. Since we're doing full unit strat, which was essentially the idea of having only the verts, the
Yeah.
problem is we have struggles. So
Yeah.
we are doing a little bit more damage. My idea was to maybe try some, Selly, maybe Plague Doctor mix instead for tomorrow, or just fuck it and just double heal it only. That's kind of the idea, but I would need someone to be flexible to be maybe try to push it with the heal instead. Sorry, the other way, with the damage instead. I mean, just duo heal it. The hardest part on the fight is essentially the dodging left after green pre-position, killing ads, and then double wall.
You mean like wait, which one? You mean like the line dodge or what?
Yeah, the line dodge to the left. It's
Yeah,
the only one
yeah.
that you dodge to the left, essentially.
Yeah,
So
I know the one.
That
Yeah.
is the only one that is kind of scary in terms of healing, in my opinion, and then it's the 10%. It doesn't matter for anything else, but yeah. Having additional damage class
yeah.
will help us, yes.
Well, I mean, I can just play the forbidden one then, if we want.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was planning initially. Like, that probably if you're in, you're probably gonna play Forbidden One, and we're gonna try with that one. And if it's still not enough, even if it seems like it's semi-clean, then we just drop the healer entirely and just play full DPS. And, you just occasionally press the barrier button. That's it.
Yeah, because the damage is too low here. In that run, right?
Yeah. We do need to instruct Sneb, and I have instructed him with a homework that he needs to play on EU a little bit to get used to the EU ping before he starts the session with us.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, am I right? Have people like forgotten the tech on this? I feel like people are just way too greedy. Like, why don't people just spread out a bit more just to make the dodges easier?
Which dodges do you mean?
All of them.
The one at the start?
Yeah, like all of them. Like, I just feel like I mean, like, just in general. Like, if people are dying to the dodges, why don't people just like spread out more and just like go full line?
People were dying to the dodges because they forgot to press the dodge key, or the dodge key. You know, it was pressed, but they dodged in place, or they forgot distortion. So it's a player skill, really. It has nothing to do with like dying to the thing much.
Yeah, well, I get. Yeah, obviously the Mesmers should never die because they have distort, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, what about Tempest though? I can play Tempest as well. You need Tempest.
I don't mind it at all. Like, rebound is good to kind of save a terrible situation, so can prevent downstays with greens. Because we could stack 2 greens at the same time and rebound it. So
yeah,
it will work. That's kind of like the original intention by playing 2 Tempests. Like, yeah. We went with was familiar because we had so many people who were already accustomed to that, already accustomed to maybe playing mech and stuff. I thought that if we would switch way too much, it would just not be ideal for anyone really interested anymore. It would, we would just have to progress all of the fight again instead of just progressing the greens, which was kind of the intentional idea behind this. And I don't think we're failing the greens anymore that much. The only time when we do is because people forget to pre-position, and and it is what happens.
What green would I be doing tomorrow?
Well, you would be the right green essentially. So
right anchor?
Green, so you would.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
What way? That's so heart, basically heart marker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It would be hard marker on the ground, but we would put a square above your head because people have trouble seeing the heart. Don't ask why. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah,
you're playing at 8 p.m.
original...
You're playing at 8 p.m. UK time, right?
UK, correct? Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know. I can
Central,
come then.
8 UK.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can come then. Easy.
Like, I think everything that we've done, I think it was clean enough. It's just a little bit inconsistencies, and we started to hit the DPS check now, and that is a good thing in my opinion.
I don't think you need. The thing is, especially if you're running a full heal scourge, I really don't think you need 3 healers. Also, this is the tech. Everyone has legendary armor, right? Right?
Yep.
And you can just not even Trailblazer. You can, if you're playing Vert, right? The verts can put on a couple of pieces of rabid, right? I think, and then you don't actually. I think you don't actually lose that much damage from that, right? Because you still have the precision and the conny damage. You just lose the power, right, from like the rampager pieces, or whatever, and it's kind of okay.
Wait, awesomeness was rank anchor. Oh god, yeah, this fucking hell. Yeah, I guess you're left then, Anchor.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, I mean I don't do anything. Obviously,
You're gonna
but,
be the snap. You're gonna have to babysit him, okay?
Yeah. So I think if you put if you just put some toughness on the verts, it makes it way easier. I feel like. Yeah, same with like just a little bit of tankiness on everyone because it's like a tiny DPS loss to have like a couple of toughness pieces, and then with the damage reduction food, it's free. It's piss. And then you just have to pump. And if you wait, are we gonna play double Scourge then? Double Alack Scourge?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking.
So we just play double Forbidden one, surely.
You need chrono portals.
Yeah, but then you still have room for one chrono, no?
Oh, that's what you mean. Like you still play chrono and double Forbiddens. I mean, it could work, yeah.
But yeah, it depends what we're playing, right? But that would make sense.
Yeah, there's so many choices.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, what's the comp? What am I replacing? Like, what's the comp without me in it?
It would be a further healer essentially. Like that was the original idea. Further healer or full DPS, but because we are making this assumptions and everything, we can honestly probably just go and play full DPS instead.
Yeah.
If we have a normal heal Scourge as awesomeness, even though I'm a little bit scared of that.
Also, do you know what's crazy? Awesomeness leaked this to me. He leaks a lot actually, but this is one of the things that he leaked. He said that after he gets the kill on him as world's first ArenaNet EOS, he will.
The trio.
No, not even that. He will actually be implementing a set of fixes to basically punish players who haven't got it yet. Basically, the boss will now gain stacks if the beam hits you, even if you jump it, punishing that stack, and also it's no longer jumpable. So if you touch the beam in any way, the boss will gain stacks.
That is funny.
Essentially nuking the current strategy.
But yeah, even actually, I'm thinking you would have to do alacrity DPS then. I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
It might be that. Yeah. So it might not be full DPS, but alacrity DPS because we have snap on Q. The third healer is essentially alacrity heal as well. So yeah, it would be alacrity DPS with me and a sub and.
Well, yeah, I can either play Alac DPS or the Forbidden one if we want like third half healer or something.
Yeah. In my opinion, we could just try without the third healer and just go with no.
And it should be fine. Like you have what, like three gluttony stacks on average now because they're not permanent. It's free, I think.
Yeah.
Unless the healers are literally trolling. Like, wait, are we playing Druid?
No.
No. Okay, so no Miragon then on Druid here. But what were the
healers? DPS.
Oh, he's DPS. Oh yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, he was DPS Druid. Yeah.
Yeah. So wait, what are the healer? We're playing Heal Spectre.
But no. Well, today we played Heal Spectre because the friend of Taras that was our 10th essentially wanted to try it. So it worked okay-ish, albeit some alacrity did drop during the split phase.
Yeah. Okay.
That's about it, really.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I need to go and do a YouTube slot, but I will be here and we'll kill EOS. I'm literally going to boost you guys as usual, obviously. Omega lul, Omega lul, Omega lul, Omega lul, Omega lul, Omega lul.
Yeah, I'll ping in the channel.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be here.
My Discord.
I'll be here.
I will be pinging the information and I will confirm with you in DM. So
yeah, it's fine. I mean, when I can do anything on the fight, so it's fine.
Yeah, I know. All right, good job with good job. What? Good luck with the slop.
Dude, when are we playing SC2 co-op next? By the way, bro, fuck that shit. Like, fuck EOS. Let's just do co-op instead. Okay, dude, look. You're exposed. I'm nearly rank 70, by the way. Like, mastery 70. I'm mastery 69 right now. I've been grinding.
Nice.
This mutation was actual fucking cancer, but it wasn't like I almost lost, but I played with a good Stukov and he just like killed everything. With his
nice.
you gotta get some prestiges, bro. He had like the Lord of the Horde one, and he just had like mass bunkers and like Giga Marines were just like pumping constantly.
Remember last week's mutation? It was like the one with the killbots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played Stukov and I just sent my guys.
Oh, yeah,
there,
yeah,
and
yeah.
The killbots
It's
just
trivial.
killed it and it was done.
It
was
honestly,
so
dude, it honestly feels like Stukov hard counters so many mechanics. I actually probably going to level him. He like hard counters so many he hard counters so many mutations, right? Like they just do nothing to him. Very good.
Yeah. It is.
And
it
his
is
top
really
bar
good,
is
really
so
like it.
fucking good. Like Alexander and Apocalypse are just so strong. Actually, they're so unbelievably good.
The mastery reduces their cooldowns as well. It is one of the two, so you choose exactly which one. But
Yeah.
it is really good.
Yeah.
There was something I wanted to say to you, but I forgot. That's
Okay, well, it's
unfortunate.
fine. Well, you'll remember at some point. All right, okay.
Yeah,
I begin the slop. I'll see you.
Night.
Yeah. Triple of 1 crow 2, so let's go. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. 100%. I agree with you. No, I mean, look, if you play double Forbidden One, it's easy enough healing. It's easy enough healing. I guess the only thing that's a bit troll is that you will randomly give people stability with star 5, but I guess maybe just don't press star 5. Who is this gentleman running off the platform? Wait, isn't that Marty? Yeah, this is Marty. This is check CZ. CZ check CZ. Yeah, that is Marty who untargeted the Bloodstone Shard and then charged off the edge. Dude, look at these fucking gamers, man. We got some gamers in here. We have, yeah, fucking Randy, Ipos, wait, what is this run? Marty, me, Jester, Angels, Ipos, Matter, Randy, Sassy, and Kira. That's insane. What is this run? Dude, this, look, I'm sorry. This is when the game was good. I honestly want to tell you. Rifle Hollow, Scourge, the game was alive. Fun people were playing the game. Based people were logged into the game. I just wanted to tell you. It kind of brings a tear to my eye. Like, this was when the game was kind of fire. Guild Wars 2 was fucking fire, man. Like, when, this time of this period of the game's history. Okay. Let's begin the slop. Okay. Add this to the video. And this is a pretty good meme. What the fuck is this? Okay. All right, let's get into it. Okay then, gamers, it is time for another deep dive on the next set of elite specializations that have been revealed. First up, it is going to be the Antiquary. The memes around this spec have been nearly as good as the spec itself. We see a very fine specimen of that right now here on the screen. Throwing this rat into combat here on Sunquar Peak CM. But anyway, we have got the live stream here. We have CMC test in prime position here in the Fractal arena to test this. So, without any further ado, let's get into this. I have to say, well, look, I hope people are pleasantly surprised by this. I would say in terms of the quality of the design of this elite specialization, this might be, no joke, the most exciting and well-fleshed out one yet, and I am being deadly serious there. I am not just saying that to trigger the Thief mains who wanted, like, Turbo Samurai Edge God, right? And to be clear, I will say is, look, if you think this doesn't fit well with Thief's RP or the kind of a set you were going for, honestly, that is fair enough. I respect that, right? Let's actually get serious here. This is very out there, and, you know, we'll see this here. It is super wacky. It is super goofy. It is funny. It is hilarious. It's crazy. Like, ArenaNet like have gone absolutely wild with the design on this and all the crazy little artifacts and scripts. Like, I want to scroll forwards it just to actually show the elite skill. I love this elite skill. Look at this. Okay, so you pop the elite and it summons an army of scripts that kind of dance and wiggle around and like fade into the ground, and it just feeds you mass artifacts, right? You can see it's just like rotating over the different spells. But here's the fun part. Sometimes they dig up bombs, so you have to not use the bombs. You can see this one here. If you click that, you'll explode, which is kind of what they were talking about with the Blaze of Glory. But look, this is exactly, I'm sorry, like what you're seeing here, guys, this is Antiquary, okay? If you don't like that, then yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, I guess, if you're a thief player, but hey, who knows? Maybe some non-thieves will be attracted to the glorious script army that we see here. But anyway, that's a little bit of ahead of ourselves. Let's go ahead and get back into this and kind of delve into exactly what's going on here. So, as is being demonstrated here, the core idea of this and the change to the profession mechanic is that steal is replaced with pilfer, which for some reason, they have actually, what did they rename it to? They renamed it to like Scrit. I don't know why they did this. Scrit Snatch instead of pilfer. I think pilfer sounds way better, but it is what it is. Like, that's the way they went. And when this happens at the baseline, you get 2 abilities, right? And you get to choose one of those abilities. You can see here that the UI is a little bit different because there's even room for an extra button here, because there is going to be a potential extra button with some really cool traits as we get into that a little bit later. But you can see the initiatives over there, which is honestly going to take a bit of getting used to, right? That's a bit of a weird display there. But you get 2 artifacts, and you can pick one of them to use. And of course, all the usual trait interactions will be going alongside Scrit Snatch. And then, again, you have the 2 abilities that you can choose from. So let's go ahead and get into what these abilities actually are. Like, the devs are going to kind of run through this. First up is going to be this infamous guitar that we saw. So this is kind of like a... And there's a lot of hybrid damage here. This is a pure damage spec, by the way. There's no quickness or alacrity yet. They have said that they might actually respond to feedback and potentially add it somewhere. Like, if that's something people feel like they kind of want for that kind of quickness DPS or alacrity DPS build that obviously fits well into the game. You can see the guitar here. You kind of do pulsing damage and then smash the guitar down. And look, you know, we're really off to a bang here, right, with the theme, obviously. So a bit of confusion and power damage and a stun. And this is basically the idea with these artifacts. There's offensive artifacts and defensive ones. And the best way that I can describe all of them is that they are generally good skills. So the way that you can think about the Antiquary here is that your steal is get 2 generally good skills that you can use, that you can pick between. And the baseline is that you get 2 random ones completely, but, and this is really cool, the trait design is excellent here. You can do stuff like reroll, you can do stuff like guarantee that you always get 1 offensive, 1 defensive. You can say that, oh, you get 3 instead of 2, and you can use 2 instead of just 1. Loads of really cool stuff going on there. And again, that also works with improvisation, by the way, in a way that if you have improvisation, you can even use all 3 artifacts if you have the have 3 artifacts trait. So really crazy fun stuff. So that's basically the guitar. You can see pretty cool animation there. And you can move while doing it. That was kind of a key point, right? Because, you know, it kind of initially looked like you might have to stand still, but you do not. You can see there that you basically have this channeled effect, and then you smash in front of you at the end of the channel. So kind of again, a cool skill, right? Because it has that damage component and then a stun at the end. So there's going to be a lot of a skill test there in utilizing and aiming that stun correctly. Next up is another pretty different ability. This is the Forged Surfer dash, kind of inspired by some of those Forged NPCs. And it's exactly what you'd think. You can see you just kind of get on a surfboard and slide along the ground, right? Just like that. And you drop little mines that will then apply damage and burning. So pretty straightforward there. And there's a lot of mobility on this spec, by the way. That's going to be a little bit of a theme. A lot of the artifacts have a movement component to them. And will allow you to kind of have that thief speed in addition to like the usual thief speed kit that we see. You can see those little mines there exploding into burning. Here's the next one. This one, you know, pretty generic. You basically just summon up a little Cryptis turret there that kind of just like fires at the target. And this is such a fun detail, actually. You can kind of see it here. Look at the script holding onto it. Like, they did such a good job on the RP here, right? This is one of those things that, obviously the theme isn't for everyone, but I've got to say they went hard on this. And, you know, you guys know me. I love something that's a little bit goofy, a little bit silly. This spec is hilarious. It is extremely funny. You summon an army of scrits. The scrit is stealing everything, summoning the Cryptus turrets. It's very, very cool stuff. But yeah, just like a generic damage ability here. Very, very cool. And then finally, we have the last one, which is like a mortar, right? So you basically fire just a damage field, right? Damage field goes out, and a good chunk of burning on this one too, right? You can see 8 stacks of burning. So this is very much a build where you could go Condi, right? A lot of these abilities are hybrid. They are supposed to be general offensive abilities and general defensive abilities. So, you know, if you're playing Condi, and think about that, makes sense, right? Because if you've got this spec that's got some randomness, the artifacts you get need to be like generally good. Otherwise, let's say you're playing a power build, you get the Condi artifacts, like, oh, okay, unlucky then. So that's obviously not going to be the case here. And that's also a big theme. One of the concerns here, and I think that was, you know, quite rightly so, was that RNG could potentially be problematic here. I actually think the design they've developed here on both the artifact system, the traits, and actually the utility skills is actually very healthy, to be honest. I think they've done a good job in kind of not making the random elements of Antiquary incredibly, like, unfun or really, really punishing. And anyway, so onto the defensive artifacts. The first is going to be the hammer. And again, you can see very just generally good skill. This is a leap mobility skill, AoE heal for allies, does a little bit of damage, and is an evade. Right, so that's going to resustain you a little bit, get you out of hot water potentially, help you move across the map, and also have an evade component for just that very high defensive ally. This is like just a very generally good skill, even with a little bit of support component in there as well. You can see that big kind of heal slam there. Boom, there it is. Next is going to be the Reflect. It's actually going to be a block missile, so you basically summon a Scrit that's going to pulse out some damage, and you're going to get that projectile block shield there as well. Bit of nifty utility. And bear in mind, that means that you're always going to potentially have access to this, where you don't have to take a utility skill, and that's powerful in and of itself. It's worth noting, guys, that all of these artifacts are a little bit like utility skills. So you're getting a lot of value. And as you'll see later, you will have very high access to artifacts within the spec. So it's not like you're gonna be using these relatively infrequently. This is gonna be a very core part of your gameplay with the way this actually works. And next up is gonna be the Zephyrite Suncrusher, and this is a juicy one. 1.25 second evade. It's a stun break, and it's also that movement skill with a little bit of damage and burning there as well. So that is pretty tasty, as you can see here. So we'll see the usage of this in just a moment. You can see here you can leap towards that, and then boom. So again, nice mobility skill with evade component there as well. And bear in mind, that means that 2 of the skills we've seen so far defensively have had an evade component, right? So there's like a 50% chance you basically get like an extra little dodge. And again, there's RNG mitigation on top of that as well. And that's also a stun break. The fact that you can steal a stun break and then hold it, because bear in mind, you can hold it. You don't have to use it instantly, right? You could go for a pilfer or a scrit snatch, I suppose. And then you could potentially hold that as an extra stun break that you could then use to get out of hot water when you get into a situation. So that's like super strong. To be able to access that. And then finally, oh, look at that. The infamous Hollow Scrit. And this is just an AoE CC. You plop that down, it's going to do an AoE taunt to nearby enemies with a bit of damage as well when it kind of explodes at the end. I do want to point out that the damage on this, the base value for this is 1337 with the scaling they have. That is extremely funny. And yeah, just an AoE CC. It's a 3-second AoE taunt, which again is actually very potent. If you can connect that, that is very high value. You can think of that like fear. It's like inverted fear, right? The enemy has to attack you and is forced towards you. That's a very strong effect, especially given that it's an AoE scenario. So yeah, just kind of keep that in mind. The artifacts, you know, and in general, artifacts are generally good. And now we can kind of move on to the utility skills, and we can talk about Double Edge a little bit. And yeah, you can see here are the tooltips. Shout out to the tooltip warriors that we have there. We love to see that. But here we go. Here are the utility skills. So these are all called double edges. And I was a bit worried about these because the way that they work is that you can essentially reuse them even when they're on cooldown. And there's basically there's a chance, depending on how long the cooldown is left, that it backfires. And the way they described it was that you get like a really negative effect. That is actually not exactly how it is. The way this actually works is a bit more nuanced than that, which I think has actually worked out really well and is really exciting. There's definitely going to be a lot of balancing needed here and some tweaks and maybe making them a little bit, less punishing sometimes. But in general, I actually think the design here is really exciting. And I think the epitome of that is actually the heal skill. So let's take a look at this heal skill. Double Edge. Drink an anti-venom potion to heal yourself and remove conditions. You may activate the skill while it's recharging with a small chance for the skill to backfire. The chance of the skill backfiring lowers as the skill recharges, and the skill cannot backfire when the skill is completely recharged. And basically the way this actually works, by the way, with the backfire is that if you've got 50% of the cooldown left, it's a 50% backfire. If you've got 90%, it's a 90% backfire. 10%, 10%. So you can kind of eyeball what your odds are of getting that and like decide to play it safe, play it less safe based on that. But look at the design here. I think this is actually really cool. So it's a 10-second heal skill, 1.3k heal, 1 condition removed. You might think, oh, that's trash. But look at the way they did it. The backfire is like part of the intended usage, yeah? You drop the potion on yourself, healing for more. The cooldown of this skill is increased, and you cannot reactivate the skill until it's fully recharged again. So it puts it on 20-second cooldown, but you also get a 6.5k heal and a 3 condies removed. So the way this skill kind of works out is that you can kind of keep taking little sips every 10 seconds, giving yourself a bit of sustain, but you also have the ability to get that double usage for a much larger heal, and then even more condition removes. And potentially, again, you could get, it might not backfire immediately, right? You could kind of, get even more uses out of this theoretically. And I think this is actually a very elegantly designed skill, to be honest, with the double edge mechanic. And that's going to be a bit of a theme as we kind of go through this. The next one is going to be the Stone Summit Cannon. And this one says, summon a Scrit to fire a cannon at the target area. It just does damage. It's kind of a very basic ability here. And the backfire is, the cannon explodes. And this is cool, right? This actually changes the ability. It's not strictly negative. What it means is that instead of the mortar going where you aimed it, it explodes around you, and if you don't move out, it hits you. And we can kind of take a look at the skill here, like this. So if we just kind of go on to the Scrit Cannonball. So this is what it looks like, the Stone Summit Cannon. It's now going to get used. There we go. And the Scrit appears, fires the mortar, and then despawns. But if you get the backfire, we can see what it does. Okay, if you do the backfire here, they're about to use it and backfire it. Here we go. And then you try and use it again. Look, oh, it's gone wrong. And then the Scrit explodes. But as long as you move out, you don't get punished. So obviously it's like an inconvenience to you. But again, the backfire is not like a strict downside, right? It's just like a different effect that you're going to have to respond to. And again, I actually think that's really cool. A really cool type of skill there. And the next one is a little bit similar to this too, actually. So if we go to the next ability in just a moment, this is basically a teleport style ability, the Inquest Portal device. So this is a teleport. You just port onto your opponent like that. Boom. There we go. And the backfire is that you get knocked down for 3 seconds, which is catastrophic. However, think about that. If you've got a stack of stability, then there's no downside to that, right? And, well, spoiler alert, there is a trait that will enable you to potentially have stability access on this class too. So you can essentially mitigate, like, depending on your build, you may be able to actually mitigate that effect as well, right? Which I think is actually really, really cool. So yeah, very exciting stuff. I believe it doesn't hit allies, by the way. Like, all of, like, the AoE damage, there's no way ArenaNet will say it does allies. Okay? Dealing damage to... Look. Stone Summit Cannon. Damage and inflicting conditions on you and nearby enemies within range of the Scrit. Like, there's no way they would ever make that stuff be able to... Because you could grief people with that. Like, think about that, guys. You could run around with, like, 10 Antiquaries and grief people in open world. There's, like, no way they would ever allow that. But anyway, that... is not the point. We're talking about the portal device. So the portal device has a downside, but you can play around it, right? Which I think is really, really cool. The next one is kind of similar. It's a very powerful effect if you multi-use it, but this one actually feels pretty punishing. So you get a little barrier, and it's also a stun break with a very short cooldown of 15 seconds, which is kind of nifty. But if you try to multi-use it, you'll explode and instead take a bunch of damage and do AoE damage too. The number on that seems pretty brutal, to be honest. It's like 9k damage. That's pretty intense. Again, like double stun break is pretty big, so maybe you use it in like a very desperate scenario. But the thing is that Thief already has very good stun breaks, right? Like Thief utility skills, in competitive modes are already really, really good. Are you going to be playing that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. That's a bit of a risky situation. A lot of damage there as well. But anyway. That is the situation there with the emergency Jade Shield. And we have one more. Now, this one is fun. This one is also kind of brutally punishing as well if you get the backfire, which is quite funny, but the skill is cool. So here's what you do. You summon 3 coins, Canuck coins, and depending on heads or tails, you get a different effect. So on the non-backfire, you get 1 condition per heads converted into a boon, and 2 initiative. And if you go tails, you get 1 condition removed and 1 initiative. So the high roll here is that you convert 3 condis into boons and you gain 6 initiative. And the low roll would be 3 initiative and 3 condis removed. And again, you're going to get basically the average of that on average. Now, the backfire on this one is fairly brutal. You can see here that you do the same thing. You flip the coins. But if you roll heads on the backfire, you gain 1 initiative per coin, but you lose a boon, which is pretty bad. And if you roll tails, you don't gain any initiative, and you just convert a boon on yourself into a condition. So this one is maybe a little too brutal right now. I'm not sure about that one. And Thief does like to gain initiative, but bear in mind Thief also has other ways to do that. Well, some even within Antiquary, but also stuff like roll for initiative. Like, I struggle to see this one being a thing. Although, I mean, it is a 15-second cooldown, so who the hell knows? There is that. There is that one, guys. But yeah, that is a very, very cool skill, very thematic, and we can probably see it get used here once again for the animation, because you actually see the coins appear over your head. But yeah, corrupt yourself, corrupt your own stability. Probably not exactly what you're looking for. Look at the coins. Boom. Oh no, there's the backfire. Yeah, so that's a really fun skill. And then finally, Scrit Scuffle. Finally, a good skill in the game. So this one's actually a little bit different in that you basically always get the backfire. Or rather, the backfire can always happen. It's not, you can't like multi-use this one. The backfire is like a component of the spell that you have to be aware of. So you summon Giga Scrits who just start mass digging up artifacts. They're just going berserk. Look at them. Some of them are dancing. Some of them are digging. They're out of hand. And then essentially every 3 seconds, you're going to get 2 artifacts. So the way you got to think about this is that this essentially lets you steal 5 times. Right? Now, there is a 20% chance that you get the backfire like that, which this is what they were talking about in the Blaze of Glory. So 20% of the time, it's going to give you a bomb. And the bomb is a nuke. It nukes you for 10,000 damage. It CCs you, but also you take your enemies with you, right? You Omega Boom and do heavy damage to everyone around you and also CC them. The thing is, bear in mind they don't really have any stats on. No boons. I could actually imagine a universe where you might end up doing that, even in PvP, which I'm not gonna lie, that is hilarious. The concept of that is hilarious. Like, imagine this. A thief runs up to you, and they blow themselves up, and they just one-shot you. Just think about this. Just think about the reality that we live in. That may well be a reality. Like, imagine that happening in World versus World. Like, thieves just run at you and detonate. That's crazy. I mean, that's insane. And of course, you're getting mass artifacts there as well, and you can just be cycling through these, right? You can see using that artifact, using the bomb, gonna get another artifact in a moment there. That can be used. That's the stun break even. You can stun break out of the bomb. Bear in mind, the scrits are digging up in an area, so you have to be like near the scrits to get the artifact. So you are gonna have to kind of be limited to that space there a little bit. And it's a long effect, right? It's like a 15-second effect. So, you know, you can maybe dip in, dip out, like maybe miss 1 or 2 of them, but still try to get as many as possible, depending on the scenario. But yeah, I have to say, really fun I think the mechanic of this spec is really entertaining. I think the utility skills are cool. Some of them might need... I think tuning is going to be pretty important here. Because in general, Thief utility skills, especially in competitive modes, is pretty damn competitive. But I don't want to complain too much about balance, really. Because again, obviously, it's you know, it's literally the... They haven't done any like major tuning or like testing on beta stuff like that. So I'm not really going to worry about that too much. In my opinion, because I think the actual theme of these abilities is pretty good. I think they're not boring at all, which is huge. It's really trying something new, completely different type of ability there that's very, very kind of rule-breaky and new. Super exciting, right? Like, this is a very exciting elite spec. I enjoy the design quite a lot, and well, that's only going to continue now as we actually go ahead and look at the traits. Because I think these are fantastic. I really like the design here, and we're going to get into those right now. And yeah, obviously we're going to look at the minor traits first. Let's take a look at those. You can see, obviously, Trinket Collector, that's just, oh, you're an Antiquary now. How exciting. But first up is going to be Magpie's Defense. Grant yourself Barrier when you use a healing skill or an elite skill. And they've got separate cooldowns. So it's like just a decent chunk of sustain there. And that's going to synergize with some other stuff that we'll get to later. But the next one, and this one's cool. Enterprising Aristocrat. Gain initiative whenever you use an artifact. And bear in mind, you're going to be using a lot of these artifacts. So you are going to be feasting on initiative here. Especially when you go ahead and combine that with other initiative generation stuff too. Like, you know, your... Like the Trickery trait line, for example, is going to be really, really good with this and kind of combo with that because you're going to get the juice. You are going to get the juice, the kleptomaniac, right? Stealing to get more initiative. So you can combine that together to like really fuel your initiative generation and just be able to use a lot of skills. And spoiler alert, that's going to be pretty big for some of these Grandmaster traits because some of these Grandmaster traits have very high value if you're able to just keep spending initiative. But anyway, look at these adept traits. These adept traits, guys, are basically Grandmaster traits from any other profession. Look at this. Number 1, card swap. Gain access to reshuffle. New ability on an adept trait. Remove conditions from yourself whenever you reshuffle your artifacts or use an artifact skill. And reshuffle redraws any artifacts you have in your skill slots. It costs 2 initiative with a 5-second cooldown. So it's you know, decently expensive, but obviously a powerful effect. It allows you to re-roll without needing to wait for your Scrit Snatch again. So that's also, again, I really love the design of that. That's really exciting. Again, it completely changes how you interact with your class mechanic. Like, this is almost like, I wish every trait was like this. It's so exciting, especially when you compare it to the other ones. Split deck, next one. Whenever you pilfer, you're guaranteed to get 1 offensive artifact and 1 defensive artifact. Again, just changes the mechanic in a pretty big way. So you're always going to get 1 offensive one and 1 defensive one. So you'll kind of have an option for whatever situation that you're in. It won't always be exactly what you're looking for, but it will be something kind of in the direction of what you want to do. And then the third one is just very, very simple. The Prolific Plunderer. Gain additional artifact slot. You can use 1 more artifact each time you pilfer. This one also seems insanely strong, especially with improvisation, because look at this. Enterprising Aristocrat, right? Obviously has like godlike synergy with this one because you're going to use 2 artifacts. That's going to be another 2 initiative. If you have improvisation, that's going to be, you can use all 3 artifacts you get when you go for your pilfer Scrit Snatch. So 6 initiative refunded, like whenever you hit that. And then if you have, think about that, if you have Kleptomaniac, guys, Kleptomaniac gives you 3 initiative. And then 3 artifacts is another 6 initiative. So that would mean that your Scrit Snatch is refunding you over the course of cycling through the abilities 9 initiative. It's a pretty big deal, right? And even more than that, check this Grandmaster trait. Look, I'm just gonna squeeze. I can't decide which trait I want to talk about first. But look, this one is cool. And this, you know, this is going to be kind of like a PvP thing. Possessive Hoarder. Artifacts grant barrier and boons when used. Offensive and defensive artifacts grant different boons. So your offensive artifacts are going to give you resistance, so you can just keep pushing forwards and not care about stuff like, you know, chill and weakness. And defensive is stability, right? So you're going to get stability from using that. And bear in mind, right, that's going to allow you to, say, counter your teleport. Like, if you backfire on your teleport, that stability would completely mitigate that, right? on the utility skill. Like, you could just keep porting as long as you have a defensive artifact available to grant yourself stability. Very exciting there, I think. And of course, the barrier sustain you'd get there is a lot, right? If you have Prolific Plunderer, and then you have Possessive Hoarder, that's potentially going to be 6k barrier from that. So a lot of sustain, right? You know, and a very different approach to Thief Sustain, right? Like, Thief Sustain has always been kind of, you know, all about evasion, a little bit of self-healing there as well. Of course, Spectre kind of brings in some of that barrier, but this is, you know, it's almost a little bit brawlery, like kind of bruisery, right? With like Magpie's Defense, Possessive Hoarder, right? The way the artifacts are, it's a bit bruisery on Thief. It's a very different playstyle, I think, to how Thief currently plays out now in competitive, which is, I think, pretty exciting, to be honest. But anyway, back, let's actually kind of reattach ourselves to what's going on here, because look, the master traits are also incredibly exciting. Scoundrel's Luck. Scoundrel's Luck, when you use Script Snatch, letting you use a double-edged skills on cooldown without triggering the backfire. And this basically says your next double edge, it will always be successful, regardless of the remaining cooldown. If used on Script Scuffle, it instead reduces the chance of obtaining the bomb. It reduces it to 0%, incidentally. But this is actually another really cool trait because, again, this manages that RNG. And realistically, let's say you only played like 1 or 2 double edges, you know, and the elite. Realistically, that means you can use Scoundrel's Luck smartly to more or less never bother with the downside. You'll always be able to use all of your skills twice if you want to, right, with Scoundrel's Luck, which is very, very powerful. And again, it just... This is what I love about this. This trait changes how you interact with your abilities in a very big way. Because all of a sudden you want to go, okay, I always want to use my Script Snatch before using a double edge to mitigate that backfire entirely. And it just, again, you know, if you don't want to play risky, you don't want to have that RNG factor, boom, it's gone. Nice. Meticulous Custodian, this is very basic trait, but, you know, I think there's nothing wrong with that. It just makes your artifacts better, right? Again, you know, it's interacting very heavily with your... class mechanic, right? And it just makes these better. It's stuff like, oh yeah, the stun duration is longer. Oh yeah, more damage, right? Like, etc., etc. Like, more everything. It just makes them better in every way, basically. Really cool. And then, honestly, the only relatively uninteresting trait is Exhilarating Ephemera. It just says, do more damage. And this is going to be, you know, look, we got a little bit of free damage in there. You know, you got to kind of make it work in PvE. This is just a DPS trait, and so is Combat High. Combat High, the other GM that we haven't talked about yet. Gain Combat High when you use Script Snatch, increasing your outgoing strike and condition damage. Lose stacks of Combat High every interval. This is pretty cool, though, because it really incentivizes you to kind of burst, which I think is nice. It kind of creates that playstyle, very dynamic, because basically every 2 seconds, you're going to lose a stack of this, and that means... you know, you're going to lose that damage amp over time. So you really want to get all of your super powerful skills in as early as possible. Like, blast, spend your initiative as much as you can to get value out of that colossal 30% damage mod. Same with the 50% mod. You're going to obviously want to combine these together, right? And get a huge spike of damage there, which I think is really, really cool. I quite like that one. This one is all right, you know, it's whatever. Oh, but look at this one. This one, I love this one. Check this out. Prodigious Pincher. You pilfer after using a certain amount of initiative. This trait will override any existing artifacts when triggered. So this is the feeder Grandmaster. And again, completely changing how you interact with the spec. All of a sudden, now it's all about just... cycling through abilities as fast as you can in a frenzy, right? 15 initiative, you get a guaranteed steal going off. And I wonder, I should have asked this actually. Like, I wonder if that actually activates all of the traits. I feel like it might just give you the artifacts without actually doing the steal effect on a player. That would be so insane if that was the case. It really would be, because then you'd just be spamming like all your juiced up trickery steal on a target, like every time you like cycle through 15 initiative. That would be absolutely wild. I think it just gives you the artifacts though. Oh yeah, it's just been confirmed in chat. It does not proc the steal traits. It's clean, if you will. But yeah, this is really fun, I think. And again, you kind of have that synergy set up here with Prolific Plunderer, Enterprising Aristocrat, and obviously the Trickery trait line as well, because you're going to get potentially 6 initiative back from every Script Snatch. From Enterprising Aristocrat, you're going to get 3 back from Kleptomaniac. When you use your regular Script Snatch, you can obviously use your own Script Snatch to get more artifacts to cycle through this like crazy fast at the same time. And obviously, you could potentially use other initiative restoration stuff like Roll for Initiative, indeed the Canuck coins, what is it? Like, I think it's the Signet trait in Deadly Arts, I think, also does this. Is it in Crit Strikes, actually? Yeah, Signets of Power in Crit Strikes, right? Like, you know, maybe one day that trait will actually see play, guys. If we keep giving it more initiative, eventually someone's going to pick it at the same time. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is, look, let me put it to the Thief mains out there. I put it to Thief mains that if this was Edge God Thief and all of this was like Samurai Shield, okay, and this was like Dark Light Crystal, and this was Smoke Bomb, right? And this was a full weeaboo teleports behind you roleplay, you guys will be going berserk over this. That's all I'm going to say. And I get it. The roleplay is definitely surprising. This one really caught me off guard too, for me in the good way. But I'm going to be honest, guys. The design on this spec is kind of crazy. I feel that they cooked on this one pretty hard. This is hype, man. Like, this is crazy. Like, I love the fact that I can see it working in all game modes as well, especially PvP and PvE. Like, 100%. I think the design, I was worried about the design on the double edges, actually. I was worried about this, but I think they really pulled it off. I think this is non-bullshit, actually. This is non-frustrating, I think. There's amazing tuning here. I feel like this one could be very frustrating, maybe. Like, but then again, you don't have to use it twice, right? Like some the Canuck coin and the Jade Shield might need a little bit of a look. Add some counterplay to them, because I mean, I don't know. Like, if you backfire and your stability gets corrupted into into fear, that's pretty rough. Like, these ones, it's a little rough there, guys. But yeah, I actually really like the backfires on the cannon, the pole device. The Scrit Scuffle, I think, is really fun as well, because again, it's kind of like it's a backfire, but you could use it. Like, oh my god, I'm just thinking of this. Imagine this, guys. You're in a 1v1. Like, you're thinking, it's rough, the last resort, and you instruct your Scrit to do what needs to be done, right? With a solemn trepidation, you place your hand onto the key. You see the Scrit digging up the bomb. The Scrit has the bomb, and you make the sacrifice. You do what is required to win the 1v1. Okay? It's beautiful. It's cinema, guys. It's absolute cinema. That's crazy. Like, how this is amazing. Yeah, I'm really impressed. I was expecting this one to be kind of crazy and a little bit wacky, but I'm actually surprised. I'm very pleasantly surprised at how fleshed out the design is. I think a lot of thought went into like how this works. I feel like that's slightly a backhanded compliment. You know what I mean, right? Like this, they really committed to the bit here. But they didn't make it just dumb, right? It wasn't just like, oh yeah, this is a meme spec. This is a very serious spec gameplay-wise. Like, it's obviously non-serious and it's fun from the thematic elements. And from a gameplay position, this is like very serious business. And I really like the design overall. I really, really do. I love the traits. Like, no joke. Man, if the traits were like this on Luminary, if the traits were like this on every elite spec, man, we'd be eating good. I kind of want this level of design on traits on every elite spec in the game, to be honest. Like, I know that's obviously a lot of work because, again, these are non-trivial effects. Like, they're very impactful. It's just, I've never seen anything like this. I don't think there's anything else in the game that compares to this right now in terms of design. Seriously. Like, is there any other elite spec or trait line that's this impactful with every single choice? I don't think so. Like, this, to me, represents what the trait system should be. especially the adapts. I love these adapt traits. Like, these adapt traits are just grandmaster traits in any other spec right now, because they completely rework how your core mechanic operates. Yeah. And you know what's also cool as well? I didn't talk about this enough. I actually kind of like how the artifacts do a lot, but they, for some weird reason, they don't actually seem that, like, bloated. They have an element of purity of purpose to them as well, right? They're not overly turbo bloated, right? Like, the longest tooltip is the guitar, and that's mostly because it has, like, pulse and interval and stuff like that attached to it. I'm actually very impressed. This ArenaNet cooked. I also do like the artwork. It's very funny. I like all the icons too, like the prodigious pincher with the little scrit head there as well. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like ArenaNet popped off. Like ArenaNet popped off with this one. They should release a they should release a skin in the gem store that just makes you like a card Shadow Master. They should just call it Shadow Master or Ninja, and it just like reskins all of it to not be a scrit, and it's just like a demon or something, or an Oni. Like you use an Oni to like get a shadow thing, and you use it to do a variety of things. Okay, look, I shouldn't even say that, by the way, because like people will be coped out on them actually doing this. Like, okay, I have to call people out here a little bit. I'm gonna have to drop a little nuke. Some people were saying in my chat, unironically, that they thought ArenaNet was trolling and it was gonna be Ninja on release. I am not making that up. You can look in Twitch chat, you can see the comments, you can see the YouTube comments. People were saying, surely ArenaNet is joking. It was a joke April Fool's prank reveal. And it's actually gonna be Weeb Night, right? Scriptmancer. But yeah, when we do we do indeed have the Scriptmancer, guys. I will admit, ArenaNet, you guys did troll a little bit with the card icon. Don't really know what's going on there. But because people got baited into thinking it was going to be Gambit from the Deadpool movie, right? They were like, oh my god, Gambit, it's time, right? Let's go. Didn't work out that way. It does kind of have that deck build element. It reminds me of like the Discover mechanic from Hearthstone, right? Where you get, you can basically, you get shown 3 cards and you can pick one. It kind of reminds me of this, maybe where they were going with that. And there is this kind of like reshuffle element there. Cards, it's weird. I really wonder if they had like a really different design for this and they change it last minute. Because it is weird to have this card theme, like in the, mechanically, right? Card swap split deck. But this spec has nothing to do with cards, right? Like at all. it's just I'm not sure what's going on there with that, but overall, I am really interested in the Antiquary. I think this is going to lead to some hilarious situations in PvP. I think this is going to be a pretty exciting spec to play in PvE as well. I think the devs did say that they would respond, they're going to be looking to see if maybe people think it needs quickness or alacrity for PvE. Personally, I don't think that's actually necessary. I think it's fine to have a spec that doesn't do that, especially because Spectre already exists and does really well with alacrity right now. Like it's, after its 7th rework, it's kind of got there, in my opinion. And Deadeye, I think, is workable with quickness. There's maybe some potential. Maybe they could slap quickness on this one as well somehow. But to be honest, I actually wouldn't want to interfere with the design on these traits, because I actually quite like them with how they work. So I kind of feel like I would rather not. But I don't know. Maybe people have a different opinion on that. But yeah, my conclusion on this, I think this is a massive win. The only downside is that, again, if you want to be a ninja, samurai, shadow lord, this is not it, okay? This is very clearly not it. But other than that, massive win. Love to see that. The stream's in 1080p, so we can even see the script highly effectively. I just want to go back. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the script. Script scuffle. Activate the script CMC. Boom. There it is. Look at all the scripts. They're just going berserk. And then you got kind of the primary script digging everything out. The other scripts just kind of enjoying this. I mean, look, come on. I have to tell you. It's a script party. It's an actual script party. What's not to like here? And there's the unstable script bomb. Boom. 10k damage to yourself. Good luck with that. I mean, you're like, I feel good about this one. This one is hype in my opinion, guys. But of course, all good things come to an end, and that means that the discussion of the Antiquary here in this YouTube video will also come to an end. Hope you guys enjoyed my coverage of this. Please let me know what you think, right? Like, people, you know, the video I made covering the initial reveal in the blog post, people were going berserk about Antiquary. I want to know. Look, and seriously, let's get a discussion going, guys, because, like, I obviously, you know, it is funny to kind of troll people who want to be edgy, right? Okay, but let's get serious. Do you feel differently? Like, you know, if you're one of the thieves who was really concerned about Antiquary, and, you know, you're like, oh man, I'm not sure if this is for me. I'm not sure about the theme of this. Do you feel differently now? Do you feel the same? And there's no wrong answer. Like, seriously, I really want to encourage some discussion here. Do you guys think the design is cool here? Do you think it sucks? What do you think about the randomness? What do you think about the artifacts? What do you think about the theme, right? Like, do you guys like this type of trait design? Right? Do you find this exciting? I definitely find this exciting. Do you want to see them go back and add this to Luminary, right? or skip forwards, okay? Spoiler alert. I kind of want to see them do this for Paragon, but more on that later. Anyway, that is going to do it. Okay, we're done here on YouTube. Okay, look. If you're a thief man and you haven't pre-ordered Visions of Eternity, I mean, look. If this isn't going to make you pre-order Vision of Eternity, I don't know what will. Okay? Use my referral link, guys. You know what to do. It's linked everywhere. Of course, like the video, subscribe to see all of my other coverage of Guild Wars 2 and a bunch of other stuff as well. All of the Visions of Eternity stuff, all of the other Elite Specializations, all of the other things coming with the expansion. Watch the stream. We actually had 1,700 people watching live on YouTube as we did the initial deep dive here. So listen, you don't want to miss out, guys. I'm giving you that FOMO, okay? You could be there. You could be here live. Okay, you're missing out if you're not. And of course, follow on Twitch. Leave your comments down below. Join my Discord. Follow all of my social media. Okay? Subscribe, comment, like, referral link, Twitch, watch, engage, consume. That's going to do it for now, guys. Thanks for watching. That's going to do it for my analysis, deep dive of the Antiquary. I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy. All right, that's it. That's number 1. Next is Paragon, right? Okay. Let's move on. Let me actually... Wait, did I finish... Oh, dude, I finished my tea. I am so sad. Are you kidding me? Wow. It's over. Paragon. It turns out the meme spec was Paragon all along. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So, I mean, I told you, it's literally 50 rats, dude. You summon, like, mass rats. Okay. Paragon content. Tealess? I am tealess. It sucks as well. Rats. 1k rats, Dragon's End? I mean, we could do that, actually. If each rat counts as Dragon's End, that's a huge win. Huge win. Oh, wait, dude. Wait, Awesomeness is dropping bombs on the Reddit. He also posted on, I think, the wrong account. That's crazy, actually. He actively went onto the thing. and posted all the skills with full celestial gear on. That's crazy. Squid Snatch. Boom. I guess the healing power scaling on Possessive Order is not that good. But that probably does make sense, to be honest. But to be fair, they probably haven't done a lot of... They probably haven't done, like, full tuning for it yet, either, to be fair. Script Party Elite. Incoherent. I'm not sure if the theme is actually that incoherent. Because, like, you know, it's going to be pretty wacky, right? Because of the script. Okay. Hold on. Let's talk about Paragon. Paragon. Okay. Yeah, I'd say it's relatively coherent. It's like, it makes sense, like, with what it is. It's like, you just, like, get random things from, like, all over Guild Wars 2. That's what it is. Random things. Huge. Okay. All right, then. Next up, it's time to talk about the Paragon. Long awaited and highly requested. And yeah, this was actually one of the ones that I was very excited about. The way it was described mechanically, you know, building up motivation with burst skills and then spending that motivation to get powerful effects from a new set of chant abilities that we can see here as the F2, the F3, and the F4. And of course, some very shiny command skills for utilities as well. Very support-oriented, and we see that very much here. I just want to point this out. I love the fact that the devs chose not to use this and demo this with Spear. There is no way that wasn't an intentional troll. CMC and Trig, very cheeky lads. Absolutely love to see that. Okay, the iconic weapon of the Paragon, the longbow, being used here to showcase this. But I think there actually is a little bit of a reason for that. I think that we'll kind of see in the traits a little bit later on. But anyway, basically, how does this spec work? So, you get level 1 bursts, 3 adrenaline bars, and you get 3 new bursts. But these are kind of special skills called chants. So, when you pop them, you get an initial effect, and then every 3 seconds, you get a pulsing effect depending on how much motivation you have. And whenever you use a burst skill, right, you're going to get motivation. And then that motivation will drain based on which effect you're basically upkeeping, right? So we can see this kind of adrenaline being built up here that enables the usage of these chant abilities. And we'll see these popped pretty soon. And they all have different effects. This is interestingly enough, this is a very support-oriented spec. There's only 1 damaging trait. So you will be able to do, like, you know, some kind of DPS, but the elite specialization is very much kind of built around support right now. Like, very much supposed to kind of come in as a heal warrior build, right, in all game modes, because there has been some support for that, but the support hasn't been amazing, let's be honest. Like, the current heal builds are kind of odd, right, with heal berserker, like heal blade sworn, right, like heal spellbreaker in competitive modes. It's a bit weird. Heal spellbreaker in competitive has been the ones that I think has been the most functional, arguably, alongside heal berserker in PvE, but they've never really had that kind of complete package, and that's exactly what the Paragon is going to be bringing to the table here. So you can see a bit of a mouse over there. We'll go over that in detail in a moment, but you can see you've got your level 1 burst, so doing that is going to, you know, just give you level 1 burst, because this is going to be a pretty adrenaline-hungry spec, right? Like, you know, if you lost all of your adrenaline on your F1, that would actually kind of be bad with how this spec works, actually. So yeah, you only have the level 1 burst there, so you cost 1 adrenaline, and then you can see this is the chant. The first one here is going to be the Chant of Action. Very standard kind of offensive buff ability here. Right, so when you pop it, you're going to be applying might to your allies, and then you're going to get pulsing boons. You can see there you get 5 stacks of might and fury when you pop it. And then we also have this motivation resource. It's looking a little bit weird right now. I think it's supposed to show a little bit better than that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it kind of pops up there. A slightly weird display there, but that might get updated at some point. And then you can see, depending on the motivation you have, every 3 seconds you get a pulsing effect. So let's actually quickly go back and see what happened here to kind of get a feel for this, because this is a big tooltip and it might initially look confusing, but it does make sense. So here we go. Boom. We pop the F2. We get the initial effect. The initial effect is 5 might and fury. And we gain 4 motivation. So we've got 4 motivation going on. It's also worth noting, by the way, that your F1 skills don't generate motivation unless you've got a chant going, or a refrain going, I should say, actually. And you can see that the refrain is being displayed over here on the right side of the bar in the kind of like unique modifier area. And yeah, you can only have 1 of these. If you go to the other one, it will, you know, it will swap you over, basically. A little bit like Herald, actually. You know, you're maintaining these. Anyway, as you can see there, what happened there was that after 3 seconds, we got the additional pulsing effect. And that was, because of 4 motivation, it was basically a little bit of extra might and fury. Because we had 4 motivation here, it applied 8 seconds of fury AoE and 2 stacks of might, and it cost 1 motivation. So there you go. That's the effect, and you can see here that it will keep going until the motivation is drained. Pulsing away like that, getting that might out there. But, as you can see, when they went under 4 motivation, it was only might, right? So this is the way it works, right? 7 to 10 motivation, you get fury, might every 3 seconds. 3 stacks of might and 1 fury for 8 seconds. 4 to 6, 2 might and fury. And then 1 to 3, you just get the might. So you are, the gimmick here is that you really care about continuously generating adrenaline, getting off these abilities, using your burst skills, cycling through burst skills to keep your motivation up so you can access the really powerful effects. Because in particular, the 7 to 10 motivation window is very, very powerful, actually, on a lot of these. And we'll see that as we kind of proceed through all of these chants here. And we're going to be going to the next one, I think just about now. Here we go. Give us the juice. Okay, we're just popping all of them. Okay, so where is the where's the F3 being shown off? Show me the F3. Okay, so the F3 is your kind of healing chant. So kind of a bread and butter healing style ability here. So you give barrier around you initially. So that's already pretty nice effect. But then you pulse healing in exchange for motivation. A bit more expensive. It's going to cost you 2 motivation per 3 seconds. But you can see the effect is very nice, especially when you look at the 7 to 10 window, right? So it's going to be a strong heal to everyone around you. And you're also going to apply resistance AoE. And even with no boon duration, if you're able to stay in that 7 to 10 motivation range, it will be 100% uptime, right? Because it's 3 seconds of resistance every 3 seconds. Of course, you're quite likely to be playing this on a support build that is using some level of concentration. So you'll be able to have like pretty nifty resistance uptime with just your profession mechanic. That's without even looking at utility skills like Banner of Tactics, for example. So again, a very powerful spell here. Like even on, you know, lower motivation levels, you're still getting a good chunk of healing. And it is worth noting, there is a trait that allows you to reduce the motivation cost for these refrains. So you can actually keep them up easier and for longer and kind of take some of the pressure off your kind of adrenaline motivation requirements. So yeah, these are going to end up being like pretty damn strong, and especially seeing as they're just the profession mechanics. So there's that one. And yeah, you can see here that, you know, obviously they're using cooldown, they're using cooldown hack and resource hack, so they can just like spam these abilities, but you can see like using the F1 to build some motivation up, spending that motivation. Of course, it caps at 10 motivation, so it is going to be relatively difficult to kind of stay high motivation. And you're also going to want to be careful not to waste motivation in a way, right? Like you don't want to burn too much, so you end up losing motivation because you're not going to get any over 10, as you can see there. And the final one, this one is also pretty damn exciting. So number one, and this is very special, baseline. This is baseline, guys. Burst skill, so 1 bar of adrenaline, AoE stun break. So this spec has a built-in AoE stun break. Obviously, super nice for PvP and World versus World in particular. And then you're also going to get pulsing swiftness at 1 to 3 motivation. You're going to get swiftness and resolution at 4 to 6. And at 7 to 10, see what I mean about these being strong, is that you have swiftness, resolution, and stability being pulsed out. So again, if you have a very high boon duration, then you are going to be, you know, maintaining like 1.5, even 2 stacks of stability at 100% boon duration there. So that's obviously really good, especially seeing as, again, this is a short cooldown. You're getting an AoE stun break on top of that. You're getting swiftness and resolution also pulsing out there. You can get 100% boon duration. It's going to be pretty big, but this is expensive. This is going to cost you 3 motivation per interval. However, and I think this is actually just worth bringing up, it's a bit repetitive, but it's worth doing. You can trait that down to 2. Which definitely makes it, you know, it's going to help you maintain that a lot easier. So that's basically the class mechanic for the Paragon. So just a very, you know, effective support core, right? You know, this is kind of what warriors need. Warrior has, like support warrior and support builds in general, you often do want to have F skills because it allows you to spread the power out into multiple skills. It gives you that versatility, it gives you that utility. It allows you to react with your skills and kind of use the one you need. Because like support is a very reactive role. You want to be able to respond to what's going on. So adding these skills in makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's exactly what the class is needed if it wants to kind of morph into a support. Everything being so focused around bursts on basically every single elite spec for warrior has really inhibited the development of any kind of build that kind of goes in this direction. So go ahead. Let's go ahead and continue. We're now going to be looking at the command skills. Now, look, I don't want to get people's expectations up here, so I will say this. I think these are potentially a little bit undercooked. And this, again, this is a tuning thing. So I wouldn't worry about it too much right now because I actually do like the mechanic here, and I think that's the most important thing to talk about. So how do command skills work? Command skills have an initial effect. So here we see the heal skill, We Shall Return, is going to heal you and also allies for a small amount, decent amount. And then the echo component. What is an echo component? So echo is after 3 seconds, you get another bonus effect. Or if you use a burst. And bear in mind, that is a chant too. Chants are burst skills. And that also has pretty big ramifications, right, on for trait interactions. There's loads of trait interactions, right, with burst skills that are also going to heavily interact with Paragon too. But this does mean that you can immediately activate it if you do so want. Which is pretty big. But yeah, We Shall Return, just a heal skill, AoE heal. And the Echo is removing conditions as well. So you get a bit more healing, and you also get the Connie removal. Again, you can use a burst skill or a chant or your regular weapon burst skill to activate that effect immediately, right? So you can get like a really big burst of healing, you get rid of some condies. Cool skill. This very solid kind of ability for Heal Warrior. Heal Warrior doesn't really have a super compelling heal skill to use, right? And that's kind of like what's going on. You've got a little bit of utility. You can give people endurance back with to the limit. You can obviously refresh your, you get adrenaline and use like your berserks, right? With Berserker, but nothing like super crazy, right? For healing, so definitely a solid option. And you on a Heal Warrior, that's going to be pretty attractive, I think, overall. And I was a little bit surprised to see this, actually. The next one's actually going to be offensive. And there's actually 2 offensive ones. One makes a bit more sense. This one feels very filler to me. I'm just going to be straight out with this. Just strike and apply vulnerability to enemies around you. And then you're going to give might to allies based on how many targets you struck. And it's going to be a good chunk, right? You can see here that it is a good chunk of might getting applied out there. So it's not horrible, but it feels kind of weird to me. To be honest, you know, I think it would have been better if there was just simply like a big support focus, to be honest, on these commands. But there we do have this offensive one in there as well. Kind of buff up your allies with a little bit of might there, depending on how many targets you end up hitting there. And again, it's an echo, so you can use your burst skill to immediately activate that. But yeah, not super exciting. Next one is going to be Never Surrender. So this is the stun break, right? You stun break and you get resolution and resistance. And then the echo is you just give those boons to nearby allies. So you can basically give everyone that resistance and resolution. Again, not the most exciting skill in my opinion. Because you, in general, abilities are pretty busted in Guild Wars 2 at this stage, right? They're pretty damn strong. I think this has a slightly tough time competing. Like, you know, banners on Support Warrior are already pretty nifty. You can give Barrier with them. You can give a little bit of Aegis. You can give, you know, Super Speed, Stability, right? So, it's not that exciting to me, to be honest. Over there. But this does have a really cool new effect. You can see here, right? Look at this little tooltip. Well, I guess you can't see it because the Twitch chat's covering it, but we can show it here. So we have Never Surrender. The break stun recharging is 100%. So if you don't use it as a stun break, so you use it for the utility, for the resistance and resolution, it has half the cooldown. Actually, a very cool effect. I do like that decision making. I'd actually like to see that applied to other abilities as well, to add that extra layer of decision making to them. So you can see that it's a 100% increase if you actually use it as a stun break. And yeah, it doesn't stun break allies, it only stun breaks you. If it was an AoE stun break, I mean, to us, that would be kind of busted, to be honest, because you'd have like 2 of them with very easy access, with Never Surrender and also with Chant of Freedom. So yeah, it's a little bit overkill, but yeah, that'll do it for now, I think. Okay. And then next up is going to be Brace Yourselves, and this is just a very standard defensive. It's you give AoE Barrier. There you go. AoE Barrier is now activated, and again, you can use the Echo to get additional Barrier. So, very basic ability. You know, it's one of those things, like, I wonder what they could add to this. You could, I don't know, maybe it could give you an Aegis. Who knows? Maybe it could even give, honestly, maybe it could give a damage reduction effect, right? ArenaNet love giving damage reduction effects right now. On all the classes, right? Like, you know, have a little 10% damage reduction, little buff that it puts on people. It just feels like, I don't know, is that enough for a spell? Is that enough for a spell these days, guys? I don't know. Like, you can obviously chain it with the F3 to give, like, a huge burst of barrier, and you can kind of see that being demoed here, right? That, you know, the Echo combined, look at that, boom! Like a big, like, 5k barrier spike almost. So maybe that's enough? But, and of course, there's not a lot of healing power being used on this build, so maybe the scaling is going to redeem it here, but it almost feels like a little, it feels like, you know, we need a little bit more on that. And here we have the second, maybe Aegis or something. I don't know, like something kind of meme going on, but yeah, the final one is going to be On Your Knees, which is another offensive one. This one I think has a lot more potential though, because of a trait interaction. Specifically in competitive, this does AoE cripple, and then the Echo is weakness. Now, you might think, well, that doesn't sound very exciting. Well, here's the thing. It turns out that there's a very powerful trait in Tactics, which is going to synergize very well with Paragon in general, called Leg Specialist. And it says whenever you cripple, you immobilize. And guess what? That's insanely sick in World vs. World, because all of a sudden this is potentially a relatively short cooldown AoE immobilize, which is super, super disgusting. For kind of like snaring targets, catching people out of position, doing like big damage, right? And all that kind of stuff. And you know, just, yeah, potentially like very nifty kind of offensive support utility that you can use as a combo enabler in a competitive mode. Could definitely see that being useful in PvP and in World vs. World 2. And here is the final skill. This one was the really hype one, really strong effect. It is We Will Never Yield, which is going to, and this actually works very differently to how I thought it would, by the way. So We Will Never Yield is the elite being demoed here, and here's how it works. It says, We will never yield. Your health cannot be reduced below 0 for a short period of time. After this effect ends, gain barrier proportionate to your missing health. Certain boss skills may bypass the effect. The echo is your allies around you gain the effect at a reduced duration. So it doesn't actually give it to your allies initially. You have to either wait for the echo or activate it itself. Realistically, you're going to want to activate it yourself to give people that effect. But it is at a reduced duration of 33%, so it will be 2 seconds instead of 3. Now, that is relatively conservative. Bear in mind, we added AoE Distort into the game on Troubadour. So, you know, we're going hard. We're going big with that. It is worth noting, by the way, this effect is actually better than AoE Distort sometimes. There are some damage events that Distort will not work on, that this will. I would say that AoE Distortion is generally better than this. So I'm actually a little surprised to see the duration be that low. Because I think this is generally worse, especially in competitive modes. So at the same duration, it's different. You know, at the same duration, the Distort is better in comparison. Of course, disclaimer, class asymmetry is a thing. It doesn't have to be as good as AoE Distort. It's like just a kind of a thought process, like thinking point of comparison there to kind of, I'm trying to understand like what this ability does and like how strong it is. But again, there doesn't have to be parity between classes. That's simply not how balance works in video games. This is still a very strong effect, right? Make no mistake. And I actually think that some of this and the duration here was actually, spoiler alert, balanced around this trait here, Reverberation, which says command echoes can trigger a second time. So in other words, you will actually be able to get 4 seconds of this on your allies, which is twice as long as the duration. Of course, that does require the commitment to a trait and the elite skill, but you can certainly see how that will be a very strong effect, essentially allowing your allies to be immortal for 4 seconds is a very big deal. Of course, they'll still be susceptible to crowd control, and, you know, they can have conditions applied to them, for example, so it's not immune like Distortion, but not being able to die and basically play very recklessly, very aggressively, you can see how that's both a cool, kind of an exciting effect, right? But also incredibly powerful. So yeah, really, really strong effect on We Will Never Yield. You know, interesting though, from the support component, especially in PvP, this does compete with Res Banner, which is kind of worth noting there. Like, you're going to have to take this instead of that. So that's relatively competitive. And I think especially in World versus World, man, Banner is good. Like, Banner is a very good skill because it has that multifaceted ability to stomp people as well. You can use it to stomp, and you can use it to revive your allies. So there's some tough competition here, but, you know, that's good, right? You know, like, it's good that you're going to go like, oh, man, which one do I want to take here? It's going to be very interesting to see what you go there, because, of course, this cooldown is relatively short, just 75 seconds, and with a strong effect, that could definitely enable some playstyle and maybe worth the trade-off there. And, of course, yeah, you do get this little bit of a rebound as well. So the lower HP you are, you're going to get a bit of barrier, right, to kind of help you restabilize a little bit after that. And, of course, you're going to want to time healing people up right as this effect is going to end, so that they don't just, like, immediately flop over if they're incredibly low HP. But, yeah, cool ability. Cool ability there. We'll see how that one goes on and, you know, see what kind of tuning ends up happening there. And I guess, yeah, that's all of the abilities. Oh, and now we have to talk about the traits. Now, I will admit this. These traits are a bit undercooked, guys. I do like the design of Paragon. Chance, refrain, nice. Command, echo, nice. I'm actually a big fan. So I want to be clear that I don't think this is actually like this is very fixable in my opinion. This is not, there's nothing like fundamentally wrong with Paragon in my opinion, because the design is very solid. I think the gameplay loop is going to be fun. But these traits probably need a bit more. Okay. So First of all, we have call to action. Oh, what the hell is this? Gain motivation when you enter combat. If no refrains are active, automatically activate the refrain of chant of action. And look, okay, come on, guys. We literally just talked about how epic all the traits are for Antiquary. What is this? If you're in like a combat, this is going to proc once. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, like just make that baseline, right? Like just put that on this or something. I don't know. Like, what the hell is this? No. No. This sucks. Calming Tongue? Gain increased healing power. Wow, exciting. Gain additional healing power and concentration while the refrain is active. What is this? Okay. The hell is going on here? This is raw. This is raw, guys. Do they think this is Willbender? I'm getting Willbender flashbacks reading these traits, man. And not in the good way. Next, Liberating Liaise. Gain increased movement speed. Movement impairing conditions have reduced effectiveness. This one, I actually kind of like it. This one is approved because this is a really special effect. Notice how this doesn't reduce the duration. This actually reduces the effectiveness. So Chill slows you less. It only reduces your movement speed by 33% instead of 66%. And Cripple is 25% movement speed reduction as opposed to 50% movement speed reduction. Actually, really cool effect. Along with a 25% movement speed. That's also quite powerful, by the way, especially in competitive modes. Like snares, slows, and stuff, really, really, really dangerous. So having the ability to actually make those inherently less effective on you, especially because you're going to have a bunch of swiftness, you're going to have a bunch of resistance uptime as well. It's going to make the Paragon quite resilient to getting locked down, allowing you to kind of be quite slippery and mobile and kind of always have a good position on the battlefield. So this one I actually quite like. This one, this trait, Inspiring Implements, this is super interesting. Gain motivation when you use your 4th or 5th weapon skills. And I feel like that might be part of why they were on Longbow here. Because Longbow actually has a really interesting 4th skill, which has 3 charges. So you can actually use it in like very quick succession, right? You can see this being used here, like the pin down being used. But you can also see the 4th skill here is like just juicing up, creating some motivation there with the Inspiring Implements. So you're going to be able to also get, you're going to get motivation from using your burst skills, and you're also going to gain motivation from using your 4th and 5th weapon skills. So this does kind of push you towards certain weapons that are going to have relatively short cooldowns on the 4 and 5 weapon skills, so that you can get as much value out of that. Because looking at this, it is going to be pretty hungry. You are really going to want to generate big adrenaline and big motivation to kind of fuel the engine. If that makes any sense, right? It's going to be a big deal there. So you are definitely going to be looking at trying to activate stuff like this, and of course your burst skills, because yeah, Rally the Valiant, the initial trait for Paragon gives you those 4 motivation stacks when you use a burst skill when a refrain is active or when you use a chant. So that's kind of like the core trait there as well. So yeah, it's going to push you in a couple of build directions there as well. And you know, that's kind of another comment here as well on this is your like discipline is going to be big here. Like there's almost like a pretty obvious build for Paragon that's going to heavily revolve around like tactics and discipline and using a lot of the adrenaline generation that can be found there. And of course the tactics trait line has really big synergy, guys, with Paragon, because it will, you know, soldiers focus, the kind of like the mechanic of tactics. It will also activate on your chance too. So you're going to be getting that healing, getting that protection, getting that stability potentially if you're on martial cadence, right? So you're going to have a lot of value from that tactics trait line too, which again, you know, the way ArenaNet has set it up now, tactics and discipline are like the support warrior lines. They've got those healing modifiers and they've got that boon access that you're certainly going to want for the Paragon here. I think, you know, another thing that is, you know, worth talking about is that boon access is not amazing, actually. There's, you know, kind of a notable lack of protection, right? We have resolution on Chant of Freedom, but not necessarily protection. on any of these. Of course, Warrior it can get prot. Pretty okay. And don't forget Staff, right? Staff is going to be a thing. That's got some Aegis on it. That's going to have that extra healing on it too. And then you've got Warhorn offhand, right, for the barrier and the boon access there. But we can maybe use a couple more boons here potentially. Or maybe on the utility skills, maybe mix into some of the chants. Because look, guys, I hate to say it, you know, look, we're in Guild Wars 2 in 2025. We can't be printing a Grandmaster trait that just says, grant boons to allies when transitioning to a different refrain. I'm sorry, guys. Okay? If a trait tooltip has one fact on it, it's this isn't 2012, guys. This isn't the core game. You can't do that. Right? Like, come on, man. This is not the way. But anyway, let's take a look at the Master traits before we rush ahead to look at the Grandmaster ones. Brisk pacing. And Master ones, I actually like these. These are good. Okay, I complained a bit about the Adept ones. I'm going to complain a bit about the GMs too, mostly. But this one, all right, I'll give them that. Using a chant reduces the recharge of the other chants by a set amount, 2 seconds. So again, that just kind of gives you that cycle, right? Really encourages you to not sit on your abilities, get value out of them, find an opportunity, and use them to cycle through quickly. Nice trait. Invigorating tempo. Heal yourself and gain adrenaline for each point of motivation spent. You know, again, this is going to really help you kind of fuel that engine. It's going to sustain you so you can stay alive as support, give you that tankiness, and it's going to give you that adrenaline to funnel back in to your engine, right? Because you need 10 points of adrenaline, obviously, to use a burst skill, and you get 4 motivation. So the way that you can kind of think about this is that this essentially refunds 40% of your adrenaline when you use a burst, but it happens over time, right? Because you're going to spend that motivation every 3 seconds, and that's going to refuel your adrenaline. So if you combine that with something like burst mastery, you're going to actually have like crazy efficiency on your adrenaline, right? Because you're going to be getting back a lot of the adrenaline that you put in through your traits. So I can see this being a pretty damn compelling option, especially if you want to sustain yourself and you want to live. But of course, we also have Reverberation, which is a pretty exciting trait, which is the double echo that we talked about previously. So in other words, that means that all of your echoes can trigger twice. So you can use 2 burst skills basically and get a double echo from your commands. You can get double barrier, you can get double weakness, you can get double, not dyingness over there. Double resistant resolution, double might application, right, from find their weakness, and double heal and condy remove, right, on We Shall Return. So this is a very powerful trait because these effects are nice. Like, very notably, We Will Never Yield. I'd say the barrier one can also be pretty good, and definitely the heal skill, right? Doubling your condition removal there is going to be fairly nice, I would say. So yeah, like, I'd say all these traits are pretty decent, to be honest, you know, and all do different things. So I approve of the design here. We love to see that. Grandmaster Minor is going to be the Unyielding Resolve. So this is just big, and this is, bear in mind, this is strike and condition damage. That's relatively uncommon for a trait like this. So strike and condition damage dealt to you is reduced for each point of motivation you have. So with 10 motivation, you're going to have 15% pure damage reduction. Now, you're obviously not going to have 10 all the time. I would say that it's pretty eyeballing it. It's realistic to be above 5 quite a lot of the time. Because you're going to want to be pushing into 7+ to get those super nice bonuses. But you're probably not going to be able to stay there all the time because it is fairly expensive there. But that's hard to say. I shouldn't make a Super Bowl prediction on that, but I don't think you're going to be at 10 all the time. But you can definitely be like above 5 a lot of the time, I think, just kind of eyeballing it. So that's going to give you, 8% DR, right? Like 7.5% damage reduction or more a lot of the time. That's actually a very big deal. Like, Warrior is already a heavy armor class, and it's got high HP. So you are going to be pretty damn tanky on this, especially if you end up playing a relatively defensive build, using Staff, is very tanky weapon, very mobile weapon, very survivable weapon. Using Warhorn offhand, right? Like maybe something in PvP would be like Sword, Warhorn, Staff, right? Which is kind of like how you play Support Warrior now. And that's going to, this Paragon, I feel like, fits pretty damn well into that build. A big strength of that build is that it's tanky because you play Spellbreaker, right? So you have that defensive component. This is going to give you that defensive component as well. Even reducing your condition damage is also pretty nice. So yeah, super strong trait there. And then we come to the Grandmasters, and one of these is good. Let's start strong, guys, because I actually really do like Enduring Refrain. So look at this one. Refrain effects of chance are stronger. The motivation cost of refrains are reduced, but cannot be reduced below 1. This trait does not affect the healing granted from invigorating tempo. So it doesn't interact with this trait. Here's what it does. You get more might on your pulsing effect from your chant of action. You get more healing on your chant of recuperation. And you get more boon duration on chant of freedom. On all the boons that apply. So this, again, already we're off to a good start here. And look at this. The motivation cost is reduced by 1. And this is a big deal, by the way, because that means that all of a sudden, look how much more affordable all of these chants become. So the healing one, Chant of Recuperation, all of these are now going to cost 1 per interval. So now... okay, you know how we talked about it's going to be, you know, relatively hard to maintain high motivation? Well, now it becomes a lot more realistic because you're only spending 1 motivation, even in the 7 to 10, for the heal one. So that's going to be a lot of resistance uptime, lots of pulsing healing. Obviously doesn't really do that much for Chant of Action because they already cost 1, so they don't go down to 0. And again, Chant of Freedom, again, instead of costing 3 motivation, it's only going to cost 2, and then only 1 for 4 to 6 motivation. So all of a sudden, maintaining our pulsing stability, maintaining the pulsing resistance, starts to look a lot more realistic with some good adrenaline generation. So yeah, really potent trait there as well with Enduring Refrain. So yeah, I think this is... assuming everything kind of stays the same, I feel like you're very likely to end up running this in competitive, right? Because it's going to essentially make you way more efficient, right? Like all of your abilities become more efficient and stronger at the same time, just giving you that consistent support alongside, of course, all of your active ones too. And it will just help you like cycle around, get the abilities you need, and get those strong passive effects at the same time. Going up, and this one's all right too, you know, it's all right. Strengthening stanzas. Refrains grant bonus effects to you while they're active. And this is basically the only damage trait, kind of selfish trait in the entire line. Like, more or less everything else is kind of support-oriented or at least kind of sustain-oriented. Chant of Action. And cool effects here. 20% damage, 20% con damage, 20% lifesteal as well. Cool. Chant of Recuperation, just 20% damage reduction overall to Condi and power damage. And the Chant of Freedom, 50% movement speed. So this is almost going to give you kind of like giga super speed in combat, especially if you wanted to take the Liberation talent over here as well. So yeah, you're going to be zooming around like crazy. Yeah, maybe this is going to create the ultimate degenerate bunker Paragon. Okay, like you think you've got it dead, and then it goes, we will never yield, and it's just like back to full health instantly. Okay, that's despair there. You know, you really hate to see that. And then, like, what is this? Okay, ArenaNet, what are we doing? Grant boons to allies when transitioning to a different refrain. Now, obviously, I think it's important that if they want this to be a heal build in PvE, it's got to have a lack somewhere. But what is that? What is that? It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't change the profession mechanic. It doesn't change your gameplay. Like, all it does is it kind of makes you want to spam your abilities to give a lack. No, this sucks. Look, ArenaNet, I love you, but this has got to get reworked. This is actually unacceptable. No shot. This is boring, it's uninteresting, and it kind of encourages like fairly degen gameplay as well with like just spamming stuff. Like I don't really like that type of approach where the game is kind of telling you, look, spam your abilities instead of using them intelligently to upkeep boons. This really ain't it, in my opinion. This really, really ain't it. So that can go there. It is worth noting, they actually said this gives quickness in competitive, which I think is actually really exciting, because obviously giving quickness to your allies is a huge deal in PvP and World versus World, and really kind of, I do like this actually. Supports in Guild Wars 2 have had a really big problem, in my opinion, for a long time, is they're very passive, and they don't really like do a lot of damage, or kind of contribute to damage, if that makes any sense. I really like that Paragon is kind of a little bit more aggressive in a way. You're going to be buffing up your allies, making them do more damage, enabling them to be aggressive with resistance and stability, maybe immobilizing targets, right? You're gonna really care about using burst skills to damage your opponents, like snare your opponents, right? CC them, right? And then kind of set up combos for your team, and then giving your team quickness alongside that, I think is really exciting. So that's good to see. But yeah, this needs to do something else as well. It needs to change the mechanic. Look, I am so spoiled now and look, we haven't even, look, I've gone over Ritualist already, and look, I feel like I've almost got to, no, we have to talk about Ritualist. The Ritualist Grandmaster traits are amazing. They're so creative and completely change how your build works. And so does Troubadour, of course. So does the Antiquary. No. I demand even treatment, because Paragon is actually an elite spec I'm really excited for. I love to play support builds. I really like support in all game modes, actually. I'm really interested in this. I do like the mechanical design. I just think these traits in general are very lackluster. I want that same standard that we've seen on the other elite specializations. I feel like it's really, really lacking here, to be honest. Yeah, this sucks, to be honest. Yes, will this build be actually fine? I actually think it will. Even if they did release it like this, it would definitely work. I could see some potential in PvP, World vs. World, and PvE, actually, because there is like a decent kit attached to this, and Warrior has some decent tools. You've got War Banner, you've got Banner of Tactics, right? You've got the other banner, right, as well. Banner of Defense, rather. Yeah, so you've got tools, right? Like, you can make it work. You've got Warhorn, you've got Staff. The build makes sense, right? It really does. Like, it makes sense at this stage. And it makes a lot more sense than the other Warrior support builds, to be honest. But we need to see a little bit of cooking on that trait, because it's simply not interesting. And I've been so impressed with some of the Grandmaster traits so far. I will complain about this. I am complaining about it. I'm literally complaining about it right now. Yes, back to the kitchen for the chef, okay, of this elite spec talent tree, or trait tree rather. Okay, that's what we need, because a lot of potential in the spec. Okay, a lot of potential for the Paragon here, but I think not quite there. Ooh, spoiler alert. Okay, Ritualist is very well cooked. Okay, that is medium rare, okay, or whatever. It's like perfect. But the Paragon, I think a little bit underdone as of right now. Though, again, I don't really believe there's any kind of fundamental issue. I don't think there's any like fundamental issue, in my opinion, with Paragon. I believe that it can be ironed out relatively easily. And overall, I actually do feel very positively about this. I think this is going to be really fun. I like the gameplay loop. I like the concept. I like the skill design of commands and of the bursts, right? Or of the chants with the refrains. So I'm feeling very positive. I'm sure that feedback will be taken on this. And, some of the... we all know, guys. Look, I read on the internet that there's actually... Did you guys know this? Do you guys know this? There is actually a cabal of streamers and content creators that actually control ArenaNet, and I am the leader of that cabal. Yeah. I read it on the internet, so it must be true. Yeah. Oh, yes. It's the Syndicate. Yeah, the Syndicate is 100% there. But anyway, I guess that's it. Those are kind of all of my thoughts on the Paragon. We will never yield. Indeed. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Leave your comments down below. Like the video, subscribe, okay? If you're ready to go back to Guild Wars 1, if you're ready to be a Paragon, make sure to buy Visions of Eternity using my referral link that will be spammed everywhere in the most obvious way possible, so nobody can possibly miss that. Of course, stay tuned for a lot more content. Subscribe, watch the stream live, watch me react live, leave your comments live. These are all things that you could do. We've also got more reveals and indeed the beta coming up as well in August. So get ready for all that stuff, guys. The dev said the next week's reveals are going to be massive. Trig was hyping it up. So listen, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me, guys. But anyway, that's going to do it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed my deep dive on the Paragon. Let me know what you think. And of course, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, stay tuned for Ritualist. You're not going to miss that one, my friends. You do not want to miss the Ritualist, okay? I can't believe it. Look, I'm not beating the allegations there. What do I do in the end of my Warrior video? I immediately hype up Necro. Okay, look. I'm going to, look, and we're going to do a comedy now, guys. I'm going to say, edit that out, but the editor isn't going to edit it out. Okay, let's see. Ooh, hilarious. Anyway, that's it. We're in trouble. I'm done. I'll see you guys next time, okay? I'm out. Enjoy the Paragon. We're out. Okay, but we're not. We're in. It's Ritualist time. You seriously think the slop ended here, guys? Last week you said Warrior mains were whining about their specs, which I disagree with. You can't disagree. It's objectively true. They cry fucking hard. Seeing Paragon, is it a good reason to complain? I think there's some valid complaints there. For sure. Incredible. All ArenaNet needs to do, Song of Restoration. Allies are healed and gain regeneration the next time they use any skill. Oh, dude, yeah, they could have... Going in this direction with the design would have been interesting, actually, yeah. Unique mod central. I disagree with their Warrior mains. I suppose in their Ellie mains in disguise. I'm not sure about that one. How's Paragon looking? Good. I think that I like the gameplay loop. I like the idea. I think the trait design is mediocre, though. Especially compared to all the... They made some sick-ass shit for the other elite specs, to be honest. Alright, you guys ready for Ritualist? Are you guys ready for Ritualist? Look, what can I say? What can I say except I love to see it? Ritualist is here. We have got F skills that are baseline to the class, Might and Fury, Random Fear, and look at that, 5 stacks of stability, Resistance and Aegis baked into the spec. Okay, we've got Prot, we've got Vigor, we've got Condia removal, we've got a million debilitating effects. I don't know what to tell you guys. Okay, ArenaNet's gone crazy. They've unleashed hard with the Ritualist. Splinter weapon is back. Zinray's weapon is back. Unique modifier AoE block is back. Well, I'm not sure if that was ever here to begin with, but we've got quickness DPS. We've got some crazy ass traits going on here. I've leaked the entire thing because this is just looking crazy. Ritualist is absolutely insane. It's Necromancer. Get ready to log in. That's all I can tell you. Get ready to log in right now, guys. Get me away from this Paragon filth. Show me a real class. Here we go. Ritualist. All right, let's get down to business. So, how does this work? And we've got a couple of surprises here. So let's talk about what's being moused over here. So the initial assumption, I was assuming that we would simply be getting an F1. And we'd be getting those extra skills that summon the spirits and do some other stuff with them as well. But a little bit of a surprise here, guys. There are 2 components to the profession mechanic for the Ritualist. First is that shroud that we can see here, the F1. But here's the thing. We actually have 3 extra spells for the F2, the F3, and the F4, which basically are a special ability that lets you detonate your spirit. So you've got Anguish, Preservation, and Wanderlust, and you get really powerful effects for detonating those spirits early. And additionally, that actually happens when you leave Shroud automatically, right? So even if you don't press the button, if you leave Shroud and got knocked out of Shroud, you'll get that effect anyway. As long as it's available, right? It does have a cooldown, so obviously it won't activate if you don't have that ability available to you as of yet. And yeah, as we saw, these effects are in fact very, very potent. Rupture Anguish is going to give some damage, and then AoE Might and Fury. Rupture Wanderlust is going to give you an AoE Fear as well. So that's how that one goes. And then look at this one. Rupture Preservation is going to give AoE 5 stacks of stability, resistance, and Aegis baked into your class mechanic. Woof! Okay. That is pretty damn good. Okay, that's a strong start, guys. And bear in mind, like, this is the situation. 1, this is with no boon duration. 2, this is going to fit right in with the support package that Necro has with Blood Magic, right? With Transfusion now, for even more stability access, more boon application, all that kind of good stuff, like the prot output. It's all going to be there. So yeah, we're looking juicy here, as you can see. And now we're going into the Shroud, and we know how this one works. Basically, your 2, 3, and 4 skills are going to summon up those spirits, and your auto attack is a pretty basic range auto attack. The more spirits you've got up, the more damage your auto attack does, which is a pretty cool little interaction. But yeah, number 2 is going to be the Spirit of Anguish. You can see it summoned, then it sends a barrage of projectiles at your opponent, and then it will just do little auto attacks. These spirits, by the way, are not targetable, right? They cannot be killed by your opponents or targeted in any way. So once these spirits are up, they are up. It really is that simple. And they will continue to blast. They won't move on their own, but as we're about to see, there are ways to actually move them, as you can see here. So yeah, Anguish is going to apply Cripple and Vulnerability, and it also applies this little debuff called Painful Bond. So in other words, the target that gets hit by your Anguish is also going to take more damage from your other little summoned minions too, right? In addition to, this thing also does more damage to enemies that have CC as well. You can see that effect from the Painful Bond gets applied, so it's taking more damage from summons. Then that effect kind of goes away after a little while there. And in general, yeah, this thing does more damage to targets depending on how many conditions are up on it. And also, if it's CC'd or something, which again will always apply on bosses. Oh, I guess I kind of got ahead of myself for a little bit. It should be worth noting that this is a power spec. So for DPS, it's going to be power, and then it also is going to have a very heavy focus on having some support attached to it, because bear in mind, even if you're playing full DPS, you're always going to have those support elements, which is a powerful thing. That's why Firebrand is nice. That's why, stuff like Herald ends up being really good. That's why Scourge is good, because you have that support kind of baked into your toolkit for free that you can always use. Just think about this, guys. This is actually crazier than Stand Your Ground, because any Guardian build like DPS or heal is going to have Stand Your Ground. Any Ritualist has a spell that is sometimes better than Stand Your Ground, built into the kit with no utility skill commitment. I say situational because it is a smaller radius than Stand Your Ground, but that's the only thing that's weaker about it. Because this ability gives resistance and Aegis too. So it is crazy strong how good the base kit of the Ritualist is. And there's the Anguish Spirit being summoned again, firing off its little projectiles. Let's get over to the, there's the auto attack, the Essence Blast. Here's the Wanderlust, about to be popped here. So here we go. Boom. And you can see what the Wanderlust does. It just smashes down, does a little CC, and then pulses AoE damage. And you can see here, yeah, the Essence Blast does more damage depending on how many spirits you've got. All the spirits also attack there. You can see they're all activated there. They're all just firing the little projectiles onto the target. Yeah, the F4 is instant cast. You do need to have the spirit summoned, to be fair, so there is setup, so that's another kind of situational disadvantage, but the effect is obviously really, really strong. But yeah, let's go ahead and have a look at the Wanderlust here. So the way the Wanderlust works is that you summon it, and then it does a daze, right? Like you have a damage and a little daze effect, and then the spirit itself is going to pop up and get this little pulsing field down that chills, then applies Vuln, then weakness, then slow. So it's like a pulsing, aggressive damage effect. there as well. And the initial summon of the spirit is also a knockdown. So if you get caught by that, it is nasty as hell, right? So you're going to get knocked down, then have a bunch of like horrible condis added to you in an AoE, as you can see there from the Wanderlust. And of course, the detonate effect on that, like detonating the spirit, is a fear too. So this is a very heavy control tool in your toolkit. You can see the knockdown there, and then boom, the detonation fears everything around where the spirit was. This is like a ranged fear, a bit like Scourge in a way. Boom, you can see that. Yeah, the joy of cooldown hack. Imagine we had this in the game, huh? It'd be crazy. Oh, yeah, that's another good point too. I should have talked about the way the spirits worked already. So here's how the spirits work. The spirits will actually linger as long as you're in Shroud. And that does potentially mean you can even re-summon them if you're in Shroud for a very long time. Particularly because when you summon a spirit, you can see they're actually gaining life force. That's a trait that we'll obviously see later. So yeah, you do actually have the ability to stay in here for a long time. Of course, you can be knocked out by damage, so be aware of that. But whenever you summon the same spirit again, it will basically auto-detonate it. You can see the detonate effect happening when the Wanderlust is being summoned. That will be relevant for a Guild Wars 1 favorite trait that's coming back as well. That we'll get into later. Look, we're setting up the teasers here. But as you can see, really cool interactions. Like that rupture mechanic, that detonate mechanic, actually kind of bringing some interesting flavor and kind of dynamic gameplay to utilizing these spirits as opposed to just having them kind of like one and done passives, right? And the final spirit is preservation. So you're going to gain prot and vigor, as you can see there. And the preservation spirit is going to do a massive AoE heal. A 5k AoE heal around the spirit, and 4 conditions removed too. Really, really powerful. So you can see the initial effect there, the Ritualist, you give prot, and then of course, look at that rupture effect. Let's just have a look at that again. So we get this big heal, pow, 5k, and then the rupture comes through, leaving Shroud. Again, it's automatically triggered by leaving Shroud. And then you have that very tasty stability, resistance, and Aegis being applied to those golems there. And that is just, I mean, that's a crazy good skill. It does have the setup time. You're going to have to use it intelligently, obviously, but the effect is pretty awe-inspiring, honestly. It's going to just, like, immediately give incredibly strong effects. The radius isn't massive on this, to be fair. The Ritualist abilities are only 300. And as you can see here, the other demo, look, it's actually healing, too. The Preservation Spirit, it's, like, auto-attacking the allies here, too. And I believe that would work too. Let's say it's targeting a boss. It will actually hit the boss and do like an AoE splash heal too. Very similar to the Elementalist staff auto attack, right? And you stuff like Druid Beam, right? You can kind of attack stuff with the Druid Beam and still heal allies too. But as you can see there, you can see the healers going off. Oh yeah, important note here too. When you summon the spirit, it will actually heal you in Shroud as well. We can kind of see a demo of this effect here. Boom, you can see the Necromancer health going up to 9k there. This is specifically coded to work that way because it would be kind of weird if it didn't heal you. Of course, the spirit's auto attacks aren't healing the Necromancer, but they are healing those golems too. So very, very potent support tool. And this is important, by the way, guys. Okay, let's talk about why this is important. This is going to very heavily synergize with the Necro support kit. Like, heal Necro builds are weird because Necro doesn't really have baseline support attached to its kit. This does. And of course, it fits right into Transfusion. Because guess what? Your Spirit of Preservation will now trigger a Chillblains, which is going to give more prot. The burst heal on this is going to be insane. When you pop this, because you're going to get that guaranteed heal from the Preservation Spirit, then you're going to get the Chillblains prop from Transfusion, and you haven't even used any staff skills yet. You haven't even used those guys. They're still there, right? And you're just going to get crazy output from this build, I think. Really good boons, big heals. It's a good time. It is a very good time, guys. And what's the 5th skill? Oh, look, I bet you were thinking, man, but what if the spirits don't follow me? They can't move. Well, good news. In a crazy turn of events here, Necro is getting a teleport spell. No, the dev is not hacking here. That is actually what the spell does. Obviously, it has a cooldown. We're using cooldown hack here. But the 5th skill in Shroud is Summon Spirits, and this is just an incredibly powerful ability for Necromancer to have. Right? This is a teleport, and it also brings your spirits with you, too. This allows you to reposition effectively, not only with yourself, but also with your spirits. Let me just quickly check what the cooldown is. on summon spirits. It's 20 seconds, so it's a pretty long cooldown. But again, any kind of mobility on Necro is very, very welcome. And the spirits will follow you. And any spirits that currently aren't using their skill will immediately use their auto attack too. So you can almost like coordinate like a little spike on your targets by pulling your spirits around, following you. So that's pretty cool too. Okay, so we're on to a winner already. We've had a very, very strong start, but we are not done yet because we have got the utility skills to talk about. And these are, well, they were described as venoms, basically, and I'm not gonna lie, that's basically what they are. They're kind of like weapons or stance share, basically, because they're unique modifiers, okay? Look, we're back on unique mods now. That you apply to your allies. The Necromancer gets a really strong effect, and then, unless you take a Grandmaster trait, the allies get a lesser version. So first up is the Resilient Weapon, and oof, this is such a good ability. Because bear in mind, like you are going to want you're not playing Scourge, so you can't, you could use Well of Blood, obviously, if you want the res, but this spell is also really powerful. Take reduced damage from strikes and periodically heal. Effectiveness increased while below 50% HP. Grant this to nearby allies for a reduced duration. So on you, it's 6 seconds. On allies, it's 3. It's 10% damage reduction or 20% below 50% HP. And it heals for 1.4k a second. And again, that's without gear or healing mods, basically. And the healing is 50% increased below 50% health as well. This is actually very, very good, especially because you're going to have healing power, you're going to have healing modifiers, and you do have the option as well with the Grandmaster trait to actually give the full effect of all of your weapon spells to nearby allies. And 20% damage reduction is a big deal here as well, by the way. Even 10% is very nice because, you're going to have protection up, you're going to have damage reduction food. Another 10% from this is very, very good to be able to do that, especially if your allies are pressured. You're going to give them 20% damage reduction. That is a huge deal. Like, you can be 100% saving people in every game mode, 100% from power damage, PvP, World versus World, raid fights as well. That's going to be very relevant. And the healing is going to be crazy. Like, if you just took a massive hit, your group took a massive hit, you pop Resilient Weapon, and everyone's going to get juiced back up to full health incredibly quickly. Wow. Very, very strong. And relatively short cooldown as well. This is a very strong effect. The only thing about this is that you can't do double Well of Blood, but you can still take the trait. That's the thing. You can still take the Blood Magic res trait, which is, again, going to be a really nice thing that you can just package into this build. Like, I really think, this is my conspiracy theory, my tinfoil hat theory. I'm pretty sure they were thinking about this spec when they did a lot of the Necro Blood Magic reworks and like the support reworks. They were thinking, yes, Transfusion. It's gonna fit perfectly in with Ritualist in Visions of Eternity, because man, it makes a lot of sense with Transfusion in Visions of Eternity. Next up, I mean, look, could this get any more cinema, guys? Could this actually get any more cinema? I'm not sure. I don't think it can. Splinter Weapon. It's back. The most iconic weapon spell in all of Guild Wars 1 has graced us with its presence here in Guild Wars 2. Your strikes will trigger an additional strike on nearby enemies. Allies receive fewer stacks of this. So you get 5 stacks and your allies get 3. This is kind of juiced, man. Okay? Because this is going to be turbo burst. Holy. Not only could this potentially be a nice DPS increase in PvE, think about this in competitive or World versus World. Imagine you're doing like a massive well bomb, right? In World versus World. And you've got a Ritualist in like multiple subgroups. You pop Splinter Weapon, get the well bomb going, and you've just got this crazy AoE spike. And this is going to potentially scale with power damage too, right, guys? You got a bit of power on you. Maybe you're playing Celestial, or something, maybe a DPS build even. Like, oh my god. This could be really, really terrifying, and really, really fun to use at the same time. So, yeah, pretty hype. Big burst damage with the Splinter Weapon there. So, yeah, really powerful, really cool effect. Weapon of Remedy. Periodically remove conditions. Healing for each condition removed. Grant this to nearby allies for a reduced duration. So this one, I would say one of the less exciting ones. Now, it might be a little bit more interesting because you don't have the raw condition removal of, say, a Scourge. Like, Scourge, like, melts conditions like nobody's business. And you might need a little bit of help with this, actually, and that might be a pick for this one. But yeah, 3 seconds for allies, 5 seconds for you. So three condies removed, AoE, and 5 from you. And you do get that healing component as well. So again, you're going, let's say you're going to heal for 1.2k if you remove 3 conditions. Again, before healing power, before healing modifiers. So you'll get a nifty heal there and a bit of condy removal. Not the most crazy ability in the verse, though. This is pretty bog standard, I'd say. Nothing super crazy with that one. Nightmare Weapon. And this is another one that you can combo with Splinter Weapon, right? So here we go. Your strikes steal life from enemies and inflict vulnerability. Grant fewer stacks of this to nearby allies. So 1k damage, it's basically a 1k lifesteal, basically. 3 stacks for allies, and then, I guess 5 for you. Oh yeah, 5 for you. You can see 5 here for you. Again, this is also a defensive tool, right? This will heal all of your allies for 3k. And it will make them all do, well, it's a bit more, you know, it's like 3.6k, and it will make them all do 3.9k damage to someone. Like, this is actually kind of terrifying in PvP, by the way, because if you can afford to fit this on your bar, I think some of these might be tricky to fit onto the bar in PvP, because Necro utility slots are pretty competitive. Like, you often want to run a lot of stun breaks, but in the universe where you could actually package this into your bar, you're good. Let's say you're next to 2 allies, and then you focus 1 person. That is brutal. That is actually a brutal spike. And I actually really like this type of support build. It kind of reminds me a bit of the Paragon as well. Is that if this was a support build in PvP and you played like a heal support-oriented Ritualist, wow. All of a sudden, you have this super aggressive build that is really participating in combat, which again is something that I think supports in Guild Wars 2 really benefit from. One of the issues with supports in the game has always been they're very passive, very me put green number, do Z DPS, and run around in circles, which is kind of lame, to be honest. And also is kind of unhealthy in Conquest, but that's a conversation for another time. But yeah, that is very juicy with the way that Nightmare Weapon works here. Again, hard to fit on the bar, potentially. Because again, a lot of, if you're playing a support Necro, you are going to be, potentially using your utility skills to live. And, well, we haven't even got to the next one yet. But definitely possible, right? You've got tankiness built in from the Shroud, which is going to reduce damage on you and soak up damage. You've got the stability resistance to the Aegis. You've got the preservation for the Prot and the Vigor. You've got blood magic for transfusion. So, it's not impossible. But, oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Weapon of Warding. Weapon spell. Block attacks. Gain protection when the last stack is removed. Grant fewer stacks of this to nearby allies. So you get 3 stacks, and the allies get 1 stack. So this is basically a stun break for you. It's going to give prot to your allies when the stack is removed, and block an attack. Now, that might not seem super impressive. This is basically give Aegis, essentially, in 300 radius. But, look, I think we've got to do a spoiler, because it's worth contextualizing this a little bit. There is a Grandmaster trait that says affected allies receive the full benefit of weapon spells. Oh, yeah. So that means you're going to give 3 blocks to potentially, you and 4 other people. That is a very good effect. That is a very, very good effect alongside some prot and regen. And of course, this will stack with, say, you could also use the Aegis at the same time, and, you could, have even more defensive potential. This is a very, very good effect. I want to say particularly in PvP, if you were to use this trait to activate that, because, again, 3 blocks is a significant amount of mitigation for your nearby allies, and of course, to yourself as well, right? In addition to also being a stun break. So, let's say you're getting focused, you could pop that, stun break out of a stun, block 3 attacks, get a bit of prot. Nice. And also support your allies at the same time. We like that. We definitely like that. But yeah, very powerful effect in my opinion. And finally, we have the Elite. Another iconic one, actually, coming back from Guild Wars 1. We have Zinray's weapon, the Elite. When you take damage over a percentage of your maximum health, heal for the difference. Then steal life from that foe. Grant fewer stacks of this to nearby allies and break them out of stuns. This one is actually an interesting one. Because this... okay, so I've had some clarity on this from the devs. This will only save you if the hit doesn't downstate you. So in other words, let's say you're on 50% HP, and you get hit by an attack that does 51% of your HP, and it downstates you. This won't save you. It will only save you if the initial hit wouldn't kill you, because the order of operations is as follows. Let's say you're on 100% HP, and you take a hit that does 50% of your HP. You take that 50% HP, immediately heal up to 95% HP, so in other words, you take 5% of your HP, and then you lifesteal from the target. So that'll probably put you back up to 100%. So, this is kind of a weird one. It's basically like bad rebound, essentially. Now, you can share 2 stacks of this to your allies. You get 2 by default. If you had Wielder's Boon, that would be 2 stacks to your allies as well. And I almost feel like this is a bit of a confused ability because it's got a lot going on here. It's an AoE stun break. It gives 1 stack of stability. Good. Which is nice. And just having an extra stun break on your elite is actually kind of nice. Just right off the bat, actually. Because that, in a way, for Necro, this almost feels like an extra utility slot because you could go, oh, I can get away with only running 1 stun break potentially, or, you know, just running Weapon of Warning, maybe Fleshworm Spectral, right? And then I can have Zinray's weapon as like my extra stun break in a way, and then just play with the stability, and I don't need as much of my utility bar committed to stun breaking, basically. And then you've got a bit of sustain attached to that as well, or something. But it's an interesting one. It's a really interesting one. I think it's better in PV. I feel like it's the best in PvP, where you're going to get a lot of value out of potentially like mitigating a big hit. Let's say a big warrior burst skill, a big thief burst coming through, you know, something like that. It's only going to be really effective on really big hits. It will always give you value because you're going to get that lifesteal. It will mitigate, you know, you're very rarely taking less than 5% of your HP in a single hit most of the time. So you'll always get some value out of it. And it will honestly get you out of a tight spot. If you pop this when you're getting focused a bit, it will slow your damage intake and also lifesteal at the same time. So it's not bad. But it's interesting. But yeah, I think they really wanted this to not be really OP in PvE specifically for like skipping raid mechanics. But look, come on guys, can we really use that excuse when we added AoE Distort Share and the Paragon Elite into the game? Oh no. I want to play with this. I want to play with this in the game. I think this might not be super insane compared to some of the elite skills we've had, but it's not bad. It's good and it's got a cool effect, but there's a lot going on. It feels like a couple of things kind of got tacked onto it to try and give it the power budget that it's supposed to have for an elite skill. But cool though, and the icon's really cool as well. The icon is really cool of the thing, where you can kind of see it here, but yeah, it looks pretty cool. The Zinray's weapon. Very exciting. And of course, you can give your allies 2 stacks as well if you give them the Wielder's Boon. Oh man, the traits are really exciting, by the way. Spoiler alert. I feel like I should stall. I'm going to stall so you guys don't even get to see the traits. Okay, you know, that's how it is. That's how it should be. Wait, why are you guys putting Wide Stagger in the chat? What the hell is this? But yeah, that's basically all of the weapon skills. Personally, I think really exciting. Really liking the roleplay here on Ritualist, to be honest. Abilities looking good. Weapon skills looking pretty damn nice here as well. I guess I could make a comment. Relatively low radius, only 300. This is another one of those welcome to modern Guild Wars 2 things, but I feel like 360 would be better because welcome to modern Guild Wars 2. You know, when we've got Stability Mantra on Mesmer with having 600 radius, and Herald having 600 radius, I feel like we can be a little bit more generous on some of these application radii for classes, but yep, we'll see. Let's go ahead and move on to the traits, because we've got some pretty damn good ones here. So the first one is just basically explaining what Ritualist does, and gives us a quick note that spirits attack every 3 seconds. So we've basically got 2 things going on here. We've got power DPS with explosive growth. So you summon a creature, and that includes minions, by the way. Very fun. You deal damage to enemies around that creature. This will also work on Lich Form, by the way. Summoning all those Giga Minions, you get like a massive spike of damage. That could potentially be exciting, by the way. But yeah, you summon your spirits, you're going to get AoE damage. You summon your minions, you're going to get some AoE damage as well. So potentially like Bone Minions, like spamming Bone Minions could actually be like really big DPS. Especially with Boon of Creation, which is a minor trait that says gain life force when you summon a creature. And again, that's minions and spirits, and this is going to allow you to potentially like sustain yourself while you're in Shroud, because if you, let's say you have Soul Reaping, that's going to give you even more life force as well. So if you summon all 3 of your spirits, that's going to give you 30% life force right off the bat while you're in Shroud to, again, essentially heal you. Bear that in mind, guys, right? That's essentially healing, right? Because life force is HP while you're in Shroud. But it's also going to allow you to stay in Shroud longer, because again, your spirits disappear when you leave Shroud, unless you've got another Grandmaster trait. But anyway, let's continue. Let's do the power stuff first here. Spirit Strength. Your spirits deal increased damage, and their healing is increased, which is 50% increase, by the way. It's pretty nifty. It's actually going to be a good chunk of like free healing, even on kind of a more aggressive build. Again, I think this is very much intended to be your power DPS thing. Your spirits are going to be blasting. And, you know, this is funny. This is kind of funny, though, because Spirit Strength and Ritualists in general might end up being what Necro players have wanted for a long time, which is actually a class where a lot of your damage is coming from summons, right? Either if that's like summoning Bone Minions to blow them up with explosive growth, or having your spirits hard casting and pumping your target, because like, again, all 3 of them will be DPSing, and you know, the more spirits you have up, the more damage you're going to do with your Shroud auto attack as well. A good chunk of your DPS is going to be coming from spirits, which I think is a playstyle that hasn't really existed in Guild Wars 2, right? So I think players are actually going to be really excited with this, right? Because this is very much how it's going to be, especially with the Grandmaster, which is kind of aimed again at this more power damage oriented thing, I think. So Lingering Spirits. Spirits persist. And again, excellent design on all of these traits, in my opinion. Loving the Grandmasters in particular. Because look, this flips the script. The mechanic says spirits leave when you leave Shroud. But oh no, how about they don't? So spirits persist when exiting Ritualist Shroud, but continue to drain life force. During this time, spirits attack more rapidly. Life force that is gained during this time will not be consumed by spirits. So basically, they don't want you to be able to do this indefinitely, essentially. And it basically figures out how long they're going to linger, depending on how much life force you've got. So you're not going to be able to like go infinite on this, but it also gives them a very big attack speed increase. It's going to, you know, take 1 second off their attack interval, which is obviously going to massively synergize with Spirit Strength here for more damage at the same time. So you're going to be blasting when you leave Shroud. There's also some synergy there, of course, with Soul Reaping, with Soul Barbs. For when you leave Shroud, you're going to get a damage increase as well. And indeed, while you're in Shroud too. So yeah, really cool set of traits there for a power DPS build. Also, kind of interesting to note that it could be a Q DPS build, Q power DPS build, because of Empowering Spirits, which is the quickness trait. Yes, this is going to be a quickness build here. With Empowering Spirits, which says you gain a boon in AoE when you summon a spirit. So Anguish is Might, Wanderlust is Fury, and then Preservation is Resolution, which is kind of filling out the boon application kind of repertoire for Heal Necros, because we've already got Prot from Blood Magic. So Fury, Resolution, and Might being packaged in there is super, super nice. I will actually complain. I will complain about the gameplay here with the boons a bit. This does do something that I'm not the biggest fan of. It kind of pushes you towards spamming and cycling through your abilities a fair bit. And that feels pretty bad to me. Because I think that kind of gameplay is a bit brain dead, to be honest. I get it. It's kind of hard to do it without weapon support, and they're really trying to package a lot of the power into the spec here, because they aren't adding a new weapon to kind of complement this. But yeah, you know, okay. I get it. Like, that's kind of how Guild Wars 2 plays out. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Again, it's a bit degenerate, in my opinion, that you're just going to, like, you know, hard spam these spirits a fair bit. And that's going to limit your ability to use them reactively. That feels especially bad with Preservation because it has such a massive heal. I think you probably will be able to just use 2 spirits to apply quickness, and maybe they can even give you a bit more flexibility by increasing that duration a little bit as well. Again, 300 radius. 300 radius, yeah, that's pretty meh. I'd say 360 minimum is probably what needs to happen. Welcome to Modern Guild Wars 2 on that one. And yeah, like the rest of this is fine, I guess, right? You're going to have, like, Fury sources. You're going to have other Might sources. So you combo that all together, and you're going to be in a good spot, right? You've got Might and Fury from Rupture Anguish. And, oh yeah, bit of a bonus meme. It turns out that those F skills are actually so strong that that Ritualist doesn't get a Grandmaster Minor trait. The Grandmaster Minor trait is giving you access to those Rupture abilities, so you don't get another special effect there as well. But that's the situation with that one. And yeah, we can go back and look at the other traits now because we've got a couple there. Kind of similar to Explosive Growth. We have Spirit's Gift. Heal and remove conditions from allies near you when you summon a creature. 1k healing and 1 condition removed. Of course, that's going to be proccing 3 times when you summon all of your spirits when you go into your Shroud. But again, that also applies for minions. I think there's a particular synergy here with Bone Minions because you can delete them and then resummon them very quickly, right? So you're going to be able to activate Spirit's Gift and Explosive Growth pretty frequently by doing that. And that's going to give you 2 activations there. So again, a good chunk of Condi Cleanse. And of course, the extra healing there too. And yep, the final adept, again, really cool one actually. Spirits teleport to you before they perform their auto attack. So this is gonna essentially really help you be super mobile with your spirits. So in addition to summon spirits, you're also gonna have the wandering spirits, so they'll teleport whenever they attack. I also love the icon on this, that you can see a little ghost following you around. Actually, I think it's really fun. There's some good icons here, there really are, with that one. So, yep, I really like that trait design. That's cool. Like, in general, I'm a big fan of how these work. Actually, kind of 2 flavors of the, you know, opposite sides of the same coin with Explosive Growth and Spirit's Gift. And then Wandering Spirit's kind of more of a utility pick for a bit of mobility, so the spirits can follow you around and you can maintain their effects for longer. And then here in the middle, again, we kind of talked about these 2 already, so let's talk about Wielder's Remedy. This is very much focused on the weapon spells. Heavy Condi removal. So if you're dealing with big Condi pressure, you can go for this. I think it's in a tough spot to compete, actually. Because, of course, giving AoE boons is really nice. Maybe in PvP, if you're in a heavy condition meta. So PvP or World versus World, having that condition removal is going to be really, really good. It does only remove 1 Condi. So, I'm not going to lie, that's pretty mediocre, I would say. In terms of the effect, compared to the other 2. Particularly like Empowering Spirits, obviously really, really good. Like 1 Condi per weapon spell is, not super impressive, but obviously there's plenty of time for tuning there. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Wielder's Boon actually causes the condition removal to go up to 2 on allies as well. Like this trait affects this trait, right? So you get the full benefit of weapon spells, including Wielder's Remedy. So there is that little bit of built-in synergy, which is going to kind of help out there. A little bit with how the condition removal ends up operating there. And then, of course, that kind of takes us to the Grandmasters. And yeah, Wielder's Boon, I've been pretty excited about this one already. And I think all of these are really exciting because they're very different. They create very different play styles. And I really like the design on all of them, actually. And of course, come on, soul twisting here at the bottom, guys. What a lovely reference, okay, to Guild Wars 1. We absolutely love to see that, do we not? But yeah, Wielder's Boon. Affected allies receive the full benefit of weapon spells. We talked about this before, but that's going to give you 2 stacks of Zinray's weapon. It's going to give you 3 of these blocks from Weapon of Warding and also increase the regeneration duration. It's going to give you 5 stacks of that Nightmare weapon for big lifesteal. So again, like 5 stacks of a 1k lifesteal. Dude. Like, again, imagine the scenario. You're in PvP. You've got 2 allies next to you. You pop a Wielder's Boon Nightmare weapon. That's an extra 5,000, 6,000 even, armor ignoring damage on everyone. And you can focus 1 target. That's crazy. Like, how do you live that? You're just going to get completely fucking nuked. And you're also applying vulnerability at the same time. Like, very strong effect. Yeah, and it's lifesteal, right? It's lifesteal. So you're also healing all of those allies at the same time. Again, I imagine this will be less aggressively tuned in PvP, obviously. But yeah, like, this trait is very good. It's simple, and that's kind of the beauty of it. It's a very simple effect. You just get that full benefit, but it is powerful. Same with Splinter Weapon. Same with Resilient Weapon, right? Like, getting that duration. It's doubling the healing, basically, that you give to allies. And, of course, doubling the duration of the damage reduction that you give to allies. Again, very powerful. Like, this heal skill is juiced as hell. Like, in PvP, especially in PvP, but in every game mode, like World vs. World in PvE, like, the fact that the healing goes up by 50% when you're below 50% health, that is very good. it's real good, because it means that when people need it the most, this spell is going to be there for them, right? This spell will be carrying them with that 20% damage reduction, and also a really strong healing effect. And yeah, Wielder's Boon is really going to let you kind of lean into that. And I can, especially if you're picking that talent, I can 100% see you like using a lot of these skills, getting that condition removal, getting that warding, Nightmare Weapon, Zinray's Weapon, right? Super powerful. You know what I would almost like to see on Zinray's Weapon? So, here's a thought. Zinray's Weapon was actually a very short cooldown elite in Guild Wars 1. Here it is, and you can see the inspiration, right? For 8 seconds, the next time target ally takes damage from a foe that's limited to 5%, that damage is limited to 5%, and they get 80 lifesteal. I wonder if there's a version of this that could have a very short cooldown. Or maybe ammo, even. You'd obviously have to get rid of the stun break and the stability, and like just have the core effect. But I'd be interested to see what that would look like. If it had like a relatively short cooldown, like 20 seconds or something. That would honestly probably start getting a little bit busted. But like I wonder what that would look like. So you could kind of maintain that flavor there. Because yeah, this is the only part of the kit that I'm not super in love with, is the elite. And I do love an elite skill, so I'm just wondering like what that could look like if it was maybe more in line with how it was in Guild Wars 1 and just kind of cut some of the... Because look, I'm pretty sure they just said, look, fuck it. Give it a stun break and stability, and then we hope for the best. But yeah, we'll see how that one goes out. Yeah, Lingering Spirits, we saw this one. It actually looks really cool. I kind of want to show it real quick, because of course they go over this stuff in the game. Show these lovely, lovely traits. So here you go. You can see that we go into Shroud to summon the spirits. Here they come. 1, 2, and 3. And then we leave Shroud, and they're still here. And in fact, they will then increase their attack speed and do even more DPS. Now, you have got to bear in mind, you've got to focus them on the right target. You can see the Wanderlust Spirit is kind of attacking the wrong golem, so you do want to use that Essence Burst to make them attack the right target. Although, actually, I think they're supposed to be attacking the right target. I'm not sure if it's working quite right, because I think one of them has the mark. Oh, maybe it's like the one in the middle or something. I don't know, but they're not attacking the same one, but I think they should be. Doesn't matter. Either way, you can see that these spirits are blasting. You can see the life force here on the Necromancer draining away. So again, you're going to be able to do this for a long time. You could potentially, of course, re-enter Shroud to resummon the spirits, because again, you're going to get damage from that explosive growth doing that. But you can do, a proper rotation, right? You can do a full weapon skill rotation, and your spirits are still going to be DPSing the entire time, dealing heavy damage to your target. And of course, they could even be following you, right? Like outside of Shroud, right? You can see the toolkit here, right? Wandering Spirits, the Spirit Damagey one, and Lingering Spirits, and then they'll follow you out. They'll follow you outside of Shroud. How cool is that, right? You can see, look, they're following him around outside of Shroud because he's got Wandering Spirits and Lingering Spirits on. How exciting is that? And yeah, you can see this is like pretty obvious how this is going to operate. And again, this is showing the cap duration, right? Like they were like, oh, well, we're not going to let you do that forever. It basically figures out how long it should last based on how much life force you've got. And yeah, we kind of went over that before, but yeah, that's what that one looks like. Really fun trait, really exciting in my opinion. And then of course, it's back. Soul Twisting. And I love how they captured the the spirit of soul twisting, because this is very similar to how soul twisting basically says the next spirit you use recharges instantly and costs less energy. But of course, energy isn't a thing in Guild Wars 2. But you can see that's basically the same effect here. The first spirit you use when entering Ritualist Shroud recharges instantly. And that is just a cool effect. It's going to help you generate more boons with empowering spirits if you're going that way. It's also going to allow you to double detonate, right? Because bear in mind, if it recharges instantly, you'll be able to rupture twice, potentially, right? And it will automatically rupture if you just go for a double summon. But you can get double effect, it can be double prot, vigor, healing, condy removal, it can be double CC, it can be double damage, right? With anything you want to do. And bear in mind, Anguish, this one, this ability here, the attack on the Anguish, or maybe the Ritualist attack, it's going to have all of the trait interactions, so you're going to have Corrupt Boon there. Preservation's going to activate Chillblains, so you can do a double Chillblains with Transfusion, right? All that good stuff. You know, the possibilities, my friends, they are absolutely endless. They really, really are. So yeah, super exciting set of Grandmaster traits, in my opinion. Like, all doing completely different things, enabling different builds, different playstyles. Big fan of this. Really big fan of this. Big fan of Ritualist overall. Yeah, I actually it was one of the ones that I was like, oh, okay. Really want to see what's going on there. Want to see the weapon skills. I was, you know, obviously excited because it's a cool RP and it's Necro as well, kind of a support style Necro, which obviously, you know, people know I love that stuff, right? But yeah, this has really exceeded my expectations. I'm liking the design on this a lot. Seems powerful too. Seems like it's going to work in all game modes, which I think is, again, really hype. I think the PvPers are already quaking in fear of this one, that's for sure. But yeah, that's it. That is the Ritualist. Very excited to get my hands on this one. Very excited to see what balance changes might happen. Oh, look at that Zinray weapon icon, right? Look at that. I love the artwork on this. That's the Nightmare weapon icon. It's kind of like horrifying eye. Splinter weapon there, of course. Weapon of renewal in there. Weapon of warding also is like a really cool candle icon. And yeah, look at this. You can see soul twisting. Look, it's twisting, right? How good is that? Good icons overall. Necro is based as usual. No surprises there. Okay, we are so back. Support Necro stocks are up. Necro mains. You can actually be a minion lord. Dude, everyone wins here. You can be heal Necro. You can be minion lord. This is crazy. I actually will end this with a little bit of commentary on it giving quickness. I actually find that really interesting. And, okay, we thought about this in the initial playthrough. Do you guys realize what this build giving quickness means? I don't think people have actually realized this. You can run double heal Ritualist, okay, in your squad, open world group, raid group, strike group. And then you can run double Scourge as well. And Scourge gives the alacrity. And it can be the forbidden one. You can basically run 4 heal Necros pretty efficiently in your group. My only fear here is that this build will be overshadowed as a healer by Troubadour because of how powerful the elite skill is on Troubadour. But we'll have to see how the balance obviously turns out there as well, like what the tuning looks like, what boon durations look like, and how this build actually functions. But that just sounds insane. Like, double heal Rit, double Celestial Scourge just sounds unstoppable, to be honest. You're going to have 4 transfusions, so 4 sets of heals, infinite prot, infinite sustain, barrier from the Scourges, infinite might, infinite Condi cleanse, Zinray's weapon, blocks coming out your ass. You can have the snake. You can have weapon of warding. You can have insane damage reduction. You can have 4 blood res traits as well. I mean, I want to tell you. Yeah, infinite stability, infinite lifesteal, Scourge portal. Like, the CC is going to be good too. Packaging Flesh Golem on the Scourges, right? Spectral Grasp. Right, this is wild, and the CC is decent here too, right? Like, Wanderlust is nice. Wanderlust is nice, guys, because you got the daze here and the knockdown and the soft CC at the same time. I mean, holy shit, guys, this is another level of forbidden Scourge It's necrometa, right? That's what this is. And yeah, the boons are going to be good. That's for sure. I mean, you could even run this. You could even run like quadruple celestial. Like, that's not out of the question, by the way, guys. You could run 4 hybrids. I could actually see 4 hybrids kind of being a thing with this setup. I think you could cook something like that to generate some DPS. The only downside is that this build might not hybridize super well because there's not a lot of Condi support on it. So that would be weird. There's like no, it's very power oriented. So you might have to lean into that so that the damage may not turn out super great. We'll have to see, of course. But yeah, this is going to be hype, guys. Ritualist is logged in. This is it. Omega Necro is here. I'm not even sure I want to ask for comments on this YouTube video. I'm not sure I do, guys. I'm really not sure I do. Because I've said it all, okay? You know, there's nothing else to say. Like, I might as well disable the comments. Like, log in, right? That's my only comment on this. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Love the RP. I think the aesthetic's good. I like the spells. I like the traits. Maybe a little bit of a recook on Zinray's weapon, potentially, because I think this is a really cool, iconic ability. So I'd love to see maybe something done with that. But, you know, we'll have to see. You know, test it in the beta, right? See how it plays out. All that kind of good stuff. Hype in every game mode. Incredible kit. Ritualist. It's here. In 1080p. But yeah, that actually concludes my deep dive on the Ritualist for Guild Wars 2, Visions of Eternity. Look, this, okay, this, my friends, is some pre-order fuel, okay? Look, everyone's like in despair about Antiquary, okay? Although maybe they shouldn't be. Honestly, you shouldn't be. You should watch my video on that. But listen, guys, it is time. Pre-order Visions of Eternity using my referral link. Link is spammed everywhere. You really can't miss it. Follow, subscribe, like the video, leave comments, leave my comments. Well, honestly, you should like roleplay a Paragon and echo everything I just said, because my opinion is correct. But yep, leave your comments, watch all my other deep dives, watch all my streams, subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, follow my social media. Let me know what you think. Are you hyped up for the Ritualist? Are you hyped up for something else? Okay, let me know what's going on there. Where is our energy at for these elite specializations? Stay tuned for more, of course. One more week, and then it's into the beta the week after the next week. So stay tuned. And I do have to mention this. I've got to actually help out the devs here. Look, let me tell you this, guys. The devs said that next week is going to be big. Oh, yeah. They said that NG, Ellie, and Rev are going to go hard. That's a quote from Trig. He said that. He dropped that at the end of the stream. He said, next week is huge. Next week is massive. Do I need to say anything else? I don't think so. So definitely stick around for that one. I'll, of course, be covering everything to do with those elite specializations, and indeed everything to do with Visions of Eternity. So stay around, guys. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, referral link. Come back and watch. And of course, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. That's it. We're done. "2026 is the year of Guild Wars 2. What? Why are you guys typing Omega lol? Guys, wouldn't it be wacky? Wouldn't this just be the wackiest shit ever? Imagine everyone's going, it's the year of Guild Wars 2, and then the game goes into maintenance mode and they drop Guild Wars 3. And like, that's the year of Guild Wars 2. Like, just think about that, guys. I just want all of you to imagine that possibility for a moment. How's that for a year of Guild Wars 2? Do you think ArenaNet would ever actually say the phrase maintenance mode? Wait, who came up with that, by the way? Does anyone know? Who was the first person to say that Guild Wars 2 is going into maintenance mode? Who said that? Wait, is that like a general MMO term, by the way? Oh, Blizzard uses the term? Wait, this clip is very relevant? Oh shit. Wait, Doroya? Doroya's dropping the nuke? Okay, here we go. Oh my god. Back when Zorik would still talk to us, bro. Are you kidding me? Dude, I'm sorry. Everything has gone to shit.
This is a hypothetical. I feel like a girlfriend through many years has come up to me and said, "Do you know what? I think I want to marry you." And I've realized this because the two other blokes that I've been banging behind your back every night.
Holy shit! Oh my, dude, Doriah
has kind of it didn't work out, but I kind of want to try with you now. Yeah. And I'm like, I feel like I should feel happy, but because it came to fruition. But in the end, she was banging two other blokes behind my back.
The funny thing is, that was so accurate as well. That is literally what happened. Oh man, you hate to see that. Yeah, I mean, dude, he wasn't wrong. I mean, look, that we could be in that situation even now. Okay, dude, he was still ANET partner after this, by the way. He would get ANET partner if he applied, but he would do it. Dude, wait. Was this is Frog? What? What? It's Frog. It's like a frog VTuber? That's a nice frog, actually. Yeah, it's exactly like the frog emote, no? Unmute. Wait, are they like role playing as a frog?
Together. Oh, that's really nice. What a
Oh, not really.
nice little event.
Hey. Hello.
Frog. They play Reaper too. That's incredibly based.
You the person who approves my unpaid overtime? I don't.
Folks behind my back, and I was pouring money into her.
I like the ending there is kind of brutal, actually. I was pouring money in, and you know he was getting cucked. That's actually a crazy clip. Isn't Doroya basically saying that he felt like he got cucked? Like by ArenaNet? The funny thing is, Darren, I actually agree with you. Like, as much as you talk about cum, it's not as brutal as that. That is a brutal clip. Like, he just suggested that a video game company cuckolded him. That is way more intense than anything Darren's has ever said. Put him directly into the Sneeko chair. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he wasn't crashing out. That was like straight face, right? That was like cold-blooded. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't like he wasn't mad, right? He wasn't like, you know, crashing out. He just dropped it. He just dropped the bomb. That's crazy. Look, you guys are better. You need to spam the holy emote. Because for Race to Worlds First, Method is sponsored by Holy Energy Drink. And I actually don't have to shill it. Feels good. But they are sending me some for free. So I'll tell you if it's any good. Wow. We're getting your order ready to be shipped. We're super excited to have you on board as part of the Holy Squad. Buh. It actually says that in the email, by the way. Describe the taste? Wait, let me see what flavors I'm getting. Okay, here we go. It's got, oh, I got like all the flavors, guys. It's literally every flavor. The offspring? Yeah, pretty much. Look, it clearly says here on the website, guys, that it's 0.5 grams of sugar per 500 milliliters. Under 20 calories. And no questionable ingredients. I mean, look, there it is, guys. That's how it is. Droubed? Yeah, wait. Wait, Green, are you doing some weird shit where you have to, like, watch all of my stream or something? What's going on? Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Eight-hour stream? Well, I am basically done now. Like, I'm done now. I actually need to sleep. I have a meeting tomorrow. God damn it. Bro, Darren's, this is how we get partner. This is how we get you perf. I'm not leaking that. Like, I'm not leaking that. I'm just gonna say that with no context. This is how we do it, Darren's. This is the end game. This is the end game for a prison wallet. Holy shit. That's funny. That is fucking funny. Very nice. What's involved? Listen, you'd never guess. I actually think there's no way you'd ever guess what operation I just suggested to Darren's. I just suggested, like, one of the most powerful operations imaginable. Tigress? Incredible. Okay. Ratga approve. Oh. Hold on. Wait, that's actually pretty good. Wait, should I add this? I'm not... I almost feel like it's a little bit too... It's too small, almost. Like, to see what it... Is this good? I don't know if this is good, guys. I don't know. It, like, I feel like the arms are almost, like, too indistinct. I'm not actually the biggest fan of I really like the concept. I like the concept a lot, guys, but I don't think, I'm not sure about the execution. Dude, I need to flame preach for this. Look at that. Beautiful. I'm not enabling this. Anti-rat emoticons? We cannot. The rats have taken over. The rats are in charge, essentially. Okay. Gamers, I am done with the stream. It is over. That's it. Thanks for watching, guys. Really hope you have enjoyed. Who are we? I kind of want to, let's see. We've done Chomp recently. Let's do Emmy, I want to say. Let's go. Let's raid Emmy. Over on the NA server. Go say hi to her. Very cool gamer. I'm pretty excited about the Antiquary. Probably about Troubadour as well, I would imagine, too. Who knows? Maybe the Ritualist as well. But yeah. Go say hi to Emmy for me, guys. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is pretty interesting. We're going to be killing, hopefully, Embodiment of Sin with Plenix and Awesomeness. We're going to be getting world's first ArenaNet dev Embodiment of Sin with any luck. So yeah, that will be... I mean, that'll be something, right? That will be a thing. So yeah, that's it. Follow, subscribe, hand over your money. Referral link, guys. Go. Buy 50 copies of the game using my referral link. Wait, oh, let me check. Did anyone buy during the stream? Yes! Yes, they did. Oh, multiple people bought during the stream. Guys, keep up this energy. We are shifting. Dude, it's actually remarkable how much of a solid Awesomeness did me. Like, he is literally my fucking king. I would simp for him. If Awesomeness made an OnlyFans, I would be like fucking tier 17 sub. No joke. I'd be on that shit immediately. But anyway, that's it. I'm out. Take it easy, gamers. I'll see you next time. I can't, guys. On you, we're still there on YouTube. I can't stop the stream. My mouse has died. Oh no! Fuck. No.